Chapter 3. Red Clay Minuet. Airline, the 100-mile distance from Chattanooga to Atlanta, was the same as that from Washington to Richmond, and so were the respective sizes of the armies, which in each paired case gave the Union commander a roughly 2-to-1 numerical advantage. But there, for the most part, the resemblance stopped. Meade and Sherman, or for that matter Grant and Sherman, since that was what it came to, were as different from each other as were Lee and Johnston, two very different men indeed. And so, too, despite the fact that down in Georgia, as in Virginia, the rivers mainly ran athwart the projected lines of advance and retreat, was the terrain, flat or gently rolling in the east, but mountainous in the west and therefore eminently defensible, at any rate in theory, although few of the place names strewn about the map had been connected with much bloodshed since the era when settlers ousted the aborigines. In point of fact, harking back to those massacre days, Sherman had something similar in mind for the Confederates to his front, military and civilian. If the North designed to conquer the South, he had written home 2 years ago, we must begin at Kentucky and reconquer the country from there as we did from the Indians. Now that he faced completion of that massive undertaking, he was in what he liked to call high feather. Instructed by Grant to move against Johnston's army, break it up and get into the interior of the enemy's country as far as you can, inflicting all the damage you can against their war resources. The red-haired Ohioan, by way of showing how well he understood his task, replied in paraphrase, I am to knock Joseph Johnston and to do as much damage to the resources of the enemy as possible. By way of help in carrying out this project, he would have an advantage, a man-made facility available neither to his flintlock-carrying predecessors nor to his cohorts in the East, namely a rapid transit all-weather supply line in the form of a railroad, the Western and Atlantic, running all the way to Atlanta, provided, of course, he could put and keep it in shape while nudging Johnston backward. For the rebels would surely wreck it in their wake and almost as surely would strike at it with cavalry in his rear as he advanced. With this in mind, he made the training of rail repair gangs an integral part of his preparations, including daily workouts as rigorous and precise as the drill required of gun crews, and elevated gandy dancers to a combat status as high as that of riflemen or cannoneers. The same precaution was taken with regard to the much longer line extending rearward from Chattanooga, up through Middle Tennessee and across Kentucky to Louisville, his main supply base on the Ohio. Practically all of this more than 300 miles of highly frangible track was subject to strikes by grayback troopers from adjoining departments, hard-handed horsemen schooled in destruction by John Morgan and Bedford Forrest. And though Sherman planned to keep these slashers occupied by making adjunctive trouble for them in their own backyards, he also hoped to forestall or reduce the delays that were likely to attend such depredations, in case the raiders broke out anyhow, by turning Nashville into what an amazed staff brigadier presently described as one vast storehouse, warehouses covering city blocks 1/4 of a mile long, stables by the 10 and 20 acres, repair shops by the fieldful. Also of help in reducing the supply problem would be a certain amount of belt-tightening by the troops, whose divisional trains, in accordance with Sherman's orders, would carry only 5 days bacon, 20 days bread, and 30 days salt, sugar, and coffee. Nothing else but arms and ammunition. The main thing, as the commanding general saw it, was to keep moving, and this applied as much to rearward personnel as it did to the men up front. I'm going to move on Joe Johnston the day Grant telegraphs me he is going to hit Bobby Lee, he told a quartermaster officer. And if you don't have my army supplied and keep it supplied, we'll eat your mules up, sir. Eat your mules up. Having passed before through unfought-over regions of the South, Recently, for example, on a march across the midriff of Mississippi, from Vicksburg to Meridian and back, he was aware of another resource which he did not intend to neglect. "Georgia has 1 million of inhabitants," he wrote Grant. "If they can live, we should not starve." Thus Sherman, a violent talking man whose bite at times measured up to his bark, and whose commitment was to total war. "I believe in fighting in a double sense," he said this spring, "first to gain physical results and next to inspire respect on which to build up our nation's power." Tecumseh, or Cump, to his family, he was Uncle Billy to his soldiers, one of whom called him the most American-looking man I ever saw, tall and lank, not very erect, with hair like thatch, which he rubs up with his hands, a rusty beard trimmed close, a wrinkled face, sharp, prominent red nose, small, bright eyes, coarse red hands, black felt hat slouched over the eyes, dirty dicky with the points wilted down, black old-fashioned stock, brown field officer's coat with high collar and no shoulder straps, muddy trousers, and one spur. He carries his hands in his pockets, is very awkward in his gait and motions, talks continually and with immense rapidity. Such intensity often brought on a reaction in observers, including this one. At his departure, I felt it a relief and experienced almost an exhaustion after the excitement of his vigorous presence. All this, moreover, was by way of diversion, a spare-time release of superabundant energy from an organism described by another associate as boiling over with ideas, crammed full of feeling, discussing every subject and pronouncing on all. His main concern for the past 2 months as Grant's Western heir had been how to get at or around Johnston's army, posted 30 miles southeast of Chattanooga for the past 5 months, in occupation of Dalton and the wide hilly valley of the Oostenaula, which extended southward 40-odd miles to the Etowah and southwestward about the same distance to Rome, where the two rivers combined to form the Coosa. The immediate tactical problem was Rocky Face Ridge, a steep knife-edge bastion 20 miles long, rimming the upper valley on the west to cover Dalton and the railroad, which, after piercing the ridge at Mill Creek Gap, 1/3 of the way down, ran south and east for another 100 miles, through Resaca and Kingston, Allatoona and Marietta, on across the Chattahoochee to Atlanta, Johnston's base and Sherman's goal in the campaign about to open here in North Georgia, in conjunction with Meade's plunge across the Rapidan, 600 crowflight miles to the northeast. Unlike Meade, thanks to Banks holed up by now in Alexandria after his defeat at Sabine Crossroads, Sherman would not have the supposed advantage of diversionary attacks on the enemy flank or rear by troops from other departments, such as Sigel and Butler had been told to make. Whatever was going to be accomplished in the way of driving or maneuvering Johnston from his position along that ridge would have to be done by the men on hand. And though it was true that at present the Federals enjoyed a better than 2-to-1 numerical advantage, Johnston had just under 45,000 of all arms with 138 guns, while Sherman had just over 110,000 with 254, the prospect was anything but pleasing. For one thing, thanks again to Banks, who was in no position to discourage, let alone interfere with, anything the Confederates might take it in mind to do on this side of the Mississippi River, Johnston had another 19,000 effectives and 50 guns down in Alabama under Polk, presumably ready to join him at the first sign of danger, whereas Sherman could only look forward to receiving about 10,000 due back next month from re-enlistment furloughs. That still would leave him roughly a 2-to-1 advantage, but this by no means assured victory in assailing a position such as the one the rebels occupied, just ahead on Rocky Face Ridge. Johnston, while successfully resisting Richmond's efforts to nudge him forward across the Tennessee, had spent the past 4 months preparing to resist the pending Union effort to prod him backward across the Chattahoochee. His 2 infantry corps, commanded by Lieutenant Generals William J. Hardee and John Bell Hood, each with about 20,000 men, were disposed along the northern half of the ridge, charged with giving particular attention to defending Mill Creek Gap, 4 miles northwest of Dalton, and Dug Gap, a second notch in the knife edge, 5 miles south. From the north end of this fortified position, Major General Joseph Wheeler's 5,000 cavalry extended the line eastward to give warning in case the Federals tried to descend on Dalton by rounding the upper end of the ridge for a southward strike down the Eustanola Valley, where the ground was far less rugged and less easy to defend. Sherman had no intention of moving in that direction, however, since to do so would uncover his base at Chattanooga, which brought him, regrettably, back to the dilemma of having to challenge the Rebs in their apparently unassailable position, dead ahead on Rocky Face Ridge, securely entrenched and with high-sighted guns ready laid to blast the life out of whatever moved against them in whatever strength. Moreover, as if nature had not done enough for him already, Johnston's engineers had lengthened the odds against the attackers by clogging the culverts of the railway ramp on the near side of the ridge, thus converting Mill Creek into an artificial lake across the rear of the gap that bore its name. Natives had a grislier designation. Buzzard Roost, they called the desolate notch through which the railroad wound its way. But Sherman, when at last he got a look at the rocky high-walled gorge, catching glints of sunlight on the guns emplaced for its defense, pronounced it nothing less than the terrible door of death, a term which would apply about as well to Dug Gap just below. George Thomas, who had felt out the gray defenses back in February as a diversion intended to discourage Johnston from sending reinforcements to Polk while Sherman marched on Meridian, came up with the suggestion that while McPherson and Schofield took over the position he now held in front of Ringgold, confronting the Rocky Face entrenchments, he take his 4-corps Army of the Cumberland down the west side of the ridge to its far end, then press on eastward through unguarded Snake Creek Gap for a descent on the railroad near Resaca, 15 miles in Johnston's rear. At best, this would expose the Confederates to a mauling when they fell back to protect their lifeline, as they would be obliged to do, while at worst, even if they somehow managed to avoid encirclement, it would turn them out of their all but impregnable position between Chattanooga and Dalton, and thus convert the present stalemate, which favored the defenders, into a war of maneuver, which would favor the side with the greater number of troops and guns. Sherman, though the result his lieutenant promised was all he hoped for, rejected the proposal for 2 reasons. Thomas's command, twice the size of McPherson's and Schofield's combined, comprised a solid 2/3 of the Federal total. Secrecy would surely be lost in withdrawing so large a force and moving at such a distance, first across the enemy's front, then round his flank. And without secrecy, Sherman was convinced, it would be dangerous in the extreme to divide his army in the presence of so wily an adversary as the distinguished Virginian he faced. That was the first reason. The second was Thomas himself, the plodding, imperturbable rock of Chickamauga. His specialty was staunchness, not celerity, the quality most needed in the movement he proposed. But then, having dismissed the project as impractical when examined from that angle, Sherman shifted his point of view and experienced a surge of joy not unlike that of a poet revising the rejected draft of a poem he now perceives will become the jewel of his collection. Celerity, presumed to be lacking in Thomas, was McPherson's hallmark, and the size of his command, just under 25,000 as compared to Thomas's more than 70,000, seemed about right for the job. Moreover, there would be no need for a withdrawal from the immediate presence of a vigilant opponent. McPherson's 2 corps, not yet online, could march south from Chattanooga under cover of Taylor's Ridge, then swing east through Ship's Gap and Villanau to make a sudden descent on Resaca by way of Snake Creek Gap, for the cutting of Johnston's lifeline before the Virginian even knew he was threatened from that direction, his attention having been focused all the while on Thomas, active in his front, and on Schofield, who would feint with his 13,000-man Army of the Ohio against the opposite flank, which lay in the path of his march down the railroad from Knoxville. Thus, Sherman set the pattern for the campaign about to open in North Georgia, a pattern that would utilize Thomas's outsized command, which contained more infantry and cavalry than all of Johnston's army, including the troops in Alabama under Polk, as the holding force, fixing the enemy in place, while McPherson and Schofield probed or rounded his flank or flanks to prize or chevy him out of position and expose him to being assailed on the march, or in any case to being struck before he had time to do much digging, anywhere between Dalton and Atlanta. Sherman was delighted at the prospect, now that it loomed, and he also took a chauvinistic pleasure in the fact that such an arrangement gave the stellar role to McPherson, his favorite as well as Grant's, and the Army of the Tennessee, which had been his own and, up till Vicksburg, Grant's. Grant would approve, he knew, when he wrote him of the plan, and as soon as that approval came down, he passed the word to his 3 lieutenants. They would be in position no later than May 3rd, troops alerted for the jump-off next day, coincidental with Meade's crossing of the Rapidan. And so it was. Detraining on schedule at Cleveland, where the East Tennessee and Georgia, coming down from Knoxville, branched to connect with Chattanooga and Dalton, both just under 30 miles away, Schofield prepared to march his army, in reality a corps with 3 divisions of infantry and 1 of cavalry, southward along the left fork of the railroad to Red Clay, the state line hamlet from which he was to launch his disconcerting strike at Johnston's right, down the valley east of Rocky Face. Thomas was poised beyond Ringgold, prepared to confront the defenders on the ridge and hold them in position there by pressing hard against Buzzard Roost and Dug Gap, threatening a breakthrough at both places. McPherson, meantime, had moved down to Lee and Gordon's Mill at the south end of Chickamauga battlefield, which gave him a 12-mile leg on the roundabout march to Resaca and the Eustanola crossing. On May 4th, in accordance with orders, all 3 began their separate movements designed to knock Joseph Johnston. Sherman rode with Thomas in the center, but his hopes were with McPherson. "My whiplash," he called the Army of the Tennessee. Despite the setbacks the rebels had suffered east and west in the past year, hard fighting lay ahead, and Sherman knew it. "No amount of poverty or adversity seems to shake their faith," he marveled. "Niggers gone, wealth and luxury gone, money worthless, starvation in view, yet I see no sign of let-up. Some few deserters, plenty tired of war, but the masses determined to fight it out." What they needed was more violent persuasion, he believed, and he was prepared to give it in full measure. "All that has gone before is mere skirmishing," he wrote his wife on setting forth. Mere skirmishing was all it came to in the course of the next 2 days, the horrendous span of the wilderness conflict up in Virginia, where Lee and Meade lost better than 25,000 men between them, while Thomas felt his way forward along the western and Atlantic, and Schofield trudged down the other railroad to Red Clay, which took its name from the salmon-colored soil, powdery in dry weather and a torment to the nostrils of men on the march, but quick to turn as slippery as grease, newcomers would soon discover, under the influence of even the briefest shower. There was no hurry at this stage of the game, both commanders having been told to give McPherson plenty of time on his roundabout march. On the 3rd day out, the Cumberlanders ran into their first substantial opposition at Tunnel Hill, where the railroad went underground before emerging for its plunge through the gap in the ridge 2 miles beyond. The Rebs had set up a fortified outpost here, and Thomas had to attack with the whole corps next day, May 7th, in order to drive them back on their main line, dug in along the steep west slope of Rocky Face Ridge, above Buzzard Roost and below it down to Dug Gap, 5 miles south. While this success, so complete indeed that the Confederate rearguard had no time to damage the tunnel before retreating, was being followed up, preparatory to coming to grips in earnest with the defenders on their ridge, Schofield crossed the Georgia line and pressed on for Varnell Station, his initial objective, a little less than midway between Red Clay and Dalton. Harassed by small bodies of gray horsemen, he moved slowly that day and the next, and then on May 9th detached a brigade of cavalry to brush these gadflies from his path. It was a mistake. Wheeler's troopers, fading back, drew the Blue Riders out of contact with the main body, then turned and, with a sudden unexpected slash, killed or captured some 150 of them, including the colonel in command, and drove the remainder headlong from the field. Sherman was no more upset by this than he was by Thomas's lack of progress on the near side of the intervening ridge. 3 full-scale assaults the day before and another 5 today, mainly against Mill Creek Gap but also against Dug Gap down the line, had met with failure in varying degrees. 2 of the uphill attacks, in fact, had managed to put Blue troops on the actual crest within clear sight of Dalton, but they stayed there no longer than it took the defenders to counterattack and drive them back downhill. If anything, this was better than he had expected them to do, especially after his first hard look at what he described as the terrible door of death that Johnston had prepared for them in the Buzzard Roost. Thomas and Schofield were charged with attracting and holding the attention of the rebels in their respective fronts, and this they had surely done. Sherman's main concern and hopes were still with McPherson, far off beyond the mountains to the south. What one observer called his electric alertness, while following the progress of the fighting down the railroad below Ringgold, was probably due more to anxiety about his protege, from whom he had heard nothing in the past 3 days, than it was to any expectation of victory in Thomas's contest on Rocky Face or Schofield's around Varnell Station, 6 miles across the way. Believing strongly in McPherson's military judgment and acumen, he had given him full discretion in conducting the movement designed to outfox Johnston. But he knew only too well that in war few things were certain, least of all the safety of a column deep in the enemy rear, no matter how capably led. Then all, or nearly all, his worries vanished, giving way to jubilation and high feather. Taking an early supper near Tunnel Hill late that afternoon, May 9th, he was delighted to receive a courier bearing McPherson's first dispatch, written that morning when he emerged from Snake Creek Gap after rounding the far end of Rocky Face Ridge. He was within 5 miles of Resaca, he reported, and pressing on with nothing to contest his progress but a scattered handful of butternut horsemen, flushed out of the brush on the west side of the gap. Sherman boiled over with elation at the news, for it meant that by now McPherson's guns most likely had destroyed the bridges across the Oostenaula, thereby cutting the Confederates at Dalton off from all supplies and reinforcements south of that critical point, in which case they would have no choice except to turn and flee. And when they did, he would come down hard and heavy on their rear while McPherson stood firm in their front to stride the railroad. Exultant, he banged the table so emphatically with his fist that the supper dishes did a rattling dance. "I've got Joe Johnston dead," he cried. He very nearly did, very nearly, except that Johnston, taking alarm at the first sign of his advance, had moved to forestall him without even suspecting what he was up to, out there beyond the screening ridges to the west and south. The Bluecoats had no sooner stirred from their camps May 4th than the Southern commander renewed his plea to Richmond for reinforcements from Polk, even if they amounted to no more than a single division. "I urge you to send these troops at once to Rome and put them at my disposal till the enemy can be met," he wired Bragg. Bragg replied promptly for once with orders for Polk to do as Johnston asked. Moreover, Jefferson Davis, in still another instance of that presidential interference with which his critics often charged him, enlarged the order by telegraphing instructions for his friend the Bishop General to go along in person and take with him not only the one requested division but also any other available force at your command. Polk had 3 divisions of infantry and 1 of cavalry, a total of 19,000 men. His decision was to hold none of them back except a garrison of about 2,000 for Selma. After getting the 1st Division on the road to Rome, where boxcars were being collected to speed this advance contingent down the branch line east to Kingston, then northward up the Western and Atlantic to join Johnston around Dalton, he prepared to follow with the rest next day for a share in the task of keeping the Yankees out of Atlanta and the heartland. That was how it came about that Sherman's whiplash lost its sting. For while Polk was en route from Demopolis, first by rail through Selma and Talladega to Blue Mountain, the end of the line, and then on foot the rest of the way, 70 rugged miles cross-country to Rome, a brigade of about 2,000 men under Brigadier General James Canty was summoned from Mobile to join him there and thus complete what would constitute a 3rd Corps for the Army of Tennessee, roughly equal in strength to each of the other 2. Traveling all the way by rail through Montgomery and Atlanta, Canty reached Rome on May 5th, but was shifted 2 days later to Resaca, clearing the way for Polk's arrival, placing him closer to Dalton in case he was needed sooner, and incidentally doubling the strength of the small garrison in the entrenchments Johnston had constructed there to cover the critical Oostenaula crossing. 2 mornings later on May 9th, after pausing only long enough to send the message that would cause Sherman to set the supper dishes dancing, McPherson pressed on across Sugar Valley, still driving the handful of butternut cavalry before him, and at midday within a mile of Resaca came under heavy infantry fire from a line of entrenchments, anchored on the south to the Oostenaula and curving west and north of the town. There were only about 4,000 Confederates in the works, but McPherson did not know that, and in any case this was about 4,000 more than he expected. He felt out the defenses, found them stout, and decided that under the circumstances, unsupported as he was, deep in the rear of an enemy twice his size, his wisest course was to exercise the discretion his orders afforded him and return to Snake Creek Gap, where his 25,000 would be safe from attack by whatever forces Johnston had sent or was sending to meet this no longer secret threat to the rebel lifeline. He was back in the Gap by nightfall, and there, with both flanks covered, his front entrenched and his rear out of reach of the enemy east of the ridge, he lay coiled in compact security, like a snake ready to strike, or a whip laid away in a cubbyhole unused. When Johnston learned that evening of the sudden appearance of bluecoats in his rear, he reacted by ordering Hood to move at once with 3 divisions, 1 from his own and 2 from Hardee's corps, to help Canty meet any renewal of the threat. Hood did so, but when he reconnoitered west of Resaca next afternoon and reported McPherson still immured in Snake Creek Gap, Johnston interpreted the movement as a feint designed to draw his attention away from the main Union effort to turn or overrun the northern half of Rocky Face Ridge. Accordingly, he told Hood to come back to his former position, but to drop Hardee's 2 divisions off at Tilton, a station on the railroad between Dalton and Resaca, from which they could move swiftly to meet a crisis in either direction. Meantime, Hardee, stripped of half his corps, had been puzzled by the relative inactivity of Thomas, who, after 3 days of obstinate hammering, had finally slackened his effort to break through the 2 gaps. "I am only uneasy about my right," the Georgia-born West Pointer said, "and won't be uneasy about that when Hood returns." All the same, finding himself unable to decide what the Yankees are endeavoring to accomplish, he began to suspect that they were up to something not in Johnston's calculations. And so, by now, did Johnston himself. Polk had reached Rome today with his lead division and was sending it on to Resaca ahead of the others, which were close behind. This gave Johnston considerably more security at both places, but still he wondered at the easing of the pressure against one end of the ridge while McPherson took up a position off the other end. He began to suspect that Sherman might be moving more than McPherson, perhaps in the same direction and even farther, for a crossing of the river deep in his rear. Next morning, May 11th, he gave Wheeler orders to send some horsemen around the north end of Rocky Face, if possible, for a probe at the flank of the Federals in position there. "Try to ascertain where their left rests," he told him, "and whether they are in motion toward the Oostenaula." Altogether aware of Sherman's advantage, that with close to twice the number of troops he could apply immobilizing pressure in front while rounding or striking one or both Confederate flanks, Johnston had to count on luck as well as skill in maneuvering his opponent into committing some tactical gaffe that would expose the superior Blue Army, or anyhow some vital portion of it, to destruction. Such an opportunity, if it came, could scarcely occur except while that army was in motion. And for this reason, plus the fact that it had always been his style, his inclination, even back in the Old Dominion, around Manassas or down on the York-James Peninsula, the Virginian was prepared from the outset to relinquish almost any position, no matter how strong, if by so doing he could encourage his adversary on taking up the pursuit to commit the blunder that might lead to his undoing. The odds against this were long, he knew, but so were the odds he faced. Moreover, he would be falling back toward reinforcements, even if they amounted to no more than Governor Brown's kid-glove militia, and would be shortening his supply line while the enemy's grew longer and more vulnerable. He also took encouragement from the belief that Sherman, who after all had been relieved of duty back in the first year of the war under suspicion of insanity, was high-strung, erratic in the extreme, and reported to be enamored of long-chance experiments, both tactical and strategic. These were qualities much to be desired in an opponent at this juncture. The trouble was that Johnston himself, with far less margin for error, had to rely on subordinates quite as erratic and a good deal more temperamental. "If I were president," he confided to a friend soon after taking over the faction-riddled Army of Tennessee, which had just been driven from Missionary Ridge after 18 months under Braxton Bragg, "I'd distribute the generals of this army over the Confederacy." In point of fact, that was precisely what R.E. Lee had been doing with some of those subordinates who failed or displeased or failed to please him in the course of the past 2 years. But Johnston, less in harmony with the authorities in Richmond, mainly had to make do with what he had. Fortunately, this wholesale condemnation did not include the leaders immediately below him on the military ladder. Highly dependable, if not brilliant, in the discharge of their duties, Polk and Hardee had been corps commanders ever since Shiloh, and Hood, though young and new to both his post and the Army, he was 32 and had been made a lieutenant general at the time of his transfer from Longstreet just 3 months ago, whereas Polk and Hardee, 58 and 38 respectively, had held that rank ever since it was created in the fall of '62, was a fighter any chief would be glad to have at his disposal when victory swung in the balance and an extra measure of savagery was called for. While he thus was counting his blessings and woes, and incidentally such was the diminution of blue pressure against the gaps, admonishing some impetuous artillerists on Rocky Face Ridge for firing at targets not worth their ammunition, he sent word for Polk to proceed at once from Rome to Resaca, where he would assume command, and make the proper dispositions to defend the passage of the river and our communications. Johnston also took the occasion to suggest the immediate movement of Forrest, who had been left behind for the defense of North Mississippi, into Middle Tennessee. Quite as desirous of cutting Sherman's lifeline as Sherman was of cutting his, he added that he was fully persuaded that Forrest, rested by now from his raid on Paducah and the reduction of Fort Pillow, would meet no force there that could resist him. What might come of this he did not know. Such a decision, involving the abandonment of a portion of the president's home state to Yankee depredations, was up to Richmond. But as evidence accumulated in Dalton that some kind of movement was in progress on the other side of Rocky Face, Johnston took the precaution of shifting another of Hardee's divisions south of Dug Gap to a position with a road in its rear leading down into Sugar Valley. Late in the day, Wheeler returned from his probe of the Union left with confirmation of the wisdom of such precautions. Beyond the ridge, the Federals were moving everything to their right, though whether they were massing near Dug Gap for a renewal of their try for a breakthrough there, or were heading for Snake Creek Gap to join McPherson for an attack on Resaca, or had it in mind to slog on past both gateways for a crossing of the Oostenaula farther down, no one could say. In any case, Johnston saw that if it turned out to be either of the last two choices, he could not long remain where he now was. He would certainly have to fall back no later than tomorrow. The question was whether he would end his withdrawal on this or the far side of the river 15 miles in his rear. That evening he was encouraged by a visit and some welcome news from Polk, who had encountered Hood at Resaca and returned with him to Dalton for a conference with their chief. The good news was that his 2nd Division had reached Rome today, was already on its way by rail to join the 1st in the Resaca entrenchments, and would soon be followed by the other 2, expected at Rome tomorrow. Johnston shook his old friend warmly by the hand. They had been cadets together at West Point 35 years ago. "How can I thank you?" he said with feeling. "I asked for a division, but you have come yourself and brought me your army." Polk flushed with pleasure at the praise, and after the council of war had ended around midnight, took part in another exchange which gave him even greater pleasure than the first. On the train ride up to Dalton, Hood had confided that he wished to be baptized and received into the church. And now that army business was out of the way, the churchman was glad to oblige. Episcopal Bishop of Louisiana for 20 years before the war, he often remarked that he looked forward to returning to his priestly calling as soon as the fighting was over and independence had been won. Meantime, he seldom neglected a chance, such as this, to work for the salvation of any soul. The two repaired to the young general's quarters, accompanied by members of their staffs, and there by candlelight Polk performed the baptismal rites, using a tin wash pan for a font. Then came the confirmation. Because of the mutilations Hood had suffered at Chickamauga and Gettysburg, where he had lost a leg and the use of one arm, the bishop absolved the candidate from kneeling, as was customary, suggesting instead that he remain seated for the ceremony. But Hood would have none of this. If he could not kneel, and he could not, he would stand, and thus it was that, leaning on his crutches, the big, tawny-bearded Kentuckian was received into the fold. "Defend, O Lord, this thy child with thy heavenly grace," the bishop intoned, his hand upon the bowed head before him, "that he may continue thine forever, and daily increase in thy Holy Spirit more and more, until he come unto thy everlasting kingdom." Despite the lateness of the hour, Polk returned that night to Resaca, charged with holding the place on his own until such time as the rest of the now 3-corps army joined him. He was unlikely to be alone for long, however. Johnston's mind was about made up. Next morning, as evidence of a full-scale Union sidle continued to mount, he decided to evacuate Dalton, or more accurately, to complete the evacuation, since nearly half of his army, exclusive of Polk, was already south of the town in any case, as soon as the night was dark enough to mask his withdrawal from the covering ridge. He would do so, what was more, with small regret. The position had little to recommend it, he afterwards explained. At Dalton, the Federal Army, even if beaten, would have had a secure place of refuge at Chattanooga, while our only place of safety was Atlanta, 100 miles off with 3 rivers intervening. I therefore decided to remain on the defensive. His mind, it would seem from this subsequent outline of his strategic intentions, was already on the 3rd of those 3 rivers. "Fighting under cover," he went on, we would have trifling losses compared with those inflicted. Moreover, due to its lengthening lines, the numerical superiority of the Federal Army would be reduced daily so that we might hope to cope with it on equal terms beyond the Chattahoochee, where defeat would be its destruction. This did not mean that he did not hope to inflict a defeat on the enemy in the course of his 100-mile withdrawal. He did hope for it, despite the odds, either as the result of breaking the railroad deep in Sherman's rear, which would oblige the Blue Host to retire, or else as the result of catching his adversary in a tactical blunder that would expose him to piecemeal destruction somewhere down the line. Maybe even within the next couple of days near Resaca, Johnston's intended first stop on the near bank of the Oostenaula, first of the 3 rivers in his rear. That was his destination now, and by sunrise next morning, Friday the 13th, not a Confederate was left on the northern half of Rocky Face Ridge or in Dalton itself. Johnston was off on what an opposing general called one of his clean retreats. Sherman, by now, was on the verge of completing the movement that prompted Johnston's pullout. Vexed by the news that his protege had flinched from pressing the attack that was to have crowned his roundabout march to the outskirts of Resaca, news that hit all the harder by arriving close on the heels of the first report that the objective was practically within McPherson's grasp, the Northern commander felt terribly let down. "Such an opportunity does not occur twice in a single life," he lamented, although he was quick to admit that his fellow Ohioan had been perfectly justified by his discretionary orders. "I regret beyond measure that you did not break the railroad, however little," he replied next morning, "but I suppose it was impossible." He rather suspected that he should have used a larger force on the flanking operation, as Thomas originally suggested, and he planned it to follow through by doing so now, all out, leaving 1 corps of infantry and a cavalry division to continue the demonstration in front of the terrible door of death, thereby covering Chattanooga and holding the Confederate main body in position around Dalton. He would march the rest of Thomas's army and all of Schofield's down the valley west of Rocky Face Ridge, on around its lower end, to join McPherson for a massive lunge at Resaca, the railroad that ran through it, and the vital river crossing in its rear. Johnston then would be cut off from his base with no choice except to scatter or give battle, which in either case, as Sherman saw it, would result in his defeat. There was, of course, an outside chance that Johnston, who would have the advantage of moving a shorter distance over superior roads, might fall rapidly back on Resaca while the rest of the Blue Army was en route and turn on the force holed up in Snake Creek Gap. But that had been considered and taken care of more or less beforehand. "Should he attack you," Sherman told McPherson at the close of the dispatch, informing him of his measureless regret and his new plan, "fight him to the last, and I will get to you." This was a good deal easier said and planned than done. Close to 70,000 troops had to be disengaged from contact with an enemy mainly on high ground, which made secrecy all the more difficult to maintain, and put in motion on narrow, meandering roads. A day was needed to get ready, then better than 2 more for the march. It was late afternoon of the 4th day, Friday the 13th, before the 3 commands were consolidated and put into attack formations west of Resaca for the contemplated lunge. By then the sun was too far down for anything more than a bit of preliminary skirmishing, including a crossroads cavalry clash in which Judson Kilpatrick and Joe Wheeler, West Pointers both, the former 4 months into and the latter 4 months short of his 28th year, took each other's measure. Kilpatrick was unhorsed by a stray bullet on this unlucky day, and though friendly troopers managed to lug him off the field before the graybacks could get at him, he would be out of action for some weeks. Regrettable as this was, the loss of time on the cramped approach march down the valley was even more so. McPherson, Thomas, and Schofield were on hand and in line of battle by sundown, within gun range of the rebel works. But Johnston was there ahead of them with all three of his corps, Hood and Hardee having completed their retrograde movement from Dalton before noon. Increased in strength by nearly one-third with the addition of Polk's corps to their army, they occupied skillfully laid-out entrenchments that ran in a long convex line from the Oostenaula downstream from Resaca on their left to the near bank of a tributary river, the Conasauga, on their right beyond the railroad north of town. Sherman was neither daunted nor discouraged by his loss of the race for Resaca. Johnston was there, inviting attack with his back to the river, and the redhead planned to oblige him. "I will press him all that is possible," he wired Halleck. "Weather fine and troops in fine order. All is working well." Informed that Grant had emerged from the wilderness and now was mauling Lee at Spotsylvania, he added, still in the pep talk vein, "Let us keep the ball rolling." It rolled, but only a short distance in the course of the day-long fight. Johnston's engineers had given him all he asked in the way of protection for his men. McPherson on the right, goaded no doubt by Sherman's reproach when they met in Snake Creek Gap the day before, "Well, Mac, you missed the opportunity of your life," scored what little gain there was by driving Polk's forward elements from some high ground west of the town. Elsewhere along the 4-mile curve of the rebel works, the ball either stopped or rebounded. Thomas made no headway in the center, and Schofield took a beating on the left beyond the railroad when the Confederates in his front launched a sudden attack that drove him back nearly half a mile as the day ended. This came about as the result of Johnston's calculation that McPherson's success against his left down near the Oostenaula must mean that Sherman was concentrating most of his strength in that direction. Accordingly, while Bishop Polk, informally clad in an old hunting shirt and a slouch hat, stiffened his resistance to limit the enemy gains in his front, and Hardee continued to stand fast in the center, wearing by contrast a new dove-gray uniform with fire-gilt buttons and a white cravat, Johnston sent word for Hood to test the Union left for the weakness he suspected. This Hood did, with good results, which might have been much better if darkness had not put an end to his pursuit. Johnston, highly pleased, ordered a renewal of the attack at first light next morning. He had been in excellent spirits all that day, riding from point to point along the line, at his jaunty best, in a light or mole-colored hat with a black feather in it. A Tennessee private, seeing him thus, recalled the scene years later. A small man, neatly turned out and genial in manner, fluffy white side whiskers framing the wedge-shaped face with its trim mustache and grizzled chin beard. "Like the pictures you see hung upon the walls," the veteran was to write. Johnston sat his horse, head cocked to catch the swell of gunfire, left and right and center, where Polk and Hood and Hardee were defending the works his foresight had provided. Scattered whoops of recognition prompted the rest of the troops in the passing column of Tennesseans, and the very ground seems to shake with cheers. Old Joe smiles as blandly as a modest maid, raises his hat in acknowledgment, makes a polite bow, and rides toward the firing. This brightened outlook persisted into the night, but darkened progressively in reaction to the arrival, in all too rapid sequence, of 3 unwelcome intelligence reports. While visiting Hood on the right, he learned that the Union Corps left at Dalton had completed its march down the railroad this evening to reinforce Schofield, and riding westward to confer with Polk, he found McPherson had brought artillery onto the high ground lost today, with the result that long-range shells were able to reach both the railway and turnpike bridges close in his rear. Endangering as it did his line of retreat, this gave him pause indeed. He instructed his staff engineer to throw a pontoon bridge a mile above the permanent spans, beyond reach of the Yankee guns, and start at once to build a road leading down to it on the near bank and away from it on the other. Sensitive as always to such threats to his flanks or rear, he countermanded Hood's instructions for tomorrow and told him to return instead to the position from which he had launched his attack this afternoon. Presently, with the arrival of the third unwelcome bit of news, he had cause for greater alarm and even greater caution. Cavalry scouts reported that enemy units of considerable strength had crossed the Oostenaula several miles downstream, where a deep eastward bend of the river brought them within easy reach of the Western and Atlantic. Johnston reacted swiftly to this threat to the railroad and his line of retreat by ordering the immediate detachment of Major General W.H.T. Walker's division from Hardee for a night march to the reported point of crossing, there to contest any further advance by the Federals while the rest of the army prepared for a quick withdrawal across the river, either to reinforce Walker or outstrip the Blue Column, which by then might have overwhelmed him. Morning brought a renewal of Federal pressure all along the line, quite as if there had been no reduction for a sidle. Johnston held his ground, awaiting developments, and shortly after noon received a dispatch from Walker informing him that the report of a downstream crossing was untrue. By then, the pressure against Resaca had somewhat diminished, and Johnston decided to go back to his plan for a renewal of the attack by Hood, who promptly returned to the position he had won the day before. A battery, pushed well to the front to support the jump-off, opened prematurely and was replied to so effectively by infantry and counter-battery fire that the cannoneers had to abandon all four guns, left mute and unattended between the lines. This did not augur well for the success of Hood's assault, but as he was about to go forward in all-out earnest, a message came from the Army commander, once more canceling the attack and instructing the three lieutenant generals to attend a council of war that evening at his headquarters. There they learned the reason for this second change of plans. A follow-up dispatch from Walker reported the Bluecoats over the downstream Oostenaula after all, and Johnston had decided to give up Resaca. The council had not been called for a discussion of his decision, but rather for the assignment of routes on the march to meet this threat to the Army's lifeline. Polk and Hardee would use the turnpike and railway spans, despite the danger of long-range interdictory fire, and Hood the new-laid pontoon bridge. All went as planned, or nearly so, including heavy volleys of musketry by front-line units at midnight to cover the withdrawal of iron-tired artillery and supply vehicles. Rear guards took up the pontoons and loaded them onto wagons for use in crossing other rivers farther south, and the railroad bridge was set afire to burn till it fell hissing into the Oostenaula. Through some administrative oversight, not unlike the one at Tunnel Hill a week ago, which left the railway tunnel unobstructed, in the last-minute confusion as dawn was breaking, the turnpike bridge was overlooked and left standing, fit for use by the pursuers. All that was really lost in the way of Army property, however, was the four-gun Confederate battery abandoned between Hood's and Schofield's lines that afternoon. This came hard for the young Kentucky-born West Pointer, who had a great deal of pride in such matters. In time, he would take it even harder, since they turned out to be the only guns Johnston lost in the whole course of the campaign, but who consoled himself, as best he could, by pointing out that they were four old iron pieces, not worth the sacrifice of the life of even one man. Sherman pressed on after the retiring Confederates, hoping to catch up with them before they had time to develop still another stout position in which to receive him, and continued simultaneously two flanking operations he had set in motion 2 days ago, both involving only cavalry at the outset. Kilpatrick's division, minus its wounded leader, had been sent 5 miles downriver on May 14th to install a pair of pontoon bridges at Lay's Ferry, and Sherman had followed this up yesterday by detaching Brigadier General Thomas Sweeney's infantry division from McPherson to march down and cross the river at that point, along with Kilpatrick's troopers, in order to menace Johnston's rear, which Sweeney had done with such success that the Graybacks were now in full retreat. At the same time, a wider, deeper, and potentially even more profitable thrust was launched by sending another of Thomas's mounted divisions, under Brigadier General Kenner Garrett, far down the right bank of the Oostenaula to threaten and, if possible, enter Rome, wrecking its factories and ironworks and taking over the branch line railroad leading east along the north bank of the Etowah to Kingston on the western and Atlantic, better than 20 miles below Resaca. Now that Johnston was falling back, Sherman decided to beef up this deeper probe by sending Brigadier General Jefferson C. Davis's division of Cumberlanders to follow the cavalry and take part in the raid on Rome and the eastward strike at Kingston. The red-haired commander was leaving no card unplayed in his eagerness to come to grips with his skittish opponent, and he scoffed at the notion, advanced by several members of his staff, that Johnston was falling back quite willingly, in accordance with a plan to draw his pursuers southward to their destruction. Had he remained in Dalton another hour, it would have been his total defeat, Sherman insisted, and he only evacuated Resaca because his safety demanded it. As for the disappointment some critics expressed at his failure so far to bring the wily Virginian to all-or-nothing battle, particularly before Polk arrived from Alabama in the interim between Dalton and Resaca to shorten the long numerical odds, he countered that while he shared the regret that he had not managed to do this, he also saw a clear advantage in the way the campaign had developed up to now. Of course, I was disappointed not to have crippled his army more at that particular stage of the game, he later wrote. But as it resulted, these rapid successes gave us the initiative and the usual impulse of a conquering army. Determined to make the most of that conquering impulse, he devised a pursuit combining speed with other tactical advantages. While Thomas struck out down the railroad, hard in the wake of the fleeing enemy, McPherson was instructed to proceed at once to Lay's Ferry for a crossing that would place him well to the right on the march south, in position to make another rapid flanking movement as soon as the rebels called a halt or were brought to one by pressure against their rear, and Schofield was told to do the same in the opposite direction, crossing upstream from Resaca at Field's Ferry for a march well to the east, in case it developed that the enemy right was the flank that should be turned. This not only increased the celerity of the pursuit by not funneling all the Federal troops down one crowded road, it also assured that when the time came for fighting, all three component armies would be ready for action in their accustomed roles, Thomas's as the holding force and McPherson's and Schofield's as flankers. Moreover, to bring all three into better numerical balance and lessen the traffic on the turnpike, Sherman detached Hooker's 3 divisions from Thomas and sent them off to the left with Schofield, whose strength thus was raised to more than 30,000, while Thomas's was reduced to about 40,000. 3 other divisions, including 2 of cavalry, having already been detached for the raid on Rome, still in progress down the Oostenaula, and the preliminary crossing at Lay's Ferry, where Sweeney's division rejoined McPherson, together with Kilpatrick's troopers, who fanned out frontward to provide a screen for the column west of the railroad. The first day's march, May 16th, ended at Calhoun, where Sherman thought it likely that Johnston would make a stand, 6 miles down the track from Resaca, but before he could call in either of the lateral columns, which were also over the river by then, the Confederate rear guard pulled out southward in the darkness, headed apparently for Adairsville, 10 miles down the line. There was heavier skirmishing there next day near sundown, but dawn of May 18th showed the graybacks gone again. Schofield by now was in the vicinity of Salicoa and McPherson at McGuire, hamlets respectively 6 miles east and west of Adairsville. Sherman, riding with Thomas in the center, held to this spread eagle formation as he took up the march for Kingston, another 10 miles down the western and Atlantic. He felt certain that Johnston would dig in there on the near bank of the Etowah, and he wanted to get at him before he had much chance to get set for the shock. Spirits were high in all 3 columns of pursuit, not only because the Rebs were on the run, having been turned out of two practically impregnable positions in less than 2 weeks, but also because well-drilled rail repair gangs, helped considerably, it was true, by the enemy's rattled negligence in failing to obstruct the tunnel short of Buzzard Roost, had functioned with such efficiency that even the troops out front, in the process of covering better than half the distance from Chattanooga to Atlanta, had scarcely missed a meal along the way. The rapidity with which the badly broken railroad was repaired seemed miraculous, Major General O. Howard, one of Thomas's corps commanders, later noted. We had hardly left Dalton before trains with ammunition and other supplies arrived. While our skirmishing was going on at Calhoun, the locomotive whistle sounded in Resaca. The telegraphers were nearly as rapid. The lines were in order to Adairsville on the morning of the 18th. While we were breaking up the state arsenal at Adairsville, caring for the wounded, and bringing in Confederate prisoners, word was telegraphed from Resaca that bacon, hard bread, and coffee were already there at our service. All this had been accomplished, moreover, at a cost of fewer than 4,000 casualties, and not only was this figure much lower than had been anticipated, it was also, despite the supposed high price entailed in attacking prepared defenses, not much larger than the enemy total, which included a number of lightly wounded men who had to be left behind and thus became permanent losses as captives, whereas a Union soldier left behind under similar circumstances could be patched up and returned to duty, sometimes overnight. It was no wonder, then, with success achieved at so low a cost and without the sacrifice of creature comforts, that spirits were high and the outcome of the expected Kingston confrontation seemed foregone. What was more, as the three main widespread columns prepared for a convergence at that point, 40 airline miles from Tunnel Hill, scene of the opening clash 11 days ago, word came that a prize even more valuable than the state arsenal at Adairsville had fallen into the hands of the invaders. That same morning, May 18th, Rome fell undefended to Davis and Garrett, who soon would be working their way east along the Branch Line Railroad to rejoin the Army of the Cumberland. Rome, with its factories and ironworks so important to the rebel cause, was a strategic plum worth giving thanks for. But tactically, the railroad was a prize worth even more, since practically all of Johnston's reinforcements had reached him by that route. Now it was closed, except to Federal use, and Sherman, still with Thomas, who was engaged in what Howard called a running skirmish down the Western and Atlantic, with troops from Hardee's Corps, which apparently had been given the rear guard post of honor on the Confederate retreat, had 100,000 effectives converging as fast as their legs could carry them toward Kingston, where reports indicated that Johnston had at last been brought to bay with his back to the Etowah River. For once, by dint of hard marching on rural roads and steady pressure on the rebel rear, execution matched conception. The convergence would be effected by midday tomorrow, May 19th, on schedule and with each of the three component armies in its assigned position for the final thrust. Schofield left, McPherson right, and Thomas center. The trouble was that Sherman, for all the speed and precision of his approach, was converging on a vacuum. Johnston was not at Kingston. He was at Cassville, 5 miles east, preparing to spring an ambush that would eliminate, or at any rate badly mangle, a solid third of the Blue Force whose commander had at last afforded him the opportunity he had been awaiting ever since the campaign opened, 2 weeks and better than 40 miles ago. Leaving Resaca 2 days back, he had intended to make a stand at Calhoun, provided he could find a suitable position, athwart a rather narrow valley, say, which would afford protection for his flanks, and thus oblige the Federals to come at him head-on, their numerical advantage canceled by the limited width of front. But when reconnaissance revealed none, he moved on that night, hoping to find what he was seeking near Adairsville the following day, May 17th. He did not. He did, however, receive a telegraphic dispatch and some cavalry reports, which together had the double effect of lifting his spirits and enabling him to arrive at a plan for stopping the Blue Army in its tracks. Stephen Lee, left in charge of the adjoining department when Polk departed for Georgia, responded to Johnston's week-old request by announcing that Forrest, with 3,500 picked horsemen and 2 batteries of artillery, would set out within 3 days for an attack on Sherman's lines of supply and communication up in Middle Tennessee. This was welcome news indeed, and Johnston called a council of war that evening to pass it on to his corps commanders, along with their respective assignments for carrying out his table-turning plan. Intelligence reports from Wheeler made it clear that Sherman's pursuit was in 3 columns, widely spaced. And now that Johnston had decided to continue his march toward the Etowah, he saw in this a rare opportunity to deal with one of those isolated segments before it could call on either of the other 2 for help. From Adairsville, railroad and turnpike ran due south to Kingston. Hardee would continue on that route, skirmishing as he went, to draw Thomas after him and encourage the impression that he was guarding the rear of the other 2 corps as they moved ahead of him, down the tracks and pike for a stand at Kingston. But that was by no means to be the case. Polk and Hood would march instead by a road leading east of south to Cassville, a village about 2 miles on this side of the western and Atlantic, which swung due east at Kingston, 5 miles west. The advantage was that Schofield, reinforced to 30,000, would pass near there on his way to the convergence Sherman would surely order when he became convinced that the Graybacks intended to call a halt at Kingston. With Thomas 5 miles off, McPherson perhaps 10, and Hardee in position to delay their eastward advance along the railroad, Hood and Polk should have ample time to dispose of Schofield before the other 2 could reach him. With any luck, all 3 Gray corps could then combine to take on Thomas and strike at McPherson when he came up in turn. Dealt with piecemeal, all 3 Union armies might be destroyed in short order, or anyhow crippled and brought to a stumbling halt, which would serve about as well since they soon would get the news that Forrest had severed their lifeline up in Tennessee. That would leave them no choice except starvation or retreat. Either way, the campaign would be over and the world once more would stand amazed at still another Confederate triumph against overwhelming odds. Eager though they were to take up their divergent marches, which were to end with a long-deferred return to the offensive, all 3 corps commanders went with their chief to his tent, where Polk donned his surplice and stood in front of an improvised altar, preparing to fulfill a request Mrs. Johnston had made in a letter written 2 days ago. She wanted the bishop to do for her husband what he had done for Hood the week before. "Lead my soldier nearer to God. General Johnston has never been baptized. It is the dearest wish of my heart that he should be, and that you should perform the ceremony." Once more, with candlelight glinting on the brass and gold lace of the uniforms of candidate and witnesses, the rite of baptism was performed, after which the group dispersed to prepare for the execution of the plan designed to reverse the tide of war in North Georgia. Hardee took up his march southward down the railroad and with the dawn resumed his running skirmish with Thomas, who continued to press hard upon his rear. Meantime, the other 2 corps set out on the road for Cassville, Hood in front with orders to occupy a position tonight from which to strike at the left of Schofield's column next morning, while Polk attacked the front. Hardee would join them from Kingston later in the day so that all 3 could then turn on Thomas and McPherson, simultaneously or in sequence when they came up in response to Schofield's cries for help. Unwelcome news from Stephen Lee reached Johnston in the course of the approach march, to the effect that a heavy enemy movement out of Memphis had obliged him to postpone Forrest's raid on Sherman's lifeline. Offsetting this somewhat, however, there was a report from Richmond that the Federals had acknowledged the so far loss of 45,000 men in Virginia, 31 of them generals, and this gave rise to the airing of a theory by some members of Johnston's staff that Sherman's intention was to maneuver his adversary south of the Etowah, then call a halt and hurry reinforcements to the bled-down Army of the Potomac. Johnston put no stock in such talk. He remained intent on the prospect of giving Sherman so much trouble on this side of the Etowah that he soon would be seeking assistance, not sending it either to Meade or to Banks, whose fight at Yellow Bayou today was the last on his costly, disheartened retreat down Red River. Nightfall found the divided Confederate army in position. Hardee at Kingston prepared to turn east, and Hood and Polk at Cassville their ambush laid. Johnston's spirits were as high as Sherman's across the way and on far sounder grounds. Some measure of the Virginian's confidence and martial elation came through in a general order he composed that night and had read at the head of each regiment next morning, May 19th. Soldiers of the Army of Tennessee, you have displayed the highest qualities of the soldier: firmness in combat, patience under toil. By your courage and skill you have repulsed every assault of the enemy. By marches by day and marches by night you have defeated every attempt upon your communications. Your communications are secured. You will now turn and march to meet his advancing columns. Fully confiding in the conduct of the officers, the courage of the soldiers, I lead you to battle. We may confidently trust that the Almighty Father will still reward the patriots' toils and the patriots' banners. Cheered by the success of our brothers in Virginia and beyond the Mississippi, our efforts will equal theirs. Strengthened by his support, these efforts will be crowned with the like glories. J. E. Johnston, General. Despite the weariness resulting from 3 days and 4 nights of marches broken only by rearward skirmishes and fitful snatches of roadside sleep, not to mention the cumulative depression that went with having abandoned better than 40 miles of highly defensible terrain without so much as a single fight that attained the dignity of a full-scale battle, the reaction on all levels to the reading of this order, from regimental commanders down to drummer boys, was quite as ecstatic as even its author could have wished. Among those officers who were better informed on current events, mainly through having read such newspapers as were available in camp and on the march, there lately had been growing an anxiety that the good effect of the news from Louisiana and Virginia, which had raised the price of gold on the New York market to $2.10, would be impaired by the apparently irreversible retreat of the Confederates in North Georgia. Now, though, with the word that they were going over to the offensive, their anxiety was relieved and their hopes soared, anticipating a still greater drop in the pocketbook barometer that best measured Northern greed and fears. As for the men in the ranks, though their faith in Old Joe had never wavered, their spirits took an even higher bounce as they stood and heard the order read to them this morning. I never saw troops happier or more certain of success, one private would recall. A sort of grand halo illuminated every soldier's face. We were going to whip and rout the Yankees. Johnston apparently shared this conviction that the Yankees would be whipped and routed, especially as it applied to Schofield, who was reported to be advancing heedlessly into the trap about to be sprung northwest of Cassville. At 10:20, hearing from Hardee that Thomas was moving in strength on Kingston and soon would be too heavily committed to effect a rapid disengagement, he sent his chief of staff, Brigadier General W. W. Maycall, who had served Bragg, his West Point classmate, in the same capacity, to tell Polk and Hood to make quick work of their combined lunge at Schofield so that they would be ready to turn without delay on Thomas when he came up in Hardee's wake for the second phase of the Confederate offensive. With accustomed caution, Johnston added to Hood's instructions a warning that in launching his flank attack he was not to undertake too wide a movement, lest he lose contact with Polk on his left, which not only might leave Schofield an escape hatch but also would delay the consolidation of all 3 corps for the follow-up strike at Thomas and McPherson. Such a warning was altogether superfluous, the staffer found when he encountered Hood near Cassville. Not only had the Kentuckian moved out before Maycall got there, by now he was moving back again, feverishly preparing to take up a defensive position in which to resist attack by a blue column reported to be advancing on a road in his right rear. Skirmishers deployed and guns booming. Maycall sent word of this surprise development to Johnston, who flatly declined to credit the report. "It can't be," he said. He did not believe the Federals were there because none of Polk's cavalry had encountered them this morning while reconnoitering in that direction. In point of fact, they had not been there earlier this morning, and it was entirely accidental that they were there at all. A nomadic fragment from Major General Daniel Butterfield's division, Hooker's Corps, they had missed a turning, lost their way, and wound up deep in Hood's right rear, some 5 miles east of their comrades trudging south on the far side of Cassville. All the same, though Johnston did not believe in their existence, then any more than he did 10 years later when he declared the report upon which General Hood acted was manifestly untrue, he took no chances. Having rejected the evidence, he proceeded to act upon it. "If that's so," he said, examining the situation on a map, "General Hood will have to fall back at once." Accordingly, when Maycall presently returned, he sent him riding again to Polk and Hood with orders canceling their attack. Once more, as had been its custom for the past 2 weeks, the army would take up a stout defensive position and there await developments, meaning Sherman. Johnston quickly found what he was seeking along a wooded ridge immediately southeast of Cassville, overlooking the town and the broad, open, elevated valley in which it lay. Hood and Polk fell back to there, followed prudently by Schofield, who by now had notified Sherman of the snare he had so narrowly avoided. And Hardee came up that afternoon to take position on their left, closely pursued by Thomas and McPherson, the latter having closed the gap between him and the Cumberlanders in the course of the day-long skirmish, first north, then east of Kingston. Before sundown, the guns of both armies were banging away at each other, arching their shots above the hill-cradled streets and rooftops of the village. Despite the dismay of the townspeople at this harrowing turn of events, consternation of citizens, as Staff Lieutenant jotted in his diary, many flee, leaving all. Some take away few effects, some remain between hostile fires. Johnston was greatly pleased with his new position, later referring to it as the best I saw occupied during the war. Polk and Hood did not agree with this assessment, and they said as much that evening when they came to headquarters for the council of war to which they had been summoned. Protesting that Union batteries enfiladed that portion of the ridge where their lines joined, they liked the position so little, in fact, that both wanted to leave it at the earliest possible moment. The army had no choice, they said, except to schedule a dawn attack on the chance of beating Sherman to the punch, or else to fall back tonight across the Etowah. Johnston did not want to do either, certainly not attack the reunited Federals with no better promise of success than the tactical situation seemed to him to afford. Hardee, who arrived at this point in the discussion, sided altogether with his chief, hoping like him that Sherman would oblige them tomorrow by exposing his superior numbers to severe and sudden curtailment, by advancing them head-on across that broad open valley to challenge the defenders on the wooded ridge. Johnston ended by deciding to retreat. He did so, he explained later, not because he agreed with Hood and Polk that the position had its drawbacks, but in the belief that the confidence of the commanders of 2 of the 3 corps of the army, of their inability to resist the enemy, would inevitably be communicated to their troops and produce that inability. The fall back to the Etowah that night, though Sherman made no attempt to interfere, was by far the most disruptive of the campaign. All hurried off without regard to order, the young staff diarist recorded. Reached Cartersville before day, troops come in after day. General Johnston comes up, all hurried over bridges. Great confusion caused by mixing trains and by trains which crossed first, parking at river's edge, and others winding around wrong roads. Much of the mix-up was a manifestation of the Army's chagrin at the two-step disappointment it had suffered, first in the cancellation of the attack, which came hard on the heels of the reading of Old Joe's "I Lead You to Battle" address. "I could not restrain my tears when I found we could not strike," McCall confessed in a home letter. And then in the directive, which came down that night for a resumption of the southward march. "Change of line not understood but thought all right," the diarist put it. "But night retreat after issuing general order impaired confidence. Great alarm in country round. Troops think no stand to be made north of Chattahoochee, where supply train is sent." Civilians north and immediately south of the Etowah reacted to their abandonment much as the people of Cassville had done the day before, milling about like ants in an upset anthill. Johnston put the blame, or anyhow most of it, on Hood, and so did members of his staff, including the diarist, who wrote, "One lieutenant general talks about attack and not giving ground publicly and quietly urges retreat." By way of consolation for its woes, the disgruntled Army could see for itself the strength of its new position near Allatoona, 4 miles down the western and Atlantic from the river. Here, beginning the day of their arrival, May 20th, Johnston had his soldiers throw up breastworks commanding the deep, narrow gorge through which the railroad snaked its way, his flanks protected left and right by Pumpkin Vine and Allatoona creeks. 15 miles to the south, his new supply base was Marietta, just beyond Kennesaw Mountain, about midway between the Etowah and the Chattahoochee, last of the 3 main rivers between Chattanooga and Atlanta. Allatoona Pass, as the gorge through this spur of the Appalachians was called, was a still more terrible door of death than Buzzard Roost had been, some 60 miles to the north. Paradoxically, though, it was precisely in this abundance of natural strength that the strategic weakness of the position lay. Sherman would be even less apt to call for a main effort here than he had been at Rocky Face Ridge. His solution, now as then, would most likely be to try another sidle, and there was always the danger that sooner or later one or another of these complicated flank maneuvers would succeed in accomplishing its purpose of placing the superior Blue Army squarely between the Confederates and Atlanta, in which case Johnston would have no choice except to attack the Federals where they were, entrenched and waiting, or scatter into the surrounding hills. Either course would mean the loss not only of the campaign, meaning Atlanta, but also of the Army, whether by destruction or disintegration, the difference being that one would be somewhat less sudden than the other. All Johnston could do in the way of attempting to forestall such a calamity was alert Wheeler to be on the lookout for the first sign of another sidle up or down the Etowah. He felt sure that one was pending, but he could not move to thwart it until he knew its direction, right or left. One other thing he could attempt, however, and that was to protect himself from his detractors, in some measure at least, by putting his performance in the best possible light for his Richmond superiors, with emphasis on his desire for coming to grips with his pursuer. Since this latest retreat had no doubt set his critics' teeth on edge, he no sooner crossed the Etowah than he got off a wire to the president explaining the cancellation of the general attack he had ordered yesterday. While the officer charged with the lead was advancing, he was deceived by a false report that a heavy column of the enemy had turned our right and was close upon him and took a defensive position. When the mistake was discovered, it was too late to resume the movement. Despite this disappointment, which had obliged him to continue the withdrawal, he pointed out that he had kept near Sherman to prevent his detaching to Virginia as you directed, and have repulsed every attack he has made. Next day, May 21st, the Army having spent the night improving its position near Allatoona, still with no sign of what the Federals were up to, he followed through with another message along similar lines. "In the last 6 days, the enemy has pressed us back to this point 32 miles. he conceded. But he assured Davis that all this time, "I've earnestly sought an opportunity to strike." The trouble was that Sherman, by constantly extending his right as he moved down the railroad, had obliged the defenders to give ground no less constantly, and then, by fortifying the moment he halted, had also made an assault upon his superior forces too hazardous. Without committing himself to anything specific, as indeed he could scarcely be expected to do under the circumstances outlined here, Johnston wanted the commander-in-chief to know that he was in full agreement as to the need for going over to the offensive at the earliest possible moment. Meantime, despite the discouragements generally involved in making a lengthy retrograde movement, he was pleased to report that the slightness of his losses from straggling or desertion showed that the army was in good shape for such exertions as he might presently require. The answer came not from Davis, not just yet, but from Bragg, who combined good news with bad and wound up with a flourish that seemed to indicate that the Georgia commander perhaps had oversold his case. Another brigade of infantry from Mobile and a regiment of South Carolina cavalry were on their way to join him, but these were the last the government would be sending. "From the high condition in which your army is reported," the message ended, "we confidently rely on a brilliant success." Johnston's concern lest the very strength of his Allatoona position deprive him of the quick defensive victory he felt certain he would score if his adversary could only be persuaded to attack him there, was better founded than he knew. 2 decades back, as a young artillery lieutenant on detached duty at Marietta with the Inspector General, Sherman rode or walked, exploring creeks, valleys, hills in the surrounding region, while his less energetic comrades spent their leisure Sundays reading novels, card-playing, or sleeping. Now this seemingly useless pastime stood him in good stead. 20 years later, the thing that helped me to win battles in Georgia was my perfect knowledge of the country. I knew more of Georgia than the rebels did. In the course of his rambles, sketch pad in hand, he had spent several days investigating some Indian mounds on the south bank of the Etowah, just north of the gorge where Johnston was entrenched, and I therefore knew that the Allatoona Pass was very strong, would be hard to force, and resolved not even to attempt it but to turn the position. First, though, he would call a halt, a brief time-out from war. The combat troops would take a welcome 3-day rest, to replenish and fit up, he explained it to Halleck, while Colonel W. W. Wright and his 2,000 nimble rail repairmen, having rebuilt the Resaca Bridge in jig time, put the Western and Atlantic back in operation down to Kingston. The dead were buried, the sick and wounded were made more comfortable, and everybody got his mail and wrote letters, one appreciative officer would recall. Then on May 23rd, with 20 days' rations in his wagons, Sherman was ready to cut loose from the railroad and strike out cross-country with everything he had. His preliminary objective on this all-out flanking operation was Dallas, a road hub settlement just under 20 miles west of Marietta and about the same distance southwest of Allatoona, where Johnston would be left holding the bag unless he pulled back in time to meet this massive threat to his new supply base, 15 miles down the track in his rear. As usual, Thomas would take the direct central route south from Kingston through Uharley and Stylesboro, while Schofield marched on his left by way of Burnt Hickory, and McPherson swung well to the right, through Van Wert to approach Dallas from the west. The march would be a rigorous one, Sherman knew from previous exploration, as the country was very obscure, mostly in a state of nature, densely wooded and with few roads. It might take longer than he planned, in which case, he told Halleck, his 20-day rations could be stretched to 30. But he was not inclined to worry much as he set out from Kingston, riding with Thomas across the Etowah. The Rubicon of Georgia, he called that river in a dispatch sent just after he gave the jump-off signal. "We are now all in motion like a vast hive of bees," he declared, fairly buzzing with pleasure at being once more on the go. "And expect to swarm along the Chattahoochee in 5 days." So he said, but when Schofield captured a lone gray rider at Burnt Hickory next day and found on him a dispatch which showed Johnston already reacting to this latest turning movement, Sherman not only knew that secrecy had gone by the board along with all hope for a substantial head start in the projected 5-day sprint for the Chattahoochee, he also perceived that it accordingly became necessary to use great caution lest some of the minor columns should fall into ambush, as Schofield had so nearly done 4 days ago near Cassville. Caution was indeed called for, he found out the following morning, May 25th, when Thomas pressed down in advance of the other two armies for a crossing of Pumpkin Vine Creek. Hooker had the lead, driving butternut cavalry pickets over a bridge which they set on fire just as the first of his 3 divisions came in sight. He doused the flames, double-timed across, and continued his pursuit of the skittery horsemen. 4 miles northeast of Dallas, near a Methodist meeting house called New Hope Church, he came under fire from a mass of rebel infantry whose march he had apparently interrupted. With soldierly instinct and as if determined to justify his nom de guerre, Fighting Joe shook out a line of skirmishers and attacked with his lead division, commanded by Brigadier General John W. Geary, a 6'6" Pennsylvanian who had been San Francisco's first mayor and a territorial governor of Kansas. A colonel in the Mexican War before he was 30, he now was 44 and had seen much fighting east and west, including Chancellorsville and Gettysburg, Wauhatchie and Chattanooga. But in none of these had he and his men found harder work than was required of them in the next 3 hours around New Hope Church, which the attackers ever afterwards referred to as the Hell Hole. What Geary struck and promptly rebounded from was Hood. His corps had been last of the 3 to leave Allatoona the day before, when Johnston, warned by Wheeler that Sherman was off on another sidle, marched southwest up the near bank of Pumpkin Vine Creek to intercept him around Dallas. Hardee was there now, with Polk in position on his right to connect with Hood near New Hope Church, so that what Hooker had encountered was not a mere segment of Johnston's army on the march, as he first thought, but the entire right wing of that army already beginning to scratch out entrenchments in expectation of his arrival hard on the heels of the cavalry pickets fading back before him through what Sherman called the obscurity of the ambushed country. Undaunted by the truth, which he began to suspect as soon as Geary was flung back, Hooker brought up his other 2 divisions, led by Butterfield and Brigadier General Alpheus Williams, massed them on a front no wider than Geary had spanned alone, and sent them forward, closely packed against the rebel center. As a result, Major General Alexander P. Stewart's division caught the brunt of the all-out blue attack, some 20,000 strong. Known to his soldiers as Old Straight, the nickname he had acquired while teaching mathematics at West Point and at Cumberland University in his home state of Tennessee, Stewart was 42 and a veteran of all the Army's battles, a strict disciplinarian much admired by his men, who gave him today all he asked of them and more, especially the artillerists, whose guns were advantageously sighted to exact a heavy toll from the charging bluecoats. Hooker's 3 divisions could make no headway against this one, despite 2 hours of trying without pause. Hood's other 2 divisions, under Major Generals Thomas Hindman and Carter Stevenson, had little to do on the left and right of the sector being assaulted, but when Johnston himself, alarmed by the desperate nature of the struggle, sent to ask Stewart if he needed reinforcements, the Tennessean replied calmly, "My own troops will hold the position." Still another hour of such fighting remained, and it was this 3rd hour, even more than the previous 2, that prompted the hellhole description of the scene. Thunder rumbled and lightning crackled from a huge black cloud that gathered above the crossroad, dwarfing the boom of guns and the flicker of muzzle flashes, then loosed its torrential burden with all the abruptness of a water-filled bag split open, drenching men already wet with sweat from heat and exertion, whether prone behind log barricades or scrambling through bullet and rain-whipped brush. No more persistent attack or determined resistance was anywhere made, Stuart was to report with impartial praise. Thunderstorm and fighting came to a simultaneous end as the cloud blew off and the sun went down in a glory of red and purple beyond Dallas and the mountains to the west. Hooker put his casualties at 1,665 killed or wounded, but the Confederates, knowing his reputation for understating his own losses while overestimating those of his opponent, were convinced the figure was much too low, since they themselves, fighting mostly behind cover, had lost nearly half that many in the course of the 3-hour contest. Darkness made the going hard for the rest of Thomas's army coming up in the center, as well as for the other two, closing in on the left and right. All was hurry and confusion, a Kentucky Federal recorded in his diary, nearly everyone swearing at the top of his voice. Sherman would later recall that he slept on the ground without cover alongside of a log and got little sleep. But Schofield had worse luck. Swept off his horse by a low-hanging branch while combing the moonless woods in search of Sherman's bivouac, he was hurt by the fall and would be out of action for several days. Leadership of his Army of the Ohio passed temporarily to Brigadier General Jacob Cox, the senior division commander. McPherson made it nearly to Dallas by daylight, coming in from the west to find Hardee securely entrenched there, as were Polk and Hood to the northeast. Sherman probed cautiously at the 5-mile rebel line all that day and part of the next, but found no weakness he considered would justify attack. Accordingly, by mid-morning of the second day of unproductive probing, May 27th, he decided to turn Johnston's right with a strike at Pickett's Mill, 2 miles beyond the hellhole Hooker had failed to take 2 days ago. This time Howard drew the assignment, and presently all 3 of his divisions were in position, massed for assault in case there was serious opposition. There was indeed, and serious was by no means too strong a description of what he was about to encounter in the way of resistance. Suspecting that the Federals would attempt some such maneuver, Johnston the day before had instructed Hardee to shift one of his divisions from the far left to a position beyond Hood's right, specifically to Pickett's Mill. It was Howard's ill fortune, as it had been Sherman's on Missionary Ridge 6 months ago, and Hooker's 2 days later at Ringgold Gap, that the division posted in his path was Major General Patrick Cleburne's, by common agreement the best in Johnston's army. Before emigrating to become a lawyer in Helena, Arkansas, Irish-born Cleburne had done a 3-year hitch in Her Majesty's 41st Regiment of Foot, an experience that stood the former corporal in good stead when it came to training his division of Arkansans, Texans, Mississippians, and Tennesseans. Except under specific orders, which sometimes had to be repeated, he and his men had never given up a piece of ground assigned to their defense, nor did they do so here today at Pickett's Mill. One-armed Howard gave the lead to his fellow West Pointer, Brigadier General Thomas Wood, whose abrupt, inadvertent withdrawal under orders at Chickamauga had created the chasm through which Longstreet plunged to defeat Rosecrans. Wood had his division in place by early afternoon, formed 6 ranks deep for an end-on strike at the rebel flank, wherever it might be. He moved out, floundered about for a couple of hours in the heavy brush, then paused for some badly needed rest, having sighted the newly turned earth of fresh entrenchments through the trees. It was 4:30 by the time he got his 3 brigades in motion again, still in a compact formation of 2 lines each, and what turned out to be a 3-hour fight with an equally horrendous nighttime epilogue added for good measure began almost at once. His repulse was as complete as it was sudden. Ahead through the trees, as the close-packed blue infantry came on, the headlogs of the newly dug rebel entrenchments seemed to burst into flame, and a long, low cloud of smoke boiled up and out, billowing as it grew, lighted from within by the pinkish-yellow blink and stab of muzzle flashes. Cleburne's emphasis on rapid-fire marksmanship in training produced a clatter as continuous as the uproar in a 5,000-man boiler factory, and an incidence of casualties that matched the stepped-up rate of fire. Wood's division fell apart, transformed abruptly from a compact mass into huddled clusters, groping for cover in such low ground as the field afforded. Under these circumstances, Howard reported, it became evident that the assault had failed. He brought up reinforcements from Major General John M. Palmer's adjoining corps, as well as from Schofield's army, which was posted in reserve here on the Union left, and did what he could to bring off the wounded and to prevent a successful sally of the enemy from his works. Darkness helped in both these efforts, but not much. At 10 o'clock, in a rare night action, Cleburne threw Brigadier General Hiram Granbury's Texas Brigade into a charge that swept through a ravine where a number of fugitives from the attack had taken refuge, capturing all that were left alive when it was over. Howard's losses in Wood's division alone were 1,457 killed, wounded, or captured. Cleburne's were 448, although Howard thought them higher in advancing a claim that the enemy suffered immensely in the action and regarded it as the severest attack made during this eventful campaign. Now it was Johnston's turn to try his hand at what Sherman had been attempting all along. Reasoning that if his adversary was thus extending his left, he might also have weakened his right, the Virginian told Hardee to test the Federal defenses around Dallas next morning. Hardee did, passing the word for Major General William Bate to make a probing attack with his division. Bate's repulse, though not as bloody, was as complete as Wood's had been the day before at the far end of the line. He lost close to 400 men, half of them from the dwindling Orphan Brigade of Kentuckians under Brigadier General Joseph Lewis, successor to Mrs. Lincoln's brother-in-law, Ben Hardin Helm, who had fallen at Chickamauga. All Bate got for his pains was the knowledge that McPherson was still around Dallas, apparently in undiminished strength, although the fact was he had been under orders to pull out for a march beyond New Hope Church, and was about to leave when the rebel attack exploded against his works. Having fought it off with fewer than half the casualties he inflicted, he notified Sherman and held his ground, awaiting instructions. Meantime, Johnston convened a council of war, at which Hood proposed that his corps be shifted eastward beyond Cleburne for an attack on the Union left, to be taken up in sequence by the other two corps with strikes at the right and center. Johnston liked the plan and issued the necessary orders, stipulating that Polk and Hardee would go forward when they heard Hood's artillery begin to roar. They waited past dawn and through sunup May 29th, poised for assault, heads cocked to catch the boom of guns that did not come. What came instead around mid-morning was a note from Hood informing Johnston that he had found a newly arrived Blue Division entrenched in his path, perpendicular to the line he had scouted the day before. Finding it inexpedient to advance under these conditions, he had halted and now awaited new instructions. Johnston promptly canceled the offensive, directing instead that the army give all its attention to improving its defenses. McPherson, Thomas, and Schofield were doing the same across the way, each on his own initiative, with the result that both lines grew more formidable than any seen so far in the campaign. Quick to improvise entrenchments, the Rebs must carry their breastworks with them, Federals were saying, marveling at the speed with which their adversaries could establish field fortifications. while the Confederates returned the compliment by remarking that Sherman's men marched with a rifle in one hand and a spade in the other. Blue and gray alike had become adept at the art of making any position well-nigh impregnable within a couple of days. While some troops hastily scratched and scooped out a ditch with bayonets and wooden shovels, canteen halves and fingers, others felled trees to provide timber for the dirt and log revetment, atop which a headlog would rest on poles extending rearward across the trench to keep it from falling on the defenders in case it was struck by a shell while they were firing through the slit along its bottom between the skid poles. Other trees out front were cut so that their tops fell toward the enemy, their interlaced branches providing an entanglement to discourage assault. And if there was time for more methodical work, sharpened stakes were set in holes bored in logs, and these too were placed to delay or impale attackers. Chevaux de frise was the engineer's term for these spiky devices, which Westerners on both sides called sheep racks. Whatever their name, they were cruelly effective and contributed largely to the invulnerability of the occupants of the trenches, taking it easy under the shade of blankets laid over the works to shield them from the sun. Taking it easy, that is, in a relative sense, for the snipers were sharp-eyed, quick to shoot from dawn to dusk, and the pickets on both sides were fearfully trigger-happy from dusk to dawn. Thomas alone was expending 200,000 rounds of small arms ammunition daily. May now ended, and as June came in, 2 days after Bates' repulse by McPherson helped to offset the subtractions Hooker and Howard had undergone in their assaults on Stuart and Cleburne, both commanders could take a backward look at what the 4-week running skirmish, uninterrupted by anything approaching either the dignity or the carnage of a full-scale battle, had cost them. Sherman's loss throughout the month of May was 9,299, including nearly 2,000 killed and missing. Johnston's, less precisely tabulated, was about 8,500, 3,000 of them captured or otherwise missing, left behind on his retrograde movement from Dalton to Dallas. Not even the larger of the two was a shudder-provoking figure at this stage of the war, particularly in comparison with the one being registered simultaneously in Virginia, where Meade was losing men at the rate of 2,000 a day and would lose 3 times that many tomorrow within less than 20 minutes at Cold Harbor. But Sherman was getting edgy all the same over his inability to come to grips with his opponent on any terms except those that would clearly involve self-slaughter. This he declined around New Hope Church as he had done before, wherever the Confederates called a halt to invite attack on their entrenchments. Instead, he continued to extend his left flank eastward toward the Western and Atlantic, obliging Johnston to conform by extending his right to keep him from slipping past it. He was eager to get back astride the railroad since 2 of his mounted divisions, Garrett's, which had rejoined from Rome, and another led by Major General George Stoneman, former Chief of Cavalry in the Army of the Potomac under Hooker, now filling that position in Schofield's Army of the Ohio, had seized lightly held Allatoona Pass that morning, June 1st, clearing the way for Sherman's rail repair gangs to extend his all-weather supply line across the Etowah down to Ackworth and beyond. Though Ackworth was within 10 miles of New Hope Church, the going would be rough, not only because of the rugged nature of the terrain and the probable interference of the rebels, but also because on the day Allatoona fell, the rain began to fall as well. No brief, tumultuous spring thunderstorm such as had drenched the hellhole fighters, stopping about as abruptly as it started, but rather the slow, steady, apparently endless downpour of a dripping Georgia June. "Rain, rain, rain," an entry in a soggy diary read a few days later. This was as much of a strain on the spirits of men as it was on the backs and legs of mules who lugged ration and ammunition wagons through soupy troughs of wet red clay that once had passed for roads. These were the hardest times the Army experienced, Howard was to say, looking back. It rained continuously for 17 days, the roads becoming as broad as the fields were a series of quagmires. Mosquitoes stung and thrived, along with something new that bit and burrowed. Red bugs, Eutrombicula alfredugesi, chiggers. Chiggers are big and red as blood, an Illinois private wrote. They will crawl through any cloth and bite worse than fleas and poison the flesh very badly. Many of the boys anoint their bodies with bacon rinds, which chiggers can't go. Saltwater bathing would cure them, but salt is too scarce to use on human flesh. Salt was not the only scarcity. Cut loose from their bountiful rail supply line and with little chance to forage on their own, the troops had to live mainly on hardtack and bacon. Men began to come down with the symptoms of scurvy, black-mouthed, loose-toothed fellows who went on the roam in search of wild onions or anything green and fit to eat, though with small success in this barren up-and-down backwoods region miles off the main track. It was, as Howard said, a difficult time for everyone concerned, including Sherman. Then, on the night of June 4th, the sounds of withdrawal muffled by the drumming of the rain, Johnston gave him the slip again. Morning showed the Confederates gone, and though some of his soldiers cheered the nocturnal departure of the rebellious gentleman, Sherman himself was far from pleased, especially when he received reports of their new position, which seemed on the face of it about as strong as any they had occupied in the past 4 weeks. Hardee held the left on Lost Mountain and at Gilgal Church, Polk the center from Pine Mountain to the western and Atlantic, 6 miles below Ackworth, and Hood the right across the railroad, along the base of Brush Mountain. Cavalry covered and extended the flanks, Wheeler eastward beyond Hood and Brigadier General William H. Jackson's division, which had come with Polk from Alabama, westward beyond Hardee. Kennesaw Mountain, a commanding height, was 2 miles in the rear, handy in case another fallback was required, and Marietta about the same distance beyond its crest, which was less than 20 airline miles from the heart of Atlanta. By the following day, June 6th, the 3 Union armies were again in confrontation with their foe, Thomas in the center, Schofield on the right, and McPherson on the left, astride the railroad at Big Shanty, a little more than midway between Allatoona and Marietta. 3 days later, Major General Francis P. Blair, Jr., brother of Lincoln's Postmaster General and a close friend of Sherman's, rejoined McPherson, bringing the 10,000 men of his corps back from their re-enlistment furloughs and, incidentally, more than making up for the combat losses in all 3 armies up to now. By June 11th, the hard-working railroad crews had the track repaired all the way to Big Shanty, and the troops, back on full rations and fairly well rested from their recent excursion through the wilds, felt much better. "If we get to Atlanta in a week, all right," one veteran wrote home. "If it takes 2 months, you won't hear this army grumbling." Sherman was inclined to be less patient at this point. Though he was pleased that his latest sidle had accomplished its main purpose by obliging the rebels to give up impregnable Allatoona Pass, he was disappointed that it had not taken him all the way to the Chattahoochee, as he had predicted it would do within 5 days, instead of 15 rugged miles short of that river, with Johnston dug in across his front and able to look down his throat, so to speak, from the high ground up ahead. Obviously, if the Graybacks were to be dislodged at something less than an altogether grievous price in casualties, this called for another sidle. Yet Sherman did not much like the notion of setting out on still another roundabout march away from the railroad, mainly, no doubt, because the last one had cost him more than he had planned for, both in morale and blood. In fact, before he crossed the Etowah and started his swing around Dallas, his losses had actually been lower than his adversaries'. But now, as a result of the repulses he had suffered at New Hope Church and Pickett's Mill, they were nearly 1,000 higher, Moreover, it seemed to him that his practice of avoiding pitched battle, wherever the terrain appeared unfavorable, had tended to make his soldiers unaggressive, timid in the face of possible ambush, and flinchy when confronted by entrenchments. Schofield, recovered by now from his horseback fall the week before, accounted for the reaction somewhat differently, seeing the non-professional volunteers and draftees as men who brought to army life and to war itself the practicality they had learned as civilians, with the need for earning a living in the peacetime world outside. The veteran American soldier fights very much as he has been accustomed to work his farm or run his sawmill, the young West Pointer declared. He wants to see a fair prospect that it is going to pay. That might be, Sherman yielded to no man in his admiration for and his understanding of the Western volunteer. Still, it seemed to him that all three armies were in danger of losing their fighting edge, if indeed they had not already lost it. And he put most of the blame on their commanders. Even McPherson, protégé or not, had begun to receive tart messages complaining of his slowness on the march. As for Schofield, he had come a long way from measuring up to expectations, and Sherman did not hesitate to say so. But Thomas, who had direct charge of 2/3 of all the Federals in North Georgia, was the main object of the Redheads' impatience and downright scorn. "My chief source of trouble is with the Army of the Cumberland," Sherman informed Grant by telegraph this week. "A fresh furrow in a plowed field will stop the whole column and all begin to entrench. I have again and again tried to impress on Thomas that we must assail and not defend. We are on the offensive, and yet it seems that the whole Army of the Cumberland is so habituated to being on the defensive that from its commander down to its lowest private, I cannot get it out of their heads." He turned snappish in reaction to the delays and disadvantages involved in fighting what he called a big Indian war against an opponent whose army remained elusively intact, and who, as Sherman complained in a letter to his brother in Washington, could fight or fall back as he pleases. "The future is uncertain," he wound up gloomily, "but I will do all that is possible." Aside from another unwanted sidle on muddy roads, not much seemed possible just now except to keep up the pressure dead ahead, in hope that something would give. Nothing did. Johnston had contracted, somewhat retired, and thereby strengthened his line of defense, pulling Hardee in around Gilgal Church and Hood behind Noonday Creek astride the railroad. Lost and Brush Mountains were left to the protection of the cavalry, and Polk reinforced the center on call to help cover not only the Western and Atlantic, but also the wagon roads between Ackworth and Marietta. For outpost and observation purposes, a brigade from Bates' division remained on Pine Mountain, occupying what had become a salient when the line was readjusted in its rear. Called Pine Top by the natives, it was not so much a mountain as it was an overgrown hill, detached from the others round about and bristled atop with pine trees. Steepest on its northern face, it afforded a fine view of all three Federal armies, and thus was well worth holding on to. Johnston had posted 2 batteries on its crest to help defend it, including one from South Carolina commanded by Lieutenant René Beauregard, the Creole general's son. Hardee was apprehensive, however, that both troops and guns were too far in advance of the main position for support to reach them before they were gobbled up by a sudden blue assault, and he asked his chief to go with him next morning, June 14th, to judge in person the risk to which the salient was exposed. Johnston agreed, and the two set out on horseback as arranged, accompanied by their staffs and also by Polk, who wanted to come along for a look at the country from the hilltop. The rain had slackened, and a cool breeze made the ride and the climb up the south slope a pleasant interlude, although Johnston had not gone far before he agreed that Hardee's fears were well-founded. He told him to withdraw Bates' brigade and the 2 batteries after nightfall. Reaching the crest, however, he decided to avail himself of this last chance to study the enemy position from Pine Top, despite a warning that a battery of rifled Parrott guns about half a mile in front had been firing with deadly accuracy all morning at anyone who exposed himself to view. Sure enough, the three generals had no sooner mounted the parapet and begun adjusting their binoculars than they were greeted by a bursting shell. Sherman himself, riding out on a line inspection down below, had seen them, although without personal recognition at that range, and had taken offense at their presumption. "How saucy they are," he said, and he turned it to Howard, who held this portion of the front, and told him to have one of his batteries throw a few shots in their direction to make 'em take cover. He rode on, and Howard passed the word to Battery I, 1st Ohio Light Artillery, whose commander, Captain Hubert Dilger, had already acted on the order before it reached him. Dilger was something of a character, well known throughout the Army, partly because of the way he dressed, immaculate in a white shirt with rolled sleeves, highly polished top boots, and doeskin trousers, hence the nickname Leather Breeches, and partly because of his habit of taking his guns so close to the front in battle that one general had proposed to equip them with bayonets. On leave from the Prussian army, in which he was also an artillerist, he had been visiting New York in 1861 and had joined the Army of the Potomac, fighting in all its battles through Gettysburg, before coming west with Hooker to join the Army of the Cumberland. Perhaps because he spoke with a heavy German accent, he trained his crews to respond to hand claps rather than voice commands, and had won such admiration as an expert, famed for the rapidity and precision of his fire, that he was allowed to function largely on his own, roving about as a sort of freelance and posting his battery wherever he judged it could do the most good. Today he was within half a mile of Pine Top, and when he saw the cluster of saucy Confederates mount the parapet on its crest, he ran forward to one of his rifled Parrotts, sighted it carefully, then stepped back. "Shoost tickle dem fellers," he told the cannoneer on the lanyard, and clapped his hands. That was the first shot, a near miss. Johnston gave the order to disperse, and all three generals and their staffs had begun to do so, when a second projectile landed even closer. Hardee and Johnston moved briskly, heading for shelter behind the crest of the hill, but Polk, a portly figure apparently mindful of his dignity, walked off slowly by himself, hands clasped behind his back as if in deep thought. Just then the third shell came shrieking. Dilger had been quick to find the range. It struck the churchly warrior squarely in the side, passing through his left arm and his body and his right arm, before emerging to explode against a tree. Johnston and Hardee turned and hurried back through other shell bursts to kneel beside the quivering corpse of the Bishop General. "My dear, dear friend," Hardee groaned, tears falling. Johnston, too, was weeping as he laid his hand upon the dead man's head. "We have lost much," he said, and presently added, "I would rather anything but this." An ambulance, summoned by Wigwag from the Pine Top signal station, brought Polk's mangled remains down off the mountain that afternoon, followed that night in accordance with Johnston's evacuation order by the men of the two batteries and the infantry brigade, who filed down in a long column not unlike a funeral cortege. Indeed, the whole army mourned the 58-year-old bishop's passing. He had been with it from the outset before Shiloh, and at one time or another had commanded nearly every soldier in its ranks. There were, of course, those who doubted that his clerical qualities justified his elevation to the leadership of a corps. "Thus died a gentleman and a high church dignitary," one of his division commanders wrote. As a soldier, he was more theoretical than practical. Though there was truth in this, it overlooked the contribution he made to the Army's moral tone, which was one of the factors that enabled it to survive hardships, defeats, retreats, and brag. Northerners might express outrage that a man of the cloth, West Point graduate or not, should take up the sword of rebellion. Southerners took his action as strong evidence that the Lord was on their side and they on his. That was part of what Jefferson Davis meant when he later referred to his old friend's death as an irreparable loss, and said that the country had sustained no heavier blow since the fall of Sidney Johnston and Stonewall Jackson. One service Polk's maiming performed, at any rate, and that was to break up the pattern of Sherman's incipient depression. He had small use for the clergy anyhow as a class, let alone this one who had joined in the current unholy attempt to dissolve the finest government the world had ever known. And when the news reached his headquarters at Big Shanty that afternoon, federal signalmen decoded a wigwag appeal from atop Pine Mountain, "Send an ambulance for General Polk's body," he took it as a sign that things were going better than he had thought. Sure enough, morning showed the enemy gone from the troublesome salient opposite his center. The rain had resumed its drumming on his tent, still further increasing the depth of the mud on all the roads. But Sherman did not let that keep his rising spirits from taking another mercurial jump. Ordering Thomas to close the gap in front while McPherson and Schofield stepped up the pressure on the flanks, he rode out to see it done and returned much pleased with the events of the past 2 days. Though he was careful then and down the years to deny the rumor that it was he, not Leatherbreeches Dilger, who had laid with his own hands the gun that sniped the militant churchman off of Pine Top, he was delighted with the result produced on this 40th day of his campaign to knock Joseph Johnston. "We killed Bishop Polk yesterday," he wired Halleck once more in high feather, "and made good progress today." 2. Not that, in his revived ebullience, he had dismissed all fear for what he called that single stem of railroad 473 miles long, back through Nashville and Bowling Green, hurdling rivers and burrowing under mountains to reach his base on the Ohio. Taxed as it was to its utmost to supply our daily wants, Sherman said flatly that without it, the Atlanta campaign was an impossibility. It was as much on his mind as ever, along with the 2 famed raiders who threatened its unbroken operation. "Thus far we have been well supplied, and I hope it will continue," he wrote his wife this week from Big Shanty, "though I expect to hear every day of Forrest breaking into Tennessee from some quarter. John Morgan is in Kentucky, but I attach little importance to him or his raid. Forrest is a more dangerous man." Even as he wrote, events were proving him right in both assessments. Morgan, after his victory at Crockett's Cove in the second week of May, reverted to his plan for a return to his homeland, which had been interrupted by the need for keeping Averill away from the salt works and lead mines in the Department of Southwest Virginia. His application for permission to make the raid had been turned down by the Richmond authorities on the grounds that he was needed where he was, but he did not let that stop him now any more than he had done 10 months ago, when he set out on the ride that landed him in the Ohio Penitentiary. Besides, having just learned that Brigadier General Stephen Burbridge, Union commander of the District of Kentucky, and a subordinate, Brigadier General Edward Hobson, were even then assembling troops in separate camps for a march across the Cumberlands to visit on Saltville and Wytheville the destruction Averill had failed to accomplish, Morgan believed he now had a more persuasive argument in favor of a quick return to the bluegrass. Their combined forces were better than twice the size of his own, which amounted to fewer than 3,000 men, and he was convinced that the only way to stop them was to distract them before they got started. "This information has determined me to move at once into the state of Kentucky," he informed the War Department on the last day of the month, "and thus divert the plans of the enemy by initiating a movement within his lines." Forestalling another refusal, he set out that same day. By the time the message reached Richmond 2 days later, a most unfortunate withdrawal of forces from an important position at a very critical moment, Bragg endorsed it and said and added, "Unfortunately, I see no remedy for this movement now." Morgan was through Pound Gap and back on the soil of his native state. That was June 2nd. It took him another 5 days to complete the rugged 150-mile trek across the mountains to within sight of the Bluegrass. And then on the morning of June 8th, he approached the town of Mount Sterling, a day's ride west of Lexington. His strength was 2,700 men, less than a third of them veterans from his old command, while another third were unmounted recruits for whom he hoped to find horses and equipment in the stock-rich country up ahead. A beginning was made at Mount Sterling, which he surrounded and captured along with 380 Federals posted there to guard a large accumulation of supplies, including some badly needed boots. While the prisoners were being paroled and Morgan was preparing to move on, looters began to break into shops, plunder homes, and even rough up citizens to relieve them of watches and wallets. It was a general robbery, one merchant later protested, and though officers did what they could to stop the pillage, the undisciplined recruits, many of whom had spent the past 2 years avoiding conscription and stealing to make a living while on the run, were so far beyond control that some even drew pistols on women to rob them of their jewelry, an outrage the bloodthirstiest guerrilla in Missouri had not perpetrated up to now. Confederates had mostly been greeted joyously on previous raids through this section of Kentucky, of which Morgan himself was a boasted product, but they were not likely to be welcome in the future, if indeed there was to be a future for them. A sort of climax was reached when a group of townspeople called indignantly on Morgan to show him an order, issued over the name of one of his brigade commanders, demanding immediate delivery of all the money in the local bank, under penalty of having every house in the place put to the torch. $72,000 in gold and greenbacks had been handed over. Morgan paled and turned to the colonel in question, who pronounced the signature a forgery and asked who had presented it. A light-haired officer with a blond beard and a German accent, he was told. Surgeon R.R. Good answered that description, but when he was sent for, he did not appear. He was missing, and remained so, though afterwards he was rumored to be living high in his native Germany. Morgan could afford no time for an investigation, however desirable one was, to clear his name, and set out without further delay for Lexington, his hometown just over 30 miles away, leaving the footsore, horseless troopers behind to complete the distribution and destruction of the captured stores before taking up the march to join him. Only about half of them ever did, the rest being killed or captured as the result of a miscalculation. There will be nothing in the state to retard our progress except a few scattered provost guards, Morgan had predicted on setting out. And this opinion had been bolstered by reports from scouts that the heavy Union column under Burbridge, unaware of what was in progress across the way, had begun its eastward march toward the Cumberlands just before the Confederates emerged from them, headed west. Morgan's announced purpose was to oblige the Blue invaders to turn back, but he had not thought they would react with anything like the speed they did. When Burbridge learned at Prestonburg that his adversary had passed him en route by way of Pound Gap to the south, he not only countermarched promptly, he did so with such celerity that he was on the outskirts of Mount Sterling before daylight, June 9th, and launched a dawn attack that caught the scantily picketed gray recruits so completely by surprise that many of them, still groggy from their excesses of the previous day and night, were shot before they could struggle out of their blankets. The survivors, about 450 of the original 800, managed to fall back through the town and down the road to the west, thankful that the Federals were too worn by their hard return march to pursue. Morgan was halfway to Lexington when he found out what had happened, and though his first reaction was to turn back and counterattack with his whole command, on second thought, Burbridge had about twice as many men, well supported by artillery, and Morgan had been able to bring no guns across the mountains. He decided to wait for what was left of the horseless brigade to join him, then continue on to his hometown. He approached it that night, made camp astride the pike, and rode in next morning to find, along with much else in the way of supplies and equipment, enough horses in its several government stables to mount all of his still dismounted men and replace the animals broken down by the long march from Virginia. Despite this valid military gain, June 10th was another stain on the reputation the raid had been designed in part to burnish. Though the stay of Morgan's command in Lexington was brief, embracing but a few hours, the local paper reported next day, he made good use of his time, as many empty shelves and pockets will testify. Once more, looters took over, and this time veterans joined the pillage. Another bank was robbed, though more forthrightly than the one 2 days ago. The celebrants simply put a pistol to the cashier's head and made him open the vault, from which they took $10,000. Several buildings were set afire and whiskey stores were stripped, with the result that a good many troopers, too drunk to stay on a horse, had to be loaded into wagons for the ride to Cynthiana, 30 miles northeast. Morgan had learned there were supplies and a 500-man garrison there, and he was determined to have or destroy them both. He marched by way of Georgetown to arrive next day, demanding surrender. This was declined at first, but then accepted after a house-to-house fight in which, Morgan informed Richmond, I was forced to burn a large portion of the town. Before he could enjoy the fruits of victory, lookouts spotted a blue column, 1,200 strong, approaching from the east. It was Hobson. He, too, had turned back, well short of the Virginia line, on hearing from Burbridge that the raiders were in his rear. Headed for Lexington, he marched hard for Cynthiana when he saw the smoke and heard the firing. As it turned out, he was marching to join the surrender. Morgan threw 2 brigades directly at him and circled around to gain his rear with the other. This being done, Hobson was left with no choice except to be slaughtered or lay down his arms. He chose the latter course, which was doubly sweet for Morgan, Hobson having been widely praised for his share in the capture near Buffington on the north bank of the Ohio River last July of about half of Morgan's terrible men, including the raiders' second in command and 2 of his brothers, whom he later joined in prison as a felon. Now, with Hobson himself a captive, the tables were turned. Proud of this latest exploit, as well he might be, he now had more prisoners than troopers, Morgan refused to be alarmed when scouts rode in at nightfall to report that Burbridge, having learned of his appearance at Cynthiana, was on the way from Mount Sterling with close to 5,000 men. That was 3 times the strength of the Confederates, who were down to about 1,400, half their original force, as a result of casualties, stragglers, and detachments sent out to mislead the numerous Union garrisons roundabout. Even more serious, perhaps, was a shortage of cartridges for the Enfield rifles his raiders favored so much that they declined to exchange them for captured Springfields, even though there was plenty of ammunition for the latter. But Morgan's mind was quite made up. Determined to give his weary men a good night's rest, he announced to his brigade commanders that he would meet the Bluecoats next morning on ground of his own choosing, 2 miles south of town, and whip them as he had whipped Hobson today, whatever the odds. When one colonel protested that Burbridge was too strong to be fought without full cartridge boxes, the Alabama-born Kentuckian replied curtly, "It is my order that you hold your position at all hazard. We can whip him with empty guns." Preceding another victory, the words would have had a defiant martial ring, fit for the books and altogether in keeping with his earlier career. But followed as they were by defeat, they took on the sound not of bravery but of bravado. Burbridge attacked at dawn, June 12th, and though Morgan was prevented from employing his accustomed flanking tactics by the need for putting all his men in line, he managed to stem the assault successfully until the shout, "Out of ammunition!" came from the right and was taken up next by the center, then the left. Our whole command was soon forced back into the streets of the town, routed and demoralized, one raider would recall. The confusion was indescribable. There was much shooting, swearing, and yelling. Some, from sheer mortification, were crying. Morgan did what he could to accomplish an orderly withdrawal, but what was left of his force by now had been split in two, with the halves presently blasted into fragments, some men fleeing southwest across the sinking river to Leesburg, others northeast to Augusta. Many, caught on foot, surrendered. Others were shot down. Not over half escaped, including their leader. While falling back on the town, the same trooper wrote, I saw General Morgan on his step-trotting roan going toward the Augusta road. He was skimming along at an easy pace, looking up at our broken lines and softly whistling. I was glad to see him getting away, for had he been captured, he would doubtless have fared badly. He fared badly enough as it was. Back in Virginia, before the month was out, minus half his troopers, even after all the stragglers had come in by various routes across the mountains, and considerably better than half his reputation, he put the raid in the best light he could manage in composing his report, stressing the frustration of Burbridge's expedition against the salt works and lead mines, the capture and parole of almost as many soldiers as he took with him, the procurement of nearly 1,000 horses for men afoot and the exchange of roughly the same number of broken-down mounts for fresh ones, the destruction of about $2 million worth of U.S. government property, and the disruption of federal recruitment in central and eastern Kentucky. All this was much, but it was not enough in the minds of his Richmond superiors to offset his unauthorized departure in the first place, the misbehavior of his raiders wherever they went, and his second-day defeats at Mount Sterling and Cynthiana. Moreover, he now faced all his old problems, with only about half as many troops, and the confirmed displeasure, if not the downright enmity, of the Confederate War Department. It was fairly clear, in any case, that John Morgan had taken his last ride, that his beloved home state had seen its last of him and his terrible men. Sherman was pleased, but hardly surprised by Morgan's failure. Indeed, aside from having work crews standing by to make quick repairs in case the Kentuckian broke through to damage the railroad below Louisville, he feared him so little that he had scarcely planned for his coming beyond warning local commanders to be on the lookout. The other raider was another matter. After telling his wife, "Forrest is a more dangerous man," the red-haired Ohioan added, "I am in hopes that an expedition sent out from Memphis about the 1st of June will give him full employment." It certainly should have done at least that, preceded as it was by a top-to-bottom shakeup of department personnel, beginning with Major General Stephen Hurlbut, commander of the District of West Tennessee. A Shiloh veteran and pre-war Republican politician, Hurlbut had high-placed friends. Lincoln himself had made him a brigadier within a month of Sumter. But Sherman, far from satisfied with the marked timidity of his attempts to keep Forrest out of the region this past year, replaced him less than a week after the fall of Fort Pillow with Major General Cadwallader C. Washburn, who also had lofty Washington connections, including his brother Elihu, Grant's congressional guardian angel. Washburn had shown aggressiveness at Vicksburg, and Sherman chose him for that quality, which he encouraged by sending him a new chief of cavalry who shared it, Brigadier General Samuel D. Sturgis. Seasoned by combat in Missouri as well as in Virginia, where he had contributed at least one famous quotation to the annals of this war, "I don't care for John Pope one pinch of owl dung," Sturgis had graduated from West Point alongside Stonewall Jackson and George McClellan. That he was more akin militarily to the former than to the latter was demonstrated by the manner in which he took hold on arrival in late April. Forrest by then was returning to North Mississippi from his raid to the Ohio. Sturgis pursued him as far as Ripley, 75 miles southeast of Memphis, before turning back for lack of subsistence for his 6,400-man column. "I regret very much that I could not have the pleasure of bringing you his hair," he wrote Sherman on his return to Tennessee. "But he is too great a plunderer to fight anything like an equal force, and we have to be satisfied with driving him from the state. He may turn on your communications. I rather think he will, but see no way to prevent it from this point and with this force." In part, the remark about Forrest's hair, for example, this had a true aggressive ring, confirming the choice of Sturgis for the post he filled. But Sherman did not enjoy being told there was no way to keep the raider off his lifeline. His Georgia campaign had opened by then, and the farther he got from his starting point, Dalton to Resaca, across the Oostenaula to Kingston, then finally over the Etowah for the roundhouse swing through Dallas, the more vital that supply line became, and the more exposed it was to depredation. Concerned lest Forrest give Washburn the slip, he wired orders for the West Tennessee commander to launch a threatening movement from Memphis, southeast into Mississippi, to prevent Forrest from swinging over against my communications in North Georgia or Middle Tennessee. Sturgis was to have charge of the expedition, but Washburn himself saw to the preparations, taking 2 full weeks to make certain nothing was omitted that might be needed, either in men or supplies or equipment. "The force sent out was in complete order," he later reported, "and consisted of some of our best troops. They were ordered to go in the lightest possible marching order and to take only wagons for commissary stores and ammunition. They had a supply for 20 days. I saw to it personally that they lacked nothing to ensure a successful campaign. The number of troops deemed necessary by General Sherman, as he telegraphed me, was 6,000, but I sent 8,000. He sent, in fact, 8,300. 3 brigades of infantry totaling 5,000 under Colonel William L. McMillan, the senior field officer in the district, and 2 of cavalry totaling 3,300, led by Brigadier General Benjamin Grierson, who had come into prominence a year ago with the 600-mile raid that distracted Vicksburg's defenders, while Grant was beginning the final phase of the campaign that accomplished its surrender. In overall charge of the 2 divisions, Sturgis also had 22 guns of various calibers and 250 wagons loaded with the 20-day supply of food and ammunition. Grierson's troopers were equipped with repeating carbines of the latest model, which would give them a big advantage in firepower over their butternut opponents, and part at least of McMillan's command was armed with a zeal beyond the normal, one of his brigades being made up of Negro soldiers who had taken an oath to avenge Fort Pillow by showing Forrest's troops no quarter. "In case of an action in which they are successful," Hurlbut had stated on the eve of his departure, "it will be nearly impracticable to restrain them from retaliation." Now they and their white comrades, mounted and afoot, were on the march toward a confrontation with the man from whom they had sworn to exact vengeance. They left Memphis on June 1st, and as they set out from Collierville next day, the rain began to fall, drenching men and horses and drowning fields and roads, much as it was doing 300 miles away in Georgia. Here as there, the result was slow going, especially for the wagons lurching hub-deep through the mud. 5 days of slogging about 7 miles a day brought the marchers as far as Salem, a North Mississippi hamlet whose only historical distinction was that it had been Bedford Forrest's boyhood home. A disencumbered flying column of 400 troopers was detached there for a 40-mile ride due east to strike the Mobile and Ohio at Rienzi, a dozen miles below Corinth, in hopes that breaking the railroad at that point would delay the concentration somewhere down the line of the Confederates who no doubt by now had begun to gather in the path of the main column. Another 3 days of heavy-footed plodding through June 8th covered another 20 miles of the nearly bottomless road to Ripley, where Sturgis had turned back from his pursuit of the plunderer a month ago. Discouraged by the slowness of his march, as well as by the thought of all those graybacks probably gathering up ahead, he was inclined toward doing the same thing tomorrow, and that night he held a conference with his division commanders to get their views on the matter. Grierson felt much as his chief did. Delay had most likely enabled the Rebs to concentrate an overwhelming force against us, and he was impressed as well by the utter hopelessness of saving our train or artillery in case of defeat. McMillan, on the other hand, declared that he would rather go on and meet the enemy, even if we should be whipped, than to return again to Memphis without having met them. The key word here was again, Sturgis having turned back at this same point the month before. He thought it over and decided on balance that it would be ruinous on all sides, not least it would seem to the aggressive reputation that had won him his present post, to return again without first meeting the enemy. Under these circumstances, and with a sad foreboding of the consequences, he afterwards summed up, I determined to move forward, keeping my force as compact as possible and ready for action at all times. His fears were better founded than he knew, although he was completely wrong about the odds he thought he faced. The Confederates were indeed preparing to oppose him, but it could scarcely be with an overwhelming force, since the number of men available to the defenders was barely more than half as many as were in the blue column toiling toward them through the rain. On the day Sturgis left Memphis, June 1st, Forrest had left Tupelo with 2,200 troopers and 6 guns, bound at last for Middle Tennessee and a descent on Sherman's lifeline below Nashville. He was in North Alabama on June 3rd, preparing to cross the Tennessee River, when an urgent message from Stephen Lee summoned him back to meet Sturgis's newly developed threat to the department Lee had inherited from Polk. Forrest returned to Tupelo on June 5th, the day the Federals reached his boyhood home 50 miles northwest. Uncertain whether they were headed for Corinth or Tupelo, the 400-man flying column detached that day for the strike at Rienzi contributed to the confusion. Lee told Forrest to dispose his men along the M&O between those two towns, ready to move in either direction, while he himself did what he could to get hold of more troops to help ward off the 8,300-man blow wherever it might land. His notion was that if the enemy moved southward, the cavalry should retire toward Okolona, about 20 miles below Tupelo, in order to protect the Black Prairie region just beyond, where most of the subsistence for his department was grown and processed, and also to draw Sturgis as far as possible from his base of supplies and place of refuge in Memphis, before giving him battle with whatever reinforcements had been rounded up by then. Lee made it clear before they parted, however, that Forrest was left to his own devices as to what should be done in the meantime, and Forrest took full advantage of the discretion thus allowed him. He had at the time some 4,300 troopers within reach, 2,800 in Colonel Tyree Bell's brigade, which was part of Abraham Buford's division, and about 750 in each of 2 small brigades under Colonels Highland Lyon and Edmund Rucker. While waiting for Sturgis to show his hand, Forrest spent the next 2 days posting these commands in accordance with Lee's instructions to cover both Tupelo and Corinth. Bell, with considerably better than half the available force, was sent to Rienzi, which he reached in time to drive off the 400 detached bluecoats before they did any serious damage to the railroad. Rucker and Lyon, with 1,500 between them, moved to Boonville, 9 miles south of Rienzi, accompanied by Captain John Morton's 2 4-gun batteries, all the artillery on hand. Forrest was there on June 8th when he received word that Sturgis was at Ripley, 20 miles away, and when he learned next morning that the mud-slathered Union column was continuing southeast, there was no longer any doubt that it was headed not for Corinth, but for Tupelo, 12 miles below Guntown, a station on the M&O at the end of the road down which Sturgis was marching. A brigade remnant of 500 men under Colonel William A. Johnston arrived that day from Alabama, raising Forrest's strength to 4,800. That was all he was likely to have for several days, but he figured it was enough for what he had in mind. He told Johnston to rest his troopers near Baldwin, 20 miles down the track from Boonville, having decided to hit Sturgis and hit him hard before he got to Guntown. In fact, he had already chosen his field of fight, 20 miles from Ripley and 6 miles short of the railroad, a timber-laced low plateau where the Ripley-Guntown Road, on which the Federals were moving southeast, was intersected at nearly right angles by one from Boonville that ran southwest to Appomattox. And when he learned that evening that Sturgis had called an overnight halt at Stubbs' farm, 9 miles from the intended point of contact, his plan was complete. Orders went out to all units that night, June 9th, and the march began before dawn next morning. Forrest led the way with his 100-man escort company and Lyon's small Kentucky brigade. Rucker and Bell were to follow, along with Morton's guns, and Johnston would come in from the east. The result that day was the battle variously celebrated as Guntown, Tishomingo Creek, or Bryce's Crossroads. The enemy had close to a 2-to-1 advantage in men, as well as nearly 3 times as many guns, but Forrest believed that boldness and the nature of the terrain, which he knew well, would make up for the numerical odds he faced. "I know they greatly outnumber the troops I have at hand," he told Rucker, who rode with him in advance of his brigade. "But the road along which they will march is narrow and muddy. They will make slow progress. The country is densely wooded and the undergrowth so heavy that when we strike them, they will not know how few men we have." His companion might have pointed out, but did not, that the road they themselves were on, called the Wire Road because in early days before the railroad, the telegraph line to New Orleans had run along it, was as muddy and as narrow as the one across the way. Moreover, all the Federals were within 9 miles of the objective, while aside from Johnston's 500 Alabamians 7 miles away at Baldwin, all the Confederates had twice as far to go or farther. Lyon, Rucker, and Morton had 18 miles to cover, and Bell just over 25. Forrest had thought of that as well, however, and here, too, he saw compensating factors, not only in the marching ability of his troopers, but also in the contrasting effect of the weather on their blue-clad adversaries. The rain had stopped, and the rising sun gave promise that the day would be a scorcher. "Their cavalry will move out ahead of their infantry," he explained, "and should reach the crossroads 3 hours in advance. We can whip their cavalry in that time. As soon as the fight opens, they will send back to have the infantry hurried in. It is going to be hot as hell, and coming on the run for 5 or 6 miles, their infantry will be so tired out we will ride right over them." Aside from the temperature estimate, which was open to question in the absence of any thermometer readings from hell, Rucker was to discover that this was practically a blow-by-blow account of what would follow. But the general quickly returned to present matters. "I want everything to move up as soon as possible," he said. "I will go ahead with Lyon and the escort and open the fight." Sturgis rose at Stubbs' farm in a better frame of mind, encouraged by the let-up of the rain and the prospect that a couple of days of mid-June heat would bake the roads dry, down through Tupelo and beyond. The flying column had returned from Rienzi the night before, and though their mounts were badly jaded, the 400 troopers were doubly welcome as replacements for about the same number of sick and worn-out men he started back toward Memphis this morning, and 40 of the wagons his 2 divisions had eaten empty in the past 9 days. These ailing bluecoats would miss a signal experience this hot June 10th at Bryce's Crossroads, 9 miles down the Guntown Road. But their commander, round-faced and rather plump, Pennsylvania-born and a former Indian fighter with a thick shock of curly hair, a trim mustache, and an abbreviated chin beard — he would be 42 years old tomorrow, Forrest's age — did not know that yet. All he knew for the present was that it was impossible to gain any accurate or reliable information of the enemy, and that it behooved us to move and act constantly as though in his presence. This last, however, was precisely what he failed to do. despite his previous resolution to move forward, keeping my force as compact as possible and ready for action at all times, compassion for his weary foot soldiers led him to give them an extra couple of hours in camp to dry their clothes and get themselves in order for another hard day's march. Grierson and his troopers rode off for Guntown at 5:30, but McMillan's lead brigade did not set out till 7 o'clock, thus giving Forrest a full measure of the time he estimated he would need to whip their cavalry before the infantry hurried up. His plan, whose execution today would advance his growing reputation as the Wizard of the Saddle, was for a battle in 3 stages: 1, holding attack; 2, main effort; and 3, pursuit. But Sturgis, riding with McMillan at the head of the infantry column, knew nothing of this, not even that Forrest was nearby, until shortly after 10 o'clock, when a courier from Grierson came pounding back with news that the cavalry was hotly engaged, some 5 miles down the road, with a superior hostile force. He had, he said, an advantageous position and could hold it if the infantry was brought up promptly. Leaving orders for McMillan to proceed as rapidly as possible without distressing the troops, Sturgis galloped ahead to examine the situation at first hand. It did not look at all good from the rear, where a nearly mile-long causeway across a stretch of flooded bottomland led to and from a narrow bridge over Tishomingo Creek. Artillery and ambulances and led horses jammed the road, he observed, and when he reached Bryce's about noon, another mile and a half toward Guntown, he found the cavalry hard-pressed, fighting dismounted amid considerable confusion. One brigade commander declared flatly that he would have to fall back unless he received some support, while the other, according to Sturgis, was almost demanding to be relieved. Grierson was more stalwart, though the rebels were there in large numbers with double lines of skirmishers and heavy supports. He was proud to report that he and his rapid-firing troopers had succeeded in holding our own and repulsing with great slaughter 3 distinct and desperate charges. The sun by now was past the overhead. How much longer he could hang on he did not say, but it could scarcely be for long unless he was reinforced, heavily and soon, by men from the infantry column toiling toward him through the mud and heat. Sturgis reacted promptly. With no further mention of concern about distressing the troops, he sent word for McMillan to hurry his 3 brigades forward and save the day. Make all haste, he told him, and followed this with a second urgent message: lose no time in coming up. Grierson was wrong in almost everything he said, and Sturgis was fatally wrong in accepting his estimate of the situation. Those 3 desperate charges, for example, had simply been feints made by Forrest, a great believer in what he called bulge, to disguise the fact that his troopers, dismounted and fed piecemeal into the brush-screened line as soon as they came up, were badly outnumbered by those in the 2 blue brigades, who overlapped him on both flanks and had 6 pieces of horse artillery in action, unopposed, and 4 more in reserve. He opened the fight, as he had said he would do, by attacking with Lyon astride the wire road, then put Rucker and Johnston in on the left and right when they arrived, for a second and a third attack to keep the Federals off balance while waiting for Morton's guns and the rest of his command to complete their marches from Boonville and Rienzi. "Tell Bell to move up fast and fetch all he's got," he told a staff major, who rode back to deliver the message. It was just past 1 o'clock when this last and largest of his brigades came onto the field, close behind Morton, by which time, true to his schedule, Forrest had the enemy cavalry whipped. Convinced, as he said then and later, that he had been overwhelmed by numbers, Grierson was asking to have his division taken out of line, as it was exhausted and well-nigh out of ammunition for its rapid-firing carbines. McMillan rode up to the crossroads at that point in advance of his lead brigade, and was dismayed to find that everything was going to the devil as fast as it possibly could. Like Sturgis earlier, he threw caution to the winds. Though many of his troops had already collapsed from heat exhaustion on the hurried approach march, and though all were blown and in great distress from the savage midday, mid-June Mississippi sun, he sent peremptory orders for his 2 front brigades to come up on the double quick and restore the crumbling cavalry line before the rebels overran it. They were hurrying to destruction, and hurrying needlessly at that, for just as they came into position, every bit as tired out as Forrest had predicted, a lull fell over the crossroad. It was brief, however, and lasted only long enough for the Confederate commander, now that all his troops were on the field, to mount and launch his first real assault of the day. Giving direction of the 3 brigades on the right to Buford, a Kentucky-born West Pointer 2 years his senior in age, he went in person to confer with Bell, whose newly arrived brigade comprised the left. This done, he came back to the right, checking his line along the way. In shirt sleeves, because of the heat, with his coat laid over the pommel of his saddle, he looked the very god of war, one soldier would remember. And as he rode among them on his big sorrel horse, saber in hand, he spoke to the dismounted troopers lying about for some rest in the blackjack thickets. "Get up, men," he told them. "I have ordered Bell to charge on the left. When you hear his guns and the bugle sounds, every man must charge, and we will give them hell." Other things he said then and later went unrecorded. "I notice some writers on Forrest say he seldom cursed," one watcher was to recall. Well, the fellow who writes that way was not where the 7th Tennessee was that day. He would curse, then praise, and then threaten to shoot us himself if we were so afraid the Yankees might hit us. Drawing rein at Morton's position, Forrest told him to double-shot 4 of his guns with canister and join the charge when the bugle sounded, then keep pace with the front rank as it advanced. Afterwards, the young artillerist, who had celebrated his 21st birthday on the field of Chickamauga, told his chief, "You scared me pretty badly when you pushed me up so close to their infantry and left me without protection. I was afraid they might take my guns." Forrest laughed. "Well, artillery is made to be captured," he said, "and I wanted to see them take yours." But that was after the 3rd stage ended 2 days later. Now the 2nd, the main effort, was just beginning, and there was a grim struggle, much of it hand-to-hand, before the contest reached the climactic point at which Forrest judged the time had come to go all out. Returning to the left, where he believed the resistance would be stiffest, he put an end to the 30-minute lull by starting Bell's advance up the Guntown Road. McMillan's 2nd Brigade was posted there, sturdy men from Indiana, Illinois, and Minnesota, who, winded though they were from their sprint to reach the field, not only broke the Gray attack but launched one of their own, throwing the Tennesseans into such confusion that Forrest had to dismount his escort troopers and lead them into the breach, firing pistols to stop what had the makings of disaster. Over on the right, Buford, too, was finding the enemy stubborn and had all he could do to keep up the pressure along his front. Finally, though, the pressure told. Orders came from Forrest, who fought this as he did all his battles by ear, that the time had come to hit 'em on the E-end. It was past 4 o'clock by now, and simultaneous attacks around the flanks and into the rear of the Union left and right made the whole blue line waver and cave in, first slowly, then with a rush. The retreat or rout began, in Forrest's words, or as Sturgis put it, order gave way to confusion and confusion to panic. Everywhere the army now drifted toward the rear and was soon altogether beyond control. Fleeing past the 2-story Bryce house at the crossroads, the fugitives sought shelter back up the road they had run down 4 hours ago to reach the battle that now was lost. But conditions there were in some ways worse than those in what had been the front, especially along the causeway through the Tishomingo Bottoms and on the railless bridge across the creek, the narrow spout of the funnel-shaped host of panicked men who, as Sturgis said, came crowding in like an avalanche from the battlefield. Morton's batteries had the range, and their execution was increased by the addition of 4 Federal guns captured with their ammunition. Presently, a wagon overturned on the high bridge, and others quickly piled up behind it, creating what a retreating colonel described as one indiscriminate mass of artillery, caissons, ambulances, and broken, disordered troops. Some escaped by leaping into the creek, swollen neck-deep by the rains, and wading to the opposite bank. But there was no safety there either. Though Sturgis had hoped to form a new line on the far side of the stream, the rebels were crossing so close in his rear that every attempt to make a stand only brought on a new stampede. The only thing that slowed the whooping graybacks was the sight of abandoned wagons loaded with what one hungry pursuer called fresh, crisp hardtack and nice thin-side bacon. They would pause for plunder, wolf it down, and then come on for more. This continued well past sundown to within 3 miles of last night's bivouac, where there was another and still worse stretch of miry road across one of the headwater prongs of the Hatchie River. It was night now, and the going was hard, one officer noted, in consequence of abandoned vehicles, drowned and dying horses and mules, and the depth of the mud. Despairing of getting what was left of his shipwrecked train through this morass, Sturgis went on to Stubbs' farm, where he was approached before midnight by Colonel Edward Boughton, whose Negro brigade had served as train guard during the battle and had therefore suffered less than the other 2 infantry commands had done. "General, for God's sake, don't let us give up so," he exclaimed. But Sturgis, quite unstrung, was at his wits' end. "What can we do?" he said, not really asking. Boughton wanted ammunition with which to hold Forrest in check on the far side of the bottoms while the remaining guns and wagons were being snaked across to more solid ground beyond. Sturgis was too far in despair, however, to consider this or any other proposal involving resistance. Besides, he had no ammunition to give. "For God's sake," he broke out, distraught by the events of this longest day in his life and the prospect of a sad birthday tomorrow, "if Mr. Forrest will let me alone, I will let him alone. You have done all you could and more than was expected. Now all you can do is to save yourselves." Mr. Forrest, as Sturgis so respectfully styled the man he had said a month ago was too great a plunderer to fight anything like an equal force, had no intention of letting him alone so long as there was profit to be gained from pressing the chase. Heaving the wreckage off the Tishomingo Bridge and into the creek, along with the dead and dying animals, he continued to crowd the rear of the retreating bluecoats. "Keep the skeer on 'em," he told his troopers, remounted now, and they did just that, past sunset and on into twilight and full night. Sturgis attempted the destruction of his wagons loaded with ammunition and bacon, Forrest would report, but so closely was he pursued that many of them were saved without injury, although the road was lighted for some distance. Furious at this incendiary treatment of property he considered his already, he came upon a group of his soldiers who had paused, still mounted, to watch the flames. "Don't you see the damned Yankees are burning my wagons?" he roared. "Get off your horses and throw the burning beds off." Much toasted hardtack and broiled bacon was saved that way until finally, sometime after 8 o'clock, it being dark and my men and horses requiring rest, they did indeed, having been on the go, marching and fighting for better than 16 hours, I threw out an advance to follow slowly and cautiously after the enemy and ordered the command to halt, feed, and rest. By 1 a.m. he had his troopers back in the saddle and hard on the equipment-littered trail. Within 2 hours they reached the Hatchie Bottoms, where they came upon the richest haul of all. Despite Boughton's plea, Sturgis had ordered everything movable to proceed that night to Stubbs' farm and beyond, abandoning what was left of his train, all his non-walking wounded, and another 14 guns, all that remained of the original 22, except for 4 small mountain howitzers that had seen no action anyhow. This brought Forrest's total acquisition to 18 guns, 176 wagons, 1,500 rifles, 300,000 rounds of small arms ammunition, and much else. He himself lost nothing, and though he had 492 killed and wounded in the battle, a figure larger in proportion than the 617 casualties he inflicted, his capture of more than 1,600 men on the retreat brought the Federal loss to 2,240, nearly 5 times his own. Many of the enemy, especially from Boughton's brigade, which had the misfortune to bring up the rear and suffered heavily in the process, were picked up here in the Hatchie Bottoms. A Tennessee sergeant later recalled the scene. Somewhere between midnight and day we came to a wide slough or creek bottom. It was miry and truly the slough of despair and despond to the Yanks. Their artillery and wagons, which had heretofore escaped capture, were now bogged down and had to be abandoned. This slough was near knee-deep in mud and water, with logs lying here and there. On top of every log were Yanks perched as close as they could be, for there were more Yanks than logs. They put him in mind of chickens at roost, he said, but added, "We who were in front were ordered to pay no attention to prisoners. Those in the rear would look after that." 4 miles short of Ripley at dawn, the pursuers came upon a rear-guard remnant, which Forrest said made only a feeble and ineffectual resistance. He drove its members back on the town, where they were reinforced and rallied briefly, only to scatter when attacked. From this place, Forrest's report continued, the enemy offered no organized resistance, but retreated in the most complete disorder, throwing away guns, clothing, and everything calculated to impede his flight. Beyond Ripley, he left the direct pursuit to Buford and swung onto a roundabout adjoining road with Bell's brigade, intending to cut the Federals off at Salem. But that was a miscalculation. Buford pressed them so hard the interception failed. The blue column cleared the hamlet before Forrest got there around sundown. He called off the chase at that point and turned back to scour the woods and brush for fugitives, gather up his spoils, and give his men and mounts some rest from their famous victory, which would be studied down the years in war colleges here and abroad, as an example of what a numerically inferior force could accomplish once it got what its commander called the bulge on an opponent, even one twice its size. There was no rest, though, for Sturgis and his men, who continued to flee in their ignorance that they were no longer pursued except by rumors of graybacks hovering on their flank. On we went and ever on, a weary colonel was to write, marching all that day and all that interminable second night, until 10:30 the next morning, when we reached Collierville and the railroad, reinforcements and supplies. We marched, without rest, without sleep, without food. At any rate, they made excellent time. The march down had taken more than a week, but the one back took only a night and a day and a night. In Collierville that morning, June 12th, Morgan's troopers were scattering from Cynthiana, 300 miles northeastward in Kentucky, to wait for the train that would take them on to the outskirts of Memphis, 17 miles away, was in some ways even harder than the 90-mile forced march had been. Relieved of a measure of their fright, they now knew in their bones how tired they were and how thoroughly they had been whipped. An Ohio regiment commander reported that in the course of their wait beside the railroad track, his troops became so stiffened as to require assistance to enable them to walk. Some of them, too footsore to stand upon their feet, crawled upon their hands and knees to the cars. Sturgis's hurts were mainly professional, being inflicted on his career. Back in Memphis, amid rumors that he had been drunk on the field, a conclusion apparently reached by way of the premise that no sober man could be so roundly trounced, he put the disaster in the best light he could manage. Winding up his official report with, "Regret that I find myself called upon to record a defeat," he added, "Yet there is some consolation in knowing that the army fought nobly while it did fight, and only yielded to overwhelming numbers." Just over 8,000 troops had been thrown into a rout and driven headlong for nearly 100 miles by just under 5,000. But he persisted in claiming, and even believing, so persuasive were Forrest's tactics, that the odds had been the other way around and longer. The strength of the enemy is variously estimated by my most intelligent officers at from 15,000 to 20,000 men. So he said, but vainly so far as concerned the salvation of his career. For him, the war ended at Bryce's crossroads. Despite the board's finding no substance in the charge that he had been drunk, either in battle or on the birthday retreat, Sturgis spent the rest of the conflict on the sidelines, awaiting orders that did not come. Disconsolate as he was, he only shared what those who had served under him were feeling. Though in time their aching muscles would find relief and their wounds would heal, the inward scars of their drubbing would remain. It is the fate of war that one or the other side should suffer defeat. A cavalry major who survived the battle was to write more than 20 years later. But here there was more. The men were cowed, and there pressed upon them a sense of bitter humiliation, which rankles after nearly a quarter of a century has passed. Sherman was disappointed, of course, but he was also inclined to give Sturgis credit for having achieved his chief object, which had been to hold Forrest there in Mississippi and keep him off our railroad. There was truth in a participating colonel's observation that the expedition had been sent out as a tub to Forrest's whale, and though the price turned out to be high, both in men and equipment, it was by no means exorbitant, considering the alternative. Learning that the raider had been in North Alabama, poised for a strike across the Tennessee River before Sturgis lured him back, the red-haired Ohioan wired the district commander instructions designed to discourage a return. You may send notice to Florence that if Forrest invades Tennessee from that direction, the town will be burned, and if it occurs, you will remove the inhabitants north of the Ohio River and burn the town, adding as if by afterthought, and Tuscumbia also. He would send both places up in smoke, along with much else, if it would help to keep that devil Forrest off his lifeline. But that was only an interim deterrent. He had it in mind to follow through as soon as possible with a second expedition into northern Mississippi, stronger and better led to profit by the shortcomings of the first. Forrest is the very devil, he declared, and I think has got some of our troops under cover. He proposed to correct this in short order. A.J. Smith's 3 divisions were on their way back from service up Red River with Banks, hard-handed veterans whose commanders had been closely observed by Sherman in the course of the fighting last year around Vicksburg. He had intended either to bring them to Georgia as reinforcements or else to send them against Mobile. But now, he notified Washington, he had what he considered a better, or in any case a more urgent, use for them. I will order them to make up a force and go out and follow Forrest to the death if it costs 10,000 lives and breaks the treasury. There will never be peace in Tennessee till Forrest is dead. Up in Washington, news of Morgan's defeat was about as welcome as that of Forrest's victory was irksome, although neither of these sideshows of the main event provided much more than a brief diversion from the prevalent fret over Grant and Sherman. What their progress against Lee and Johnston meant, if anything, and above all, what it was costing them in casualties per mile. These two, between them, would win or lose, if not the war, then in any event the election in November, which perhaps was the same thing. The Democrats would convene in August to nominate a candidate who would run on the issue of ending the conflict by declaring peace, whatever accommodations might be required by their late fellow countrymen down south, and it was generally agreed that the Republicans could not survive a prolongation of the bloody 3-year stalemate through the 5 months between now and the election. Lincoln had declared himself only a passenger on the juggernaut of war, but his hand was still on the tiller of the ship of state, and he intended to keep it there if he could. Public attention was mainly fixed on the fighting in Virginia, where the casualties had been awesome from the start, and he tried to offset the civilian reaction by stressing his admiration for Grant's refusal to be distracted by the bloodshed and by recommending that his listeners do likewise. "I think, without knowing the particulars of the plans of General Grant, that what has been accomplished is of more importance than at first appears," he told a crowd that came to serenade him on hearing that the Army of the Potomac had resumed its southward march after 2 days of cataclysmic battle in the wilderness. "I believe I know, and am especially grateful to know, that General Grant has not been jostled in his purposes, that he has made all his points, and today he is on his line as he purposed before he moved. I commend you to keep yourselves in the same tranquil mood that is characteristic of that brave and loyal man." Tranquility was easier to prescribe than to attain. Hemmed in as he was by cares from all directions, including the importunities of incessant office-seekers, "Too many pigs for the tits," he said wryly. Lincoln found the sight of the wounded, returning in their thousands from where he had sent them to get hit, a heavy burden on his spirit. "Look yonder at those poor fellows," he said one day when a long line of ambulances creaked past his halted carriage. "I cannot bear it. This suffering, this loss of life is dreadful." It was during this dark time that a White House visitor watched him pace the dawn-gray corridors in his nightshirt and long wrapper, hands clasped behind his back, head bent low, and with black rings under his eyes from loss of sleep. By no means all the strain was of a purely military nature. While it was true that some events which normally would have awakened a sharp sense of national loss were muted by the uproar of the guns, the death of Nathaniel Hawthorne, for example, was barely noted amid the excitement over Grant's shift from Spotsylvania to the North Anna. Others were so closely tied to the conflict that they stood out in stark relief against its glare. One was the so-called gold hoax perpetrated on May 18th, the day before Hawthorne died, by Joseph Howard, the journalist who 3 years ago had written of Lincoln's furtive passage through Baltimore in a Scotch cap and long military cloak to avoid assassination on the way to his inauguration. At 4 a.m. that morning, Howard distributed anonymously to all the New York papers a bogus proclamation, complete with the forged signature of the president, fixing May 26th as a day of fasting, humiliation, and prayer, and calling for an additional draft of 400,000 men required by the situation in Virginia, the disaster at Red River, the delay at Charleston, and the general state of the country. Defeat, it seemed from the doleful tone of the document, was just around the corner. Only 2 papers, the New York World and the Journal of Commerce, were on the street with the story before the forgery was detected. Bulletins of denial promptly quashed its effect on the gold market, defeating the scheme. With Lincoln's approval, Stanton moved swiftly in reprisal, padlocking the offices of both papers and clapping their editors into military arrest, along with Howard, who was soon sniffed out. Within 3 days, the editors were released and their papers resumed publication. Even Howard was freed within about 3 months on the plea that he was the only spotted child of a large family and had been guilty of nothing worse than the hope of making some money. No real harm was done, except to increase the public's impression of Stanton, and inferentially his chief, as a tyrant, an enemy of free speech and the press. One witness declared, however, that the affair angered Lincoln more than almost any other occurrence of the war period. His ire was aroused in part by the fact that the country's reaction to the bogus proclamation obliged him to defer issuing an order he had prepared only the day before, calling, in far less doleful words, for the draft of 300,000 additional troops. They were likely to be needed sooner, not later, at the rate men were falling in Grant's attempt to overrun Lee and Sherman's to outflank Johnston. And on top of these losses, before the month was out, there occurred a hemispheric provocation that seemed likely to bring on a second war, this one with a foreign power, France. Following up his occupation of Mexico City a year ago, purportedly to collect a national debt, Napoleon III landed his puppet Maximilian, whom he had persuaded to assume the title of Emperor of Mexico, at Veracruz, May 28th. The Austrian Archduke and his wife Charlotte were on their way to the capital, where they would reign over an empire designed to stand, with the help of still more French soldiers than the 35,000 already sent, as a bulwark against Anglo-Saxon expansion in Central and South America. This continued defiance of the Monroe Doctrine was hard for Lincoln to abide, but not so hard that he did not manage to do so, deferring action until he could afford to give it his full attention, preferably with a reunited country at his back. One war at a time was as much his policy now as it had been on the occasion of his near confrontation with England over the Trent affair more than 2 years ago. Besides, a domestic concern of a far more urgent nature than any posed by the latter-day Napoleon, specifically the double-barreled problem of getting renominated and re-elected, was hard upon him at the time. 3 days after Maximilian stepped ashore at Veracruz, the radicals of Lincoln's own party, aware that they lacked the strength to dominate the regular Republican convention at Baltimore on June 7th, called a convention of their own in Cleveland on May 31st, 1 week earlier, and by acclamation nominated John C. Fremont as their candidate for president in the November election. For some time, Jacobinic disaffection had been growing, especially among New England abolitionists and German-born extremists in Missouri, who resented Lincoln's manifest tendency toward temporary expedients and complained bitterly that he had words for the ultras and acts for the more conservative. Now their opposition had taken this form. They were out in the open, determined to bring him down. Fremont, the party's first presidential candidate in 1856, he had polled a respectable 1,300,000 votes as compared to James Buchanan's 1,800,000, accepted the nomination with a view to prevent the misfortune of Lincoln's re-election, which he said would be fatal to the country. Glad to be back in the public eye after nearly 2 years of promoting railroads in New York State, the Pathfinder looked forward to a vigorous campaign. The trouble was that his most influential backers had to avoid giving him open support, for fear of committing political suicide, and this had been evident at the convention in Ohio, which one critic described as a magnificent fizzle, attended mainly by disappointed contractors, sorehead governors, and copperheads. Thousands had been expected, but only about 400 showed up. Informed of this, Lincoln reached for the Bible on his desk, thumbed briefly through 1 Samuel until he found what he was seeking, then read it out. And everyone that was in distress, and everyone that was in debt, and everyone that was discontented, gathered themselves unto him, and he became a captain over them. And there were with him about 400 men. A joke had its uses, particularly as therapy for a spirit as gloomy by nature as this one. But the million-odd votes Fremont might poll in November were no laughing matter. Before then, there would probably be ways to lure the Jacobins back into the fold. Some piece of radical legislation hanging fire in Congress for lack of executive pressure, say, could be put through, or the scalp of some administration stalwart they had singled out as an enemy could be yielded up. Meantime, however, the thing to do, if possible, was to solidify what was left of the party and broaden its base to attract outsiders, meaning those hard war Democrats who would be repelled by the peace plank their leaders were sure to include in the platform at their Chicago convention in late August, nearly 3 months after the Republicans gathered next week in Baltimore. Lincoln, of course, did not attend, despite the proximity to Washington, nor did David Davis, his manager at the convention 4 years ago, and now a Supreme Court justice. Not since Andrew Jackson's re-election 32 years ago had any man been chosen to serve a second term as president, although several had tried and failed to get renominated, and Van Buren had even succeeded only to be defeated at the polls. But Davis foresaw no difficulty requiring his considerable talent for maneuver, so far as the place at the top of the ticket was concerned, and he was right. There was no real opposition, only some wistful talk about the salutary one-term principle, and no trouble. On the first ballot, Missouri's delegates rocked the boat a bit by casting their 22 votes for Grant, but switched when all the other 484 went to Lincoln, whose nomination thus was made unanimous. This done, the convention was free to turn to the business of solidification and broadening, which could be done, at least in part, so it was hoped, by the selection of the right man to replace Vice President Hannibal Hamlin, who not only lacked luster but also had sided with the radicals on most of the whipsaw issues before Congress. A beginning had been made in this regard, first by changing the name of the party to National Union, which helped to reduce the onus of sectionalism, and then by adopting a platform that had, as one observer put it, a radical flavor but no radical planks. Appealing for unity and continuing the national effort to put down the rebellion, it called for the extirpation of slavery as the root cause of the war, promised to visit upon all rebels and traitors the punishment due to their crimes, thanked soldiers and civilians alike for their sacrifices over the past 3 years, and wound up by favoring the encouragement of immigration and the construction of a transcontinental railroad. Now came the vice presidential nomination, and though Lincoln kept aloof from the contest, not wanting to anger the friends of disappointed candidates, convention must judge for itself. He endorsed a letter requesting a statement of his wishes as to the contest for second place on the ticket. He had confidants on the scene, including his secretary Nicolay and Henry J. Raymond, editor of the friendly New York Times and chairman of the Platform Committee. When Raymond saw to it that the name of Andrew Johnston, former senator and now military governor of Tennessee, was presented at a critical juncture, scarcely anyone failed to see that here was the best possible way of strengthening the ticket by giving simultaneous recognition to the claims of loyal men from the South, especially the border states, as well as to war Democrats all across the land. Johnston was both, and with an outburst of enthusiasm so vociferous that one delegate later testified that he involuntarily looked up to see if the roof were lifted, his nomination, too, was made unanimous. Lincoln learned informally of the outcome that afternoon when he happened to walk over to the War Department and was congratulated as he entered the telegraph office. "What? Am I renominated?" he exclaimed, smiling. And when the operator showed him a confirming telegram, his first thought was of his wife. "Send it over to the madam. She will be more interested than I am." He perhaps wanted to brace her for things to come, and they were not long in coming. Next day, the New York World, back on the streets after being shut down for its unwitting share in the gold hoax 3 weeks ago, served notice that this was to be the bitterest of campaigns. Commenting on the nominations of Lincoln and Johnston, who, like his running mate, was a self-made man, having started out as a tailor before he studied law and entered politics, the World clucked its tongue over the come-down the national tone had suffered with the selection by the opposition party of this ungracious pair of candidates for the 2 most honored posts in all the land. "The age of statesmen is gone," the lead editorial lamented. "The age of rail-splitters and tailors, of buffoons, boors, and fanatics has succeeded. In a crisis of the most appalling magnitude, requiring statesmanship of the highest order, the country is asked to consider the claims of 2 ignorant, boorish, third-rate backwoods lawyers for the highest situations in the government. Such nominations in such a conjecture are an insult to the common sense of the people. God save the Republic." Lincoln hoped God would, but he was modest in his judgment of why he had been chosen to compete again for the task of serving as God's chief helper in the search for that salvation. "I do not allow myself to suppose that the delegates have concluded to decide that I am either the greatest or best man in America," he replied to formal congratulations which presently followed. "But rather they have concluded it is not best to swap horses while crossing the river, and have further concluded that I am not so poor a horse that they might not make a botch of it in trying to swap. Renomination was only the first and much the lower of the two formal hurdles to be cleared if he was to retain his post. The second was re-election, and that would be a far more difficult matter, requiring not only a great deal of skill in maneuvering his way along the thorny path of politics, skill, that is, such as he had just shown while skimming the first hurdle, but also a great deal of ability on the part of his hand-picked commanders in the field. In short, they would have to convince the public that he and they could win the war. Otherwise, neither he nor the war would continue. Up to now, whatever admiration he might express for their refusal to be jostled, their progress had been made at a price the voters were likely to find excessive, particularly if they were obliged to continue paying it over the course of the next 5 months. Even as the delegates converged on Baltimore, Grant was engaged in the grisly and belated task of burying his dead at Cold Harbor, a position McClellan had reached 2 years ago, the opposition press was pointing out, with the loss of less than a tenth as many soldiers. And Sherman, after his fruitless roundhouse swing through Dallas, was just getting back astride the railroad at Big Shanty, having also suffered checks about as abrupt, though not as bloody, along the way at New Hope Church and Pickett's Mill. As a result, in his continuing attempt to bolster national morale, Lincoln was reduced to the necessity of making what he could of such minor victories as Cynthiana, which at least disposed of John Morgan for a season, more or less. That was on the Sunday ending the week of the Republican Convention. And 1 week later there occurred another sideshow triumph which more or less disposed of another Confederate raider, one even more famous, or infamous, than Morgan. Sunday, June 12th. USS Kearsarge, a 1,000-ton sloop named for one of New Hampshire's rugged mountains, was anchored off the Dutch coast in the mouth of the River Scheldt near Flushing, when her skipper, Captain John A. Winslow, received word from his government's minister in Paris that the Confederate cruiser Alabama, which had eluded him throughout a year-long search of European waters, had steamed into Cherbourg the day before to discharge prisoners, take on coal, and perhaps refit. If he hurried, the telegram said, she might still be there when he arrived. Winslow hurried. Firing a gun to recall his men on shore, he had the Kearsarge underway within 2 hours. 2 days later, he entered Cherbourg Harbor, 300 miles to the west, and there, lying at anchor in the roads, was the rebel vessel, just as he had prayed she would be. He stopped engines and lay to, looking her over and being in turn looked over, which done, he left to assume a position in the English Channel, beyond the 3-mile limit required by international law, for intercepting her when she ventured out. He took precautions against a sudden night attack, knowing the enemy to be tricky, but his principal fear was that the raider might slip past him in the dark, and thus avoid the fate he had in mind for her. He need not have worried on that score, he discovered next day when the American vice consul sent him a message just received from the skipper of the Alabama. My intention is to fight the Kearsarge as soon as I can make the necessary arrangements. I hope these will not detain me more than until tomorrow evening, or after the morrow morning at furthest. I beg she will not depart before I am ready to go out. I have the honor to be, respectfully, your obedient servant, Raphael Semmes, Captain. Winslow made no reply to this except to maintain station beyond the breakwater, which, after all, was answer enough, and spared him, moreover, the loss of dignity involved in exchanging cards, as it were, with a pirate, who by now had captured, burned, or ransomed 83 U.S. merchant vessels worth more than $5 million, and sunk the heavier gunboat Hatteras in short order. Raphael Semmes, for his part, gave all his attention to trimming ship, drilling his gun crews, and otherwise preparing to meet the challenge extended by the Kearsarge when she steamed into the harbor, looked him over from stem to stern, then turned with the same cool insolence and steamed back out again to await his response, if any, to the insult. "The combat will no doubt be contested and obstinate," he wrote in his journal that night, "but the two ships are so evenly matched that I do not feel at liberty to decline it. God defend the right, and have mercy upon the souls of those who fall, as many of us must." Fame aside, for Winslow had none whatever, and the Kearsarge had never been within gunshot of a foe, whereas Semmes and the Alabama were better known around the world than any other sailor or vessel afloat, the two warships and their captains were indeed quite evenly matched. Messmates for a time in the Mexican War, both men were Southern-born, the Confederate in Maryland, Winslow farther south in North Carolina. Semmes was 55, his opponent less than 2 years younger, and both had close to 40 years of naval service, having received appointments as midshipmen in their middle teens. Alike as they were in their histories up to the outbreak of the current war, they were altogether different in looks. Winslow, going blind in his right eye, was rather heavy-set and balding, with a compensating ruff of gray-shot whiskers round his jaw, while Semmes was tall and slender, with a full head of hair, a tuft of beard at his lower lip, and a fantastical mustache twisted to needle points beyond the outline of his face. Old Beeswax, his men called him. Conversely, it was not in their histories, which were about as mutually different as could be, but in their physical attributes that the two ships were alike. Both were three-masted and steam-propelled, just over 200 feet in length and 1,000 tons in weight. Kearsarge had a complement of 163, Alabama about a dozen less. The Federal carried 7 guns, the Confederate 8, though this implied advantage was deceptive, mainly because of a pair of 11-inch Dahlgrens mounted on pivots along the center line of the Kearsarge, which, combined with the 32-pounders on each flank, enabled her to throw a 365-pound broadside, port or starboard. Alabama's heaviest guns were an 8-inch smoothbore and a 7-inch Blakely rifle, also pivot-mounted, so that in combination with 3 32-pounders on each flank, her broadside came to 264 pounds, 100 less than her adversaries'. 2 other disadvantages she had, both possibly dire. One was the state of her ammunition, which had not been replenished since she was commissioned nearly 2 years ago. Percussion caps had lately been failing to explode the shells, whose powder had been weakened by exposure to various climates on most of the 7 seas. The other disadvantage had to do with the vessel's maneuverability and speed. Entering Cherbourg Harbor, Semmes declared she was like the weary foxhound limping back after a long chase, footsore and longing for quiet and repose. He had intended to put her in dry dock and give all aboard a 2-month holiday. Her bottom, badly fouled, needed scraping and recoppering, and her boilers had begun to leak at the seams. Kearsarge, on the other hand, though 9 months older, had been refitted only 3 months ago and was in trim shape for the contest. Semmes, however, had confidence in his crew, which he affectionately referred to as a precious set of rascals. His Blakely rifle, which not only had more range but also provided greater accuracy than did Winslow's outsized Dahlgrens, and his luck, which had never failed him yet. Concern for this last, but by no means least of the things in which he put his trust, caused him to defer the promised action 3 days beyond the morrow morning at furthest, he had fixed in his Wednesday note, begging Winslow not to depart. He wanted to fight on Sunday, considering that his lucky day. It was a Sunday when he ran the Sumter, his first raider, past the Union Gauntlet below New Orleans, out of the mouth of the Mississippi and into the Gulf of Mexico, to begin his career as the scourge of Yankee commerce. A Sunday off the Azores back in August '62 when he christened the Alabama, and a Sunday when he sank the Hatteras, as well as many of the other prizes he had taken in the course of the past 3 years. His crew found the waiting hard, being anxious for the duel and the shore leave that would follow, but Semmes and his officers kept them busy. They cleaned and oiled the guns and other weapons, including cutlasses and pikes, sorted powder and shot from the magazines and laid them out in relays, took down the light spars, disposed of top hamper, and stoppered the standing rigging. They polished brasswork and holystoned the decks as for a ball, and while they worked, they roared out a shanty a British seaman composed for the occasion. "We're homeward bound, and soon shall stand on English ground. But ere that English land we see, we first must fight the Kearsarge." Such work continued through Saturday, June 18th, when Semmes, aware that the issue of combat is always uncertain, put ashore 4 sacks containing 4,700 gold sovereigns. The ransom bonds of 10 ships he had released for lack of space for their crews aboard the Alabama, and the large collection of chronometers taken from his victims, which he periodically wound by way of keeping tally or counting coup. After notifying the port authorities that he would be steaming out next morning, he went ashore for Mass, then came back and turned in early as an example for his officers and men, who did so too, despite many invitations to dine that night in Cherbourg with admirers. Sunday dawned bright and nearly cloudless, cool for June, with a calm sea and a mild westerly breeze to clear the battle smoke away. After a leisurely breakfast, the crew weighed anchor at 9:45 and headed out, cheered by crowds along the mole and in the upper windows of houses affording a view of the channel and the Kearsarge, still on station beyond the breakwater. News of the impending duel had been in all the papers for the past 3 days, and excursion trains had brought so many spectators from Paris and other cities that there was no room left in the hotels. Many sportsman excursionists had slept on the docks, as if at the entrance to a stadium on the night before a game between arch-rivals. They fluttered handkerchiefs and cheered, some waving small Confederate flags hawked by vendors along with spyglasses and camp stools. "Vive les Confédérats!" they cried, looking down at the trim and polished raider, all of whose sailors were dressed in their Sunday best except the gun crews, who were stripped to the waist like athletes indeed, and stood about on decks that had been sanded to keep them from slipping in their blood when the contest opened. "Vive les Confédérats!" the crowd shrilled, flourishing its home team pennants triumphantly when the Kearsarge, seeing the Alabama emerge from around the western end of the breakwater, turned suddenly and steamed away northeastward as if in unpremeditated flight. Semmes knew better, knew indeed that this maneuver signified that his adversary meant to give him the fight to a finish he was seeking. Engaged in reading the Sunday service when a yardarm watchman sang out the warning, "She's coming out and she's headed straight for us," Winslow closed the prayer book, ordered the drum to beat to quarters, and brought his ship about in a run for bluer water, his intention being to lure the rebel well beyond the 3-mile limit, inside which she could take sanctuary in case she was disabled. This applied as well to the Kearsarge, of course, but Winslow was thinking of punishment he would inflict rather than of damage he might suffer. His aim was not just to cripple, but to kill. The warning had been given at 10:20. At 10:40, some 7 miles out, he once more came about and bore down on the Alabama, just over 2 miles away, wanting to bring his 2 big Dahlgrens within range of his adversary. Semmes held his course, closing fast. Resplendent in a new gray uniform, long-skirted and with a triple row of bright brass buttons down the breast, epaulets and polished sword making 3 fierce glints of sunlight, he had had all hands piped aft as soon as he cleared the breakwater, then mounted a gun carriage to deliver his first speech since setting out from the Azores. "Officers and seamen of the Alabama," he declaimed, pale but calm behind the fantastical mustache whose spike tips quivered as he spoke. You have at length another opportunity of meeting the enemy, the first that has been presented to you since you sank the Hatteras. The name of your ship has become a household word wherever civilization extends. Shall that name be tarnished by defeat? The thing is impossible. Remember that you are in the English Channel, the theater of so much of the naval glory of our race, and that the eyes of all Europe are at this moment upon you. The flag that floats over you is that of a young republic who bids defiance to her enemies, whenever and wherever found. Show the world that you know how to uphold it. Go to your quarters." Having said as much, he set the example, while the crew still cheered, by taking station on the horse block abreast the mizzenmast, a vantage point from which he could see and be seen by the enemy throughout the fight to come. Watch in hand, he waited until there was barely a mile between the two ships bearing down on each other, then at 10:57 turned to his executive, Lieutenant John Kell, a 6'2" Georgian who, like himself, was a veteran of the Old Navy. "Are you ready, Mr. Kell?" Kell said he was. "Then you may open fire at once, sir." The Blakely roared. Its 100-pound shell raised a sudden geyser well short of the target, and was followed within 2 minutes by another, which, overcorrected, went screaming through the Federals' rigging. By now the other guns had joined, but their shots too were high, fired without proper calculation of the reduction of space between the rapidly closing vessels. Not until the range was down to half a mile did Winslow return fire, sheering to bring his starboard battery to bear. All the shots fell short, but Semmes had to port his helm sharply to keep from being raked astern. He succeeded, though at the cost of having Kearsarge close the range. As the Confederates swung back to starboard, Winslow followed suit, and the two warships began to describe a circle, steaming clockwise around a common center, and firing at each other across the half-mile diameter. Alabama drew first blood with a shell that exploded on the Union quarterdeck and knocked out 3 of the after Dahlgren's crew. Then came what Semmes had prayed for ashore at church last night. A shell from the Blakely struck and lodged itself in the stern post of the Kearsarge. But as he watched through his telescope, awaiting the explosion that would signal the end of the enemy vessel, "Splendid, splendid!" he exclaimed from his perch on the horse block. The long moment passed with no sign of smoke or flame in that vital spot. The projectile, a dud, accomplished nothing except to make the helmsman's job a little harder by binding the rudder, which was already set to starboard anyhow. Alabama's gunners kept hard at it, firing fast while straining for another luckier hit. Winslow's gunnery was methodical by contrast and a good deal more effective. He would get off a total of 173 shots in the course of the engagement, only about half as many as Semmes, but the accuracy in both cases, a tally of hits and misses would show, was in inverse ratio to the rate of fire. As the two sloops continued their wheeling fight, churning along in one another's wake, a 3-knot current bore them westward so that they described a series of overlapping circles, each a little tighter than the one before, with the result that the range was constantly shortened, from half a mile on the first circle down to little more than a quarter mile on the 7th, which turned out to be the last. From the outset, once the Blue Crews got on target, the damage inflicted by the 11-inchers was prodigious. Alabama was repeatedly hit and hulled by the 135.5-pound shells aimed at her waterline by the Dahlgrens, in accordance with Winslow's orders, while the 32-pounders swept her decks. The combined effect was devastating, as, for example, when a projectile breached the 8-inch smoothbore's port, disemboweling the first man it struck, then plunging on to mangle 18 others when it blew. Survivors and replacements cleared away the wounded and heaved the corpses overboard, but resumption of fire had to wait for a shovel to be used to scrape up the slippery gobs of flesh and splinters of bone. Only then, with the deck resanded, could the crew secure a proper footing for its work. Meantime, Semmes had seen the most discouraging thing he had encountered since the shot lodged in the enemy sternpost failed to explode. Observing that shells of all sizes were bouncing ineffectively off the Federals' sides like so many tennis balls, he told Kell to switch to solids for better penetration. Yet these too either splintered or rebounded, and it was not until after the battle that he found out that the cause lay in anything more than the weakened condition of his powder. Kearsarge was armored along her midriff with 120 fathoms of sheet chain, suspended from her scuppers to below her waterline, bolted down and boxed out of sight with 1-inch planking. Indignant at the belated disclosure that his adversary was ironclad, Semmes protested that this violation of the code duello had produced an unfair fight. It was the same thing as if two men were to go out and fight a duel, and one of them, unknown to the other, were to put on a suit of mail under his outer garment. However true or false the analogy, and old Beeswax, one of the trickiest skippers ever to prowl the sea lanes, was scarcely in a position to protest the use of a stratagem that had been common in all navies ever since Farragut employed it more than 2 years ago to run past the forts below New Orleans. The Alabama, with all her timbers aquiver from the pounding being inflicted by the Kearsarge, was clearly nearing the end of her career. Semmes, nicked in the right hand by a fragment of shell as the raider went into her 7th circle, had a quartermaster bind up the wound and rig a sling, never leaving his perch on the horse block. From there he could see better than anyone the damage being done his ship and the ineffectiveness of his return fire. This 7th circle must be the last. The only course left was to attempt a run for safety. Accordingly, he told the exec, "Mr. Kell, as soon as our head points to the French coast in our circuit of action, shift your guns to port and make all sail for the coast." Kell tried, but Winslow quickly interposed the Kearsarge, slamming in shots from dead ahead and at a shorter range than ever. At this point, the Alabama's chief engineer came topside to report that his fires were being flooded by rising water from holes the Dahlgrens were blasting in the hull. "Go below, Mr. Kell," Semmes said grimly, "and see how long the ship can float." The Georgian went, and on his way through the wardroom saw a sight he would never forget. Assistant Surgeon David Llewellyn, a Briton and the only non-Southerner among the 24 officers aboard, stood poised alongside where his operating table and patient had been until an 11-inch solid crashed through the adjoining bulkhead, snatching table, wounded seaman, and all his instruments from under the ministering hand of the doctor, who stood there abruptly alone with a dazed expression of horror and disbelief. Kell continued down to the engine room, where he saw through the steam from her drowned fires that the ship could scarcely remain afloat another 10 minutes. He picked his way back up through the wreckage and past the still-dazed surgeon to report to the captain that the Alabama's ordeal was nearly over. "Then, sir," Semmes replied, "cease firing, shorten sail, and haul down the colors. It will never do in this 19th century for us to go down and the decks covered with our gallant wounded." Across the water, less than 500 yards away, Winslow saw the rebel flag come down, but being, as he later explained, uncertain whether Captain Semmes was using some ruse, called out to his gun crews, "He's playing a trick on us. Give him another broadside." They did just that, adding to the carnage on Alabama's bloody, ripped-up decks with every gun that could be brought to bear. Whereupon a white flag was run up from the stern. "Cease firing," Winslow cried at last. Through his telescope, he observed on board the sinking raider a pantomime that called up within him in rapid sequence mixed emotions of pity, mistrust, sympathy, and resentment. Settling fast, with only a thread of smoke from her riddled stack, the Alabama had lost headway. Semmes, though still on his horse block, obviously had given the order to abandon ship. While some of the crew milled about in confusion, engaging Winslow's pity by their plight, which, after all, might have been his own if the 100-pound shell lodged in his stern post had not turned out to be a dud, others aroused his mistrust by piling into a dinghy and shoving off, apparently in an attempt to avoid capture. This was disproved, however, when the dinghy made for the Kearsarge, and he saw, when it came within hailing distance, that it was filled with wounded men, including a master's mate who shouted up a request that boats be sent to rescue survivors gone over the side and thrashing about in the water. Winslow had only 2 boats not smashed in the course of the fight, but he ordered them lowered without further delay and gave permission, moreover, for the rebel dinghy to be used as well once the wounded had been unloaded. Obviously, though, these 3 small boats would not hold all the men in the water, so he called through his speaking trumpet to a nearby English pleasure yacht, whose owner had sailed out of Cherbourg that morning for a close-up view of the duel. "For God's sake, do what you can to save them." The yacht responded promptly, and as she did so, Winslow turned his telescope back to the final scene of the tableau being enacted on Alabama's canted deck. The rebel skipper by now had descended from his perch, and he and another officer, a large, heavily bearded man, John Kell, began to undress for their leap into the channel. The big man stripped to his underwear, but Semmes, apparently mindful of his dignity, retained his trousers and waistcoat. He seemed to part reluctantly with his sword. After unbuckling it rather awkwardly with his unhurt left hand, he held it above his head for a long moment, flashing brightly in the noonday sunlight, before he did the thing that brought Winslow's resentment to a boil. He flung it whirling and glinting into the sea, thereby making impossible the ceremony of handing it over to his vanquisher. Winslow could scarcely expect him to bring it along while he swam one-handed across 400 yards of choppy water to the Kearsarge to surrender, but it seemed to the Federal captain that his adversary took a spiteful pleasure in this gesture which deprived him of a customary right. Semmes followed Kell and his sword into the channel, and the 2 men struck out as best they could, the former clutching a life-preserver, the latter a wooden grating to avoid the suction that might pull them under when the Alabama sank. She was filling fast now, air gurgling, hissing, chuckling under her punctured decks, while the sea poured in through rents in her hull. Her stern awash, her prow was lifting, and suddenly it rose higher as her guns, still hot from battle, tore loose from their lashings and slid aft. The breeze freshening, she recovered a little headway with her sails, and as she moved, she left behind her a broad ribbon of flotsam, broken spars and bodies, bits of tackle and other gear. 50 yards off, Semmes turned to watch her die. Backward she went, beginning her long downward slide, anchors swinging wildly in the air below her bow. The main topmast, split by a solid in the fight, went by the board when she paused, nearly vertical. Then she was gone, the channel boiling greenly for a time to mark the place where she had been. It was 12:24, just under 90 minutes since she fired her first shot at the Kearsarge. For all his grief, Semmes was glad in at least one sense that she was on the 40-fathom bottom with his sword. A noble Roman once stabbed his daughter rather than she should be polluted by the foul embrace of a tyrant, he later wrote. It was with a similar feeling that Kell and I saw the Alabama go down. We had buried her as we had christened her, and she was safe from the polluting touch of the hated Yankee. By now, the trim British yacht Deerhound, whose captain-owner, John Lancaster, a wealthy industrialist on vacation with his family, had her built up the Clyde by the Lairds 2 years ago, at the same time they were at work on the sloop that became the Alabama, was within reach of the crewmen bobbing amid the whitecaps. She lowered her boats and began fishing them out, including Semmes and Kell and Marine Lieutenant Beckett Howell, Verena Davis's younger brother, but not Dr. Llewellyn. A non-swimmer, he had drowned. 42 men were saved in all by the Deerhound in response to Winslow's plea, another dozen by the captains of 2 French pilot boats who needed no urging, while 70 more were taken and made captive aboard the Kearsarge. Semmes himself might have been among these last, except for Kell's quick thinking. Exhausted, the Confederate skipper was laid as if dead on the stern sheets of one of Deerhound's boats when the Kearsarge cutter came alongside. "Have you seen Captain Semmes?" a blue-clad officer asked sharply. Kell, who had put on a Deerhound crewman's cap and taken an oar to complete the disguise, had a ready answer. "Captain Semmes is drowned," he said, to the Federals' apparent satisfaction. Aboard the yacht, after the shipwrecked men had been given hot coffee and shots of rum to counter the chill and exhaustion, Lancaster put the question, "Where shall I land you?" This time it was Semmes who had the answer that meant salvation. "I am now under English colors," he said, "and the sooner you put me with my officers and men on English soil, the better." Well before nightfall, the Deerhound put in at Southampton, where news of the battle having preceded them, Semmes and his men were given a welcome as hearty as if they had won. "A set of first-rate fellows," the London Times pronounced them. As soon as he had rested from his ordeal, the Maryland-born Alabamian used the gold left at Cherbourg to pay off the survivors and send allotments to the nearest kin of the 9 men killed in action and 12 drowned. He was banqueted by admirers, including officers of the Royal Navy, who united to present him with an elegant gold-mounted sword, engraved along the blade to signify that it was a replacement for the one he had flung into the Channel after his engagement off Cherbourg with a chain-plated ship of superior power, armament, and crew. However, when Confederate officials tendered him a new command with which to continue the record begun aboard the Sumter, he declined, needing time to absorb the shock of his impossible defeat. Though he was promoted to Rear Admiral and eventually made his way, via Cuba and Mexico, back to the Confederacy, none of whose ports the Alabama ever touched, he had done all he would do afloat. Other raiders would continue to strike at Yankee shipping around the globe, but not Raphael Semmes. "I considered my career upon the high seas closed by the loss of my ship," he later explained. As for Winslow, he too was being lionized by now as the man who had abolished in single combat the myth that the Alabama was invincible. After clearing his decks and assembling the crew for Thanksgiving prayers, which helped to ease his dudgeon at having seen the British yachtsman make off with his prize of prizes, Semmes, he steamed into Cherbourg, flags aflutter from every mast of the Kearsarge, and was promptly surrounded by boatloads of people out to greet the ship whose victorious crew had somehow been transformed into the home team. Her casualties were limited to the 3 men hit early in the duel, one of whom died a few days later. Alabama's came to 43, just under half of them drowned or killed in action. Once he had paroled his prisoners and patched up superficial damage, Winslow went to Paris to consult a specialist about his failing eye, only to learn that he had waited too long for treatment to be of any use. A victory banquet tendered by patriotic fellow countrymen in the French capital helped to dispel the medical gloom of the occasion, and a letter from Gideon Welles was even more effective in that regard. "I congratulate you," the secretary wrote, "on your good fortune in meeting the Alabama, which had so long avoided the fastest ships and some of the most vigilant and intelligent officers of the service, and for the ability displayed in the contest you have the thanks of the department. The battle was so brief, the victory so decisive, and the comparative results so striking that the country will be reminded of the brilliant actions of our infant navy, which have been repeated and illustrated in the engagement." Presently, this was followed, upon the President's recommendation, by a vote of thanks from Congress and a promotion to date from June 19th. Commodore Winslow returned to the United States by the end of the year, and while the Kearsarge was being refitted in the Boston Navy Yard, carpenters removed a section of her stern post, still with the 100-pound dud embedded in the oak, and boxed it for shipment to Washington, the commander-in-chief having expressed a desire to see for himself what a close call the ship and all aboard had had on that famous Sunday, 6 miles out in the English Channel, when she sank the Alabama. Lincoln was indeed glad to learn that the most famed of rebel raiders had been struck from the list of woes to be endured until the war had run its course. Lately, though, he had begun to perceive that while striving to keep up national morale, he would also have to deal with national impatience, which mounted with every indication, true or false, that the end might not be far off. Earlier that week, on June 14th, the day Bishop Polk was cannon-sniped on Pine Top and Grant began crossing the James, he had confessed to a friendly newsman that the country's tendency to expect too much at once was for him a matter of considerable private anxiety. "I wish when you write or speak to people you would do all you can to correct the impression that the war in Virginia will end right off and victoriously. As God is my judge, I shall be satisfied if we are over with the fight in Virginia within a year. I hope we shall be happily disappointed, as the saying is, but I'm afraid not. I am afraid not." This was something new, this concern lest the public in its ebullience demand an end to the war before it was won, and Lincoln bore down to counteract it 2 days later, 9 days after his renomination, when he went to attend and address a sanitary fair in Philadelphia. It is a pertinent question often asked in the mind privately and from one to the other, when is the war to end? Surely I feel as deep an interest in this question as anyone can, but I do not wish to name a day or month or a year when it is to end. I do not wish to run any risk of seeing the time come without our being ready for the end, and for fear of disappointment because the time had come and not the end. We accepted this war for an object, a worthy object, and the war will end when that object is attained. Under God, I hope it never will until that time." Cheers went up at this, and he pressed on to warn his hearers that the approach of victory might call for more, not fewer sacrifices. "If I shall discover that General Grant and the noble officers and men under him can be greatly facilitated in their work by a sudden pouring forward of men and assistance, will you give them to me?" "Yes, yes," the crowd roared, catching fire. "Then I say stand ready," Lincoln told the upturned faces about the rostrum, as well as those that would be downturned over tomorrow's newspapers all across the land. "For I am watching for the chance." 3. Now that Johnston had relinquished Pine Top, retiring down its rearward slope with the corpse of Bishop Polk, Sherman followed close on his heels, determined to keep up the pressure which, so far, had gained him 80 of the critical 100 airline miles between Chattanooga and Atlanta, his base and his objective. He did so with caution, however, being confronted on the left and right by the loom of brush and lost mountains, both occupied by butternut marksmen who ask nothing more in the way of compensation for their pains than one quick glimpse down their rifle barrels at blue-clad soldiers moving toward them, within range and without cover. "We cannot risk the heavy loss of an assault at this distance from our base," the red-haired Ohioan had wired Halleck on the day before Polk's mangling. But on June 16th, 2 days after that event, he changed his mind and began to consider trying what he had said he could not risk. "I am now inclined to feign on both flanks and assault the center," he told Old Brains. "It may cost us dear, but in results would surpass any attempt to pass around." Presently, though, he changed his mind again, or more strictly speaking, had it changed for him by Johnston, who gave him the slip the following night with another of his clean retreats. This one was not so much an outright withdrawal, however, as it was a rectification, an adjustment whereby the foxy Confederate not only shortened his rather extended line, but also shored up the sagging center Sherman had planned to assault. Turning loose of the high ground on his flanks, he fell back to Kennesaw Mountain, 2 miles in rear of the abandoned Pine Top salient. Polk's Corps, temporarily under Major General W. W. Loring, the senior division commander, was posted there, dug in along its northern face, with Hood on the right astride the Western and Atlantic, and Hardee on the left, denying the Federals access to Marietta by blocking the roads coming in from Dallas and Burnt Hickory. Johnston's line, which had been concave after he gave up Pine Top, was now convex, and its center, which had been its weakest element when Sherman contemplated launching a headlong strike, was now its stoutest part. In point of fact, the Graybacks had occupied no stronger position in the course of their 6-week retreat. Kennesaw Mountain is, I should think, about 700 feet high, an Illinois major wrote home in reaction to his first sight of this forbidding piece of geography reared up in the Army's path, and consists of 2 points or peaks, separated by a narrow gorge running across the top. The mountain itself is entirely separated from all mountain ranges and swells up like a great bulb from the plain. Sherman, too, was impressed and given pause by what he called the bold and striking Twin Mountain. Rebel signalmen were at work on its 2 bulbous peaks, both of which were crowned with batteries, while the spurs were alive with men busy felling trees, digging pits, and preparing for the grand struggle impending. As he stood and looked, awe gave way to determination. The scene was enchanting, too beautiful to be disturbed by the harsh clamor of war, he was to say years later. But the Chattahoochee lay beyond, and I had to reach it. He had to reach it, but how? In an attempt to find some easier means than a headlong assault, which seemed foredoomed, he brought up his guns and began to pound away at the fortified slopes of the mountain, hoping to fix the enemy in position there while he probed both flanks of the rebel line in search of a way around it, one that would enable him to menace the railroad in Johnston's rear and thus provoke him into abandoning his present all but impregnable position, as he had done so many others in the course of his long retreat, rather than risk a fight whose loss would mean the severance of his supply line. The result was a series of skirmishes, some of which attained the dignity of engagements, first at Gilgal Church, where the Graybacks fought a holding action to cover their withdrawal, and then along Mud and Nose, or Noise, creeks, both of which had to be crossed if Sherman was to turn the rebel left for a strike at Marietta, Johnston's base, 2 miles back of Kennesaw, or at Smyrna Station, another 4 miles down the railroad. While Schofield, reinforced by Hooker, was doing all he could in that direction, McPherson, strengthened by Blair's return the week before, was feeling out the Confederate right, but with little success, being under the guns and surveillance of the enemy on the taller of Kennesaw's 2 peaks. Thomas, meantime, kept up the pressure dead ahead, firing so many rounds from his massed batteries — he had 130 guns in all, half a dozen more than McPherson and Schofield combined — that his soldiers, watching the bombardment from dug-in positions on the flat, began to tell each other that Uncle Billy was determined to take the double-crested mountain in their front, or else fill it full of old iron. For 3 days this continued, neither Thomas nor McPherson achieving much with their pounding and probing. And then on June 22nd, having proceeded well to the south around Kennesaw's western flank, Schofield, too, was brought to a sudden halt. It happened at a place called Culp's, or Kolb's, Farm, 4 miles southwest of Marietta on the road from Powder Springs, and it came about because Johnston, in reaction to Sherman's continuing effort to reach around his left, had issued instructions the night before for Hood, whose entrenchments on the right would be occupied temporarily by Wheeler's dismounted troopers, to march at daylight across the rear of Kennesaw and go into position beyond Hardee on the far left, south of the mountain's western flank, in order to block the Federal turning movement. Hood did this and more. Within a mile of his objective by midday, he encountered troops from Schofield's corps advancing up the Powder Springs Road, and with soldierly instinct, but without taking time for reconnaissance, attacked at once. Assuming he had the flankers outflanked, he figured that a prompt assault would roll them up, drive them back with heavy casualties, and abolish this threat to Johnston's lifeline. The result was heavy casualties, all right, though not for Schofield, who had taken the precaution of having his and Hooker's men dig in while awaiting reports from patrols sent out to find the best route up the valley of Ollie's Creek for a strike at the western end Atlantic above Smyrna, 3 miles across the way. Hood drove these forward elements rapidly back, giving chase with the 2 divisions on hand, but at Culp's Farm the pursuers came unexpectedly upon the enemy main body, stoutly entrenched, and were bloodily repulsed. A second assault, launched near sundown, only added to the carnage. Stevenson's division alone lost more than 800 men, and Hindman's brought the total to better than 1,000. Schofield and Hooker, whose soldiers did their fighting behind earthworks for a change, suffered less than a third that many casualties in breaking the 2 attacks. Then at nightfall, while the Graybacks dug in too along the line where the fighting stopped, Schofield and Hood sent word to their superiors at Big Shanty and Marietta of what had happened. Johnston's anger at this loss of 1,000 badly needed veterans, once more as a result of Hood's impetuosity, was exceeded by Sherman's when he received an out-of-channels dispatch that evening from Hooker, proudly reporting that he had repulsed 2 heavy attacks and calling urgently for reinforcements before he was overrun. 3 entire corps are in front of us, he added by way of lending weight to his proud cry for help. Hooker must be mistaken. Johnston's army has only 3 corps, Sherman noted in passing the message along to Thomas, who, knowing only too well that Hardee and Loring were still in position to his and McPherson's front, replied rather mildly, "I look upon this as something of a stampede." Sherman agreed, and next morning, still miffed, rode down to Culp's Farm in a pouring rain to tell Fighting Joe he wanted no more of his boasts and misrepresentations. In reaction, Hooker went into a month-long pout, or as his superior later put it, from that time he began to sulk. This would have its consequences for all concerned, but the fact was, Sherman's anger had its source in something far more irksome than Hooker's inability to avoid exaggeration. Daylight showed the Graybacks entrenched across Schofield's front. This meant that the army had gone as far as it could go in that direction, without turning loose of its supply line, already under threat from rebel horsemen, and the drowned condition of the roads precluded any movement on them so long as the rain continued. Confronted thus with the probability of a stalemate, which was not only undesirable on its own account here in Georgia, but might also give Richmond the chance to reinforce Lee's hard-pressed Virginia army from Johnston's, biding its time north of the Chattahoochee, Sherman reverted to his notion, expressed a week ago, to feign on both flanks and assault the center. The trouble was that the center now was Kennesaw Mountain, and Kennesaw seemed unassailable. But there, perhaps, was just the factor that might augur best. An attacker would greatly increase his chance for success by striking where the blow was least expected. Besides, continued probes by McPherson today showed that Loring's corps had been extended eastward to include a portion of the works abandoned yesterday by Hood when he set out westward to counter Schofield's flanking threat. That march, with its extension of the Confederate left while Loring spread out to cover the right, stretched Johnston's line to a width of about 8 miles, exclusive of the cavalry on his flanks. It must be quite thin somewhere, and that somewhere was likely to be dead ahead on Kennesaw, whose frown alone was enough to discourage assault. So Sherman reasoned, at any rate, in his search for some way to avoid a stalemate. Moreover, he explained afterwards, he conferred with his 3 army commanders, and we all agreed that we could not with prudence stretch out any more, and therefore there was no alternative but to attack fortified lines, a thing carefully avoided up to that time. Such a change in tactics, abruptly sprung, would also serve to increase the element of surprise, which figured largely in Sherman's calculations. But the outlook remained grim, if not downright awesome. The whole country is one vast fort, he informed Halleck on June 23rd. Johnston must have full 50 miles of connected trenches with abatis and finished batteries. Our lines are now in close contact and the fighting incessant with a good deal of artillery. As fast as we gain one position, the enemy has another already. These were minor adjustments, permitting no more than a closer look at the honeycombed slopes of the mountain up ahead, and a closer look only magnified the original impression of impregnability. One-armed Howard, studying the rebel line from a position well to the front, pronounced it stronger in artificial contrivances and natural features than the cemetery at Gettysburg, which he had helped to hold despite Lee's all-out efforts to oust him. But Sherman refused to be distracted, let alone dissuaded. Determined, as he had told Grant the week before, to inspire motion into a large, ponderous, and slow by habit army, he believed that his soldiers, weary of roundabout marches that never quite managed to bring the enemy to bay, needed the stimulus the pending assault would provide, even if most of the blood that was shed turned out to be their own. And he was concerned as well lest Johnston's habitual caution, which had led him to give up so many stout positions in the course of the past 7 weeks, should be replaced by a conviction that the Federals would never attack him once he was snugly entrenched. Both of these things counted heavily in the Redhead's calculations, as did the promise of all that would be gained if the attack was anything like as successful as the one up Missionary Ridge 7 months ago, by many of these same men against many of these same opponents, with the difference that there had been no unfordable Chattahoochee in the rebel rear on that occasion. Other factors there were too, no less persuasive because Sherman himself, defined by Walt Whitman as a bit of stern open air made up in the image of a man, was perhaps not even aware of their influence on him. For one, the Union Army in Virginia was not only doing most of the bleeding in the double-pronged offensive, it was also getting most of the headlines, and despite his dislike of journalists, and indeed of the press in general, he could see that his troops would be heartened by a more equitable distribution of praise, such as the overrunning of Kennesaw would secure. Moreover, back in Nashville and Chattanooga, while preparing for the campaign, he had learned that certain observers snidely characterized him as not a fighting general. He dismissed the charge without exactly denying it, saying, "Fighting is the least part of a general's work. The battle will fight itself." Still, the imputation rankled, containing as it did some grains of truth, and he welcomed the opportunity now at hand to refute it for once and for all. On June 24th, he issued a special field order directing his army commanders to make full reconnaissances and preparations to attack the enemy in force on the 27th instant at 8 a.m. precisely. That left 2 full days for getting set. Sherman, having decided to be rash, had also decided to go about it methodically, even meticulously, so as to minimize the cost if the breakthrough failed. For one thing, he would limit the weight of his assault to less than 1/5 of the troops on hand. And for another, despite its regrettable but inevitable detraction from the element of surprise, the jump-off would be preceded by an hour-long bombardment from every gun that could be brought to bear on the critical objectives. Of these, there were 2, main and secondary, neither of them, properly speaking, on the mountain that would give the battle its name, although the secondary effort assigned to McPherson would be made against, and if successful across, the gently rolling southwest slope of the lower of the 2 peaks, called Little Kennesaw to distinguish it from Big Kennesaw, the taller and more massive portion of the mountain to the east, overlooking the slow curve of the Western and Atlantic on that flank. This attack would be launched astride the Burnt Hickory Road, simultaneously with Thomas's main effort along and to the right of the Dallas Road, 1 mile south. Both commanders would assault with 2 divisions, their others standing by to exploit whatever progress was achieved. Schofield and Hooker would feint on the far right, Garrett's cavalry on the left, all at the same prearranged hour, hard on the heels of the softening up artillery bombardment, so as to prevent Johnston from knowing which part of his line to reinforce from any other, or from his reserves if he had them, before it was swamped. At the time of the general attack, the special order ended, foreseeing a happy outcome to the rashness so meticulously prescribed. The skirmishers at the base of Kennesaw will take advantage of it to gain, if possible, the summit and hold it. Each attacking column will endeavor to break a single point of the enemy's line and make a secure lodgment beyond, and be prepared for following it up toward Marietta and the railroad in case of success. Throughout that 2-day interim, although few along the 8-mile curve of entrenchments knew what they were waiting or getting set for, all commanders will maintain reserve and secrecy even from their staff officers, the field order had cautioned. Firefights, picket clashes, and sudden cannonades would break into flame from point to point, then subside into sputters and die away, sporadic, inconclusive, and productive of little more than speculation. Whether off on the flanks or crouched near the critical center, men listened and wondered, unable to find a pattern to the action. The crash of guns would come from somewhere up or down the line, an Indiana soldier would recall. Then the hurrahing, sometimes the shrill, boyish rebel yell, sometimes the loud, full-voiced, deep-toned, far-sounding chorus of northern men. Then again the roar of cannon, the rattle of musketry, and the awful suspense to the listeners. If, as the noise grew feebler, we caught the welcome cheer, answering shouts ran along. But if the far-off rebel yell told of our comrades' repulse, the silence could be felt. Across the way, within the horseshoe curve of works containing Kennesaw and Marietta, the reaction was much the same, but in reverse. No one there could discern a pattern either, including the men of Major Generals Samuel French's and Benjamin Cheatham's divisions of Loring's and Hardee's corps, respectively astride the Burnt Hickory and Dallas roads, up which the 2 Union assaults were to be delivered on Monday morning, June 27th. 1 week past the summer solstice. The rain left off on Sunday, and the sun came up in a cloudless sky next morning at 4:40 to begin its work of drying the red clay roads, the sodden fields, and breathless woods. By the time it was 3 hours high, the day was hot and steamy, with the promise of much greater heat to come. 20 minutes later, precisely at 8 o'clock and without preamble, 200-odd Union cannon roared into action, pounding away at the rebel line on the mountainside and across the flats beyond. Crouched in their pits and ditches, jarred and shaken about by the sudden hurtle of metal exploding over and around them, the defenders marveled at the volume and intensity of the fire, which was to them still another manifestation of Yankee ingenuity and wealth. "Hell has broke loose in Georgia, sure enough," one grayback shouted amid shell bursts. And as the bombardment continued, sustained by an apparently inexhaustible supply of ammunition, they began to snatch down the blankets pegged for shade across the open tops of their trenches, preparing for what they knew would come when the guns lit up. Finally, close to 9 o'clock, the uproar reached a spasmodic end. The cannoneers stepped back from their pieces, panting, and the blue infantry started forward in 2 clotted masses about a mile apart to assail the Confederate center. For a time they advanced in relative security, protected by the intervening woods and the butternut pickets trotting back to join their comrades along the main line of resistance. Then the attackers emerged into brilliant sunlight, silhouetted against the bright green backdrop of trees, and the rebel headlogs seemed to burst spontaneously into flame along their bottoms, all up and down that portion of the line. Sam French, whose left flank division of Loring's corps was challenged first on Little Kennesaw's lower slopes, said later that the rattle and flash of musketry, combined with the deep-voiced boom of guns, whose crews had held their fire till now, produced a roar as constant as Niagara and as sharp as the crash of thunder with lightning in the eye. Such was the fury of the sound that accompanied McPherson's attack, launched astride the Burnt Hickory Road by Brigadier General Morgan Smith, whose division was reinforced for the effort by a brigade from another division in Major General John A. Logan's corps. Sound and fury were all it came to, however, in the end. In the course of their plunge across a rocky, brush-choked gully, unexpectedly encountered in rear of the line abandoned by the gray pickets, 563 of the 4,000 attackers fell before they could get to grips with the defenders entrenched on the far side. At one point, within about 30 feet of the enemy's main line, Smith reported, they came close, but there, receiving the full blast of massed rifles, they staggered and sought cover as best they could behind logs and rocks. Stalled, it was almost sure death to take your face out of the dust, one prone Federal declared, while another expressed a somewhat less gloomy view of the consequences, saying it was only necessary to expose a hand to procure a furlough. They were no longer much of a threat to French, who turned his high-sighted batteries a quarter circle to the left and added the weight of the metal to Hardee's resistance a mile away, astride and beyond the Dallas Road. There, Thomas was making a sturdier bid for a breakthrough, and Cheatham's division had all it could do to keep from being overrun by nearly twice as many Federals as French had to deal with. They seemed to walk up and take death as coolly as if they were automatic or wooden men, one defender was to say of these troops from two divisions under Jeff Davis and Brigadier General John Newton, respectively of Palmer's and Howard's corps. Two of Cheatham's 4 brigades were posted where Hardee's line bent sharply to the south, creating a somewhat isolated salient. And it was here at the hinge, known thereafter as the Dead Angle, that Thomas struck. The least flicker on our part would have been sure death to all, a Tennessee private who helped to hold it later declared. We could not be reinforced on account of our position, and we had to stand up to the rack, fodder or no fodder. They did stand up, inflicting in the process, with the help of French's guns and Claiborne, whose marksmen brought their rifles to bear from up the line, a total of 654 casualties on Newton and 824 on Davis, both of whom notified their superiors that they hoped they could hang on where they were, if that was what was wanted, but that there was no further hope of carrying the position. Howard put it strongest some time later, looking back. Our losses in this assault were heavy indeed, he wrote, and our gain was nothing. We realized now as never before the futility of direct assault upon entrenched lines already well prepared and well manned. Thomas agreed, sending word around 11 o'clock for those who could fall back to do so at once, while those who could not were to dig in where they were and wait for darkness. The sudden resultant drop in the intensity of the fighting came none too soon for the defenders of the angle, one of whom was to testify that he fired no less than 120 rounds in the course of the repulse. My gun became so hot that frequently the powder would flash before I could ram home the ball, he said, adding, when the Yankees fell back and the firing ceased, I never saw so many broken down and exhausted men in my life. I was sick as a horse and as wet with blood and sweat as I could be, and many of our men were vomiting with excessive fatigue, overexhaustion, and sunstroke. Our tongues were parched and cracked for water, and our faces blackened with powder and smoke, and our dead and wounded were piled indiscriminately in the trenches. Cheatham's loss came to 195, French's to 186. Between them, they had shot down 2,041 of the 12,000 Federals thrown against their works. Other losses elsewhere in Loring's and Hardee's corps, as well as in Hood's, which had been skirmishing with Schofield all the while, brought the Confederate total to 552. Sherman put his at 2,500, a figure Johnston vowed was a good deal less than half the true one. but later revised it upward to about 3,000. Even so, and despite the shock of the sudden double repulse, he had been willing to drive it still higher at the time. From Signal Hill, his command post on the left, he could see that McPherson had shot his wad, and word had come from Schofield that little could be done on the far right. That left Thomas, the Rock of Chickamauga. He too had been checked, losing 2 of his best brigade commanders in the process, but he might be willing to try again for a repetition of what he had achieved on Missionary Ridge, despite conditions even more unfavorable. McPherson and Schofield are at a deadlock, Sherman wired him at 1:30. Do you think you can carry any part of the enemy's line today? I will order the assault if you think you can succeed at any point. Thomas replied, We have already lost heavily today without gaining any material advantage. 1 or 2 more such assaults would use up this army. He recommended a change to siege methods, the digging of saps for a guarded approach. But Sherman, wanting no part of such a time-consuming business, preferred to maneuver the rebels out of position as before. Encouraged by the let-up of the rain and the fast-drying condition of the roads, he telegraphed Thomas that evening, Are you willing to risk a move on Fulton, cutting loose from our railroad? Fulton was 2 miles beyond Smyrna Station, within 3 miles of the Chattahoochee and about 10 miles in Johnston's rear. Sherman proposed to move by the right flank with the whole army. Thomas considered the venture highly risky, exposing as it would the Union lifeline to Confederate seizure while the wheeling movement was in progress. But in any case, he replied before turning in for the night, I think it decidedly better than butting against breastworks 12 feet thick and strongly abatized. While waiting for the roads to finish drying, Sherman worked on plans for his newest sidle and eventually on securing a truce for the burial of the unfortunates who had fallen in the double-pronged repulse. Undaunted, at least on paper, he took the offensive in defending his decision to strike at the rebel center, even though all it had got him was a lengthened casualty list. The assault I made was no mistake. I had to do it, he wired Halleck, explaining that after nearly 8 weeks of gingerly skirmishing, all the time conforming to a pattern about as precise as if he and Johnston were partners in a classic minuet, Federals and Confederates alike had settled down into the conviction that the assault of lines formed no part of my game. Now that both sides knew better, having seen the dance pattern broken as if with a meat axe, he expected to find his adversary much more cautious. That was his gain, as he saw it, and he continued to pursue this line of consolation. Failure as it was, and for which I assume the entire responsibility, he would assert in his formal report of the lost battle, I yet claim it produced good fruit as it demonstrated to General Johnston that I would assault, and that boldly. Earlier, while smoke still hung about the field and the wounded muled for help between the lines, he had reminded Thomas, Our loss is small compared with some of those in the East. It should not in the least discourage us. At times, assaults are necessary and inevitable. However, his most forthright statement with regard to losses was reserved for his wife, to whom he wrote 2 days after the Kennesaw repulse. I begin to regard the death and mangling of a couple of thousand men as a small affair, a kind of morning dash, he told her, adding, It may be well that we become hardened. The worst of the war is not yet begun. That might well be, though there could be no denying that for a considerable number of his soldiers, young and old, recruits and veterans alike, the best was over along with the worst. Their interment was a grisly thing to watch. I get sick now when I happen to think about it, a Confederate wrote years later, remembering the June 30th burial armistice that was asked and granted. Not for any respect either army had for the dead, but to get rid of the sickening stench. Although 3 days of festering midsummer Georgia heat had made the handling of the corpses a repugnant task, He recalled that Yankee ingenuity once more had measured up to the occasion. Long and deep trenches were dug and hooks made from bayonets crooked for the purpose, and all the dead were dragged and thrown pell-mell into these trenches. Nothing was allowed to be taken off the dead, and finely dressed officers with gold watch chains dangling over their vests were thrown into the ditches. During the whole day, both armies were hard at work, burying the Federal dead. Thus June ended, bringing with it another pause for a backward look at the casualty count in each of the two armies. In both cases, these were lower than they had been the month before, and they were similar in another way as well. Just as New Hope Church and Pickett's Mill, engagements fought near the bottom of the previous calendar leaf, had reversed the May tally, raising Sherman's losses above Johnston's, which had been higher than his opponents before the clashes around Dallas. So now did Kennesaw Mountain reverse the count for June, which had been lower for the Union up till then. Sherman's loss for the past month was 7,500, Johnston's around 6,000. This brought their respective totals for the whole campaign to just under 17,000 and just over 14,000. Roughly speaking, to put it another way, 1 out of every 4 Confederates had been shot or captured, as compared to 1 out of 7 Federals. In time, when the guns had cooled and approximate figures from both sides became available in books, Sherman would take great pride in this reversal of the anticipated ratio of losses between attacker and defender, as well he might, especially in reviewing a campaign fought on ground as unfavorable to the offensive as North Georgia was, against an adversary he admired as much as he did Joe Johnston. But just now there was the war to get on with, the wheeling movement he had designed to flank the rebels off their impregnable mountain and back across the only remaining river between them and his goal, Atlanta. By July 1st, the roads were baked about hard enough for marching. The sidle began next day. Garrett's dismounted troopers replaced the infantry in the trenches astride the Western and Atlantic, blocking a possible track-breaking sortie by the Graybacks on that flank, and McPherson set out across Thomas's rear to join Schofield for a lunge around Hood's left the following day. If successful, this would not only sever Johnston's lifeline, it would also oblige him to fight without the protection of entrenchments when he fell back through Marietta and Smyrna to where the flankers would be waiting around Fulton, 3 miles short of the Chattahoochee and better than 50,000 strong. McPherson thus was given a chance to redeem his Resaca performance by repeating it without flaws, although Sherman's expectations were by no means as great as they had been 8 weeks ago, some 80 miles back up the railroad. Warned by lookouts high on Kennesaw, which afforded a panoramic view of the country for miles and miles around, Johnston would probably choose to give up his present position rather than risk the consequences of fighting simultaneously front and rear, with a force about as large as his own in each direction. Anticipating this reaction the night before, Sherman told Garrett and Thomas to advance their pickets at daylight July 3rd and determine whether the Kennesaw trenches were occupied or abandoned, whether Johnston had chosen to stand his ground despite the menace to his lifeline, or fall back, as he had always done in the face of such a threat. On Signal Hill before dawn next morning, while the skirmishers were groping their way forward through the brush, Sherman waited impatiently for the light to grow enough to permit the use of a large telescope he had had mounted on a tripod and trained on the double-humped bulk of Kennesaw, looming blacker than the starless sky beyond it. Presently the sun broke clear, and he saw, through the high-powered glass, some of our pickets crawling up the hill cautiously. Soon they stood upon the very top, and I could see their movements as they ran along the crest. Not a shot had been fired. The works were empty. The rebels had pulled out southward in the night. The red-haired Ohioan caught fire at the notion that now they were out in the open, somewhere between the abandoned mountain and the river 10 miles in its rear. His for the taking, so to speak, if he could overhaul them with his superior numbers before they reached whatever sanctuary their commander had it in mind to fortify. In a minute, I roused my staff and started them off with orders in every direction for a pursuit by every possible road, hoping to catch Johnston in the confusion of retreat, especially at the crossing of the Chattahoochee River. Thomas could be depended on to descend at once on Marietta, but what was needed most just now, if the pursuers were to overcome whatever head start the Confederates might have gained, was cavalry. Sherman told Garrett to get his 3 brigades remounted and ride hard to bring the enemy to bay short of the Chattahoochee, while McPherson and Schofield caught up to close in for the kill. Events moved fast now, but not fast enough for Sherman. Without waiting for Garrett, he rode ahead with a small escort around the eastern flank of the mountain and on into Marietta, nestled in its rear. He got there by 8:30 and was pleased to find that although the Graybacks had made a clean getaway with all their stores and had torn up several miles of railroad to the south, Thomas already had soldiers in the town. As the minutes ticked off, however, and no troopers appeared, his impatience mounted. "Where's Garrett?" he began to storm. "Where's Garrett? Where in hell's Garrett?" Finally, the cavalryman, a fellow Ohioan 7 years his junior in age and 11 years behind him at West Point, arrived explaining that it had taken time to bring his horses forward and get his men into column on the road. Dissatisfied to find still more time being wasted on excuses, Sherman yelled at him, "Get out of here, quick!" Garrett was flustered. Transferred from the east on the eve of the present campaign, he was not yet accustomed to being addressed in this manner. "What shall I do?" he asked, and his red-haired chief barked angrily, "Don't make a damned bit of difference, so you get out of here and go for the Rebs." Despite such urgency, it was mid-afternoon before contact was reestablished near Smyrna, 5 miles down the line, and reconnaissance used up the daylight needed for mounting an assault. Fortified in advance for ready occupation, its flanks protected east and west by Rottenwood and Nickajack Creeks, the rebel position astride the railroad, midway between Marietta and the river crossing 5 miles in its rear, obviously called for caution if the Federals were to avoid blundering into a bloody repulse. Sherman was convinced, however, that his adversary had occupied it only in hope of delaying the blue pursuit, and he said as much in a message to Thomas near sundown. "The more I reflect, the more I know Johnston's halt is to save time to cross his material and men. No general such as he would invite battle with the Chattahoochee behind him. I know you appreciate the situation. We will never have such a chance again, and I want you to impress on Hooker, Howard, and Palmer the importance of the most intense energy of attack tonight and in the morning. Press with vehemence at any cost of life and material. Every inch of line should be felt, and the moment there is a give, pursuit should be made." But there was no give and no pursuit. In fact, there was no attack. Vehemence yielded to prudence next morning, July 4th, the first anniversary of Vicksburg's fall, Lee's retreat from Gettysburg, and Holmes's drubbing at Helena, when Sherman found the works in his front still abristle with bayonets, and Johnston apparently desirous of nothing so much as he was of a blue assault that would permit a repetition of what had happened on the slopes of Little Kennesaw a week ago today. On second thought, the Ohioan canceled his sundown instructions to Thomas, which had called for the most intense energy of action, and reverted instead to his time-tested method of attempting to maneuver rather than knock the Graybacks out of fortifications established in his path. While the Cumberlanders kept up a noisy demonstration in front, banging away with all their guns as if in celebration of the 4th, McPherson set out on another of his whiplash marches down the near bank of Nickajack Creek to threaten the Confederate left rear. Darkness fell before his troops were in position, and the following sunrise proved Sherman right after all. The Smyrna works yawned empty. The Rebs once more had stolen away in the night. Eager as ever to catch them amid the confusion that always attended a river crossing, the Northern commander took off fast, making excellent time on a march of about 3 miles, which ended unexpectedly within 2 miles of the Chattahoochee when he came upon Johnston just beyond Vining Station, in occupation of what Sherman frankly called the best line of field entrenchments I have ever seen. Looking back on the experience years later, mindful no doubt of what he had said 2 nights before about his adversary's unwillingness to invite battle with the Chattahoochee behind him, he expanded the compliment. No officer or soldier who ever served under me will question the generalship of Joseph E. Johnston. His retreats were timely, in good order, and he left nothing behind. One exhilarating gain there was, at any rate, available from the crest of a hill enclosed by a loop of the railroad as it approached the Chattahoochee beyond Vinings. "Mine eyes have beheld the promised land," an Illinois major wrote home to his wife. "The domes and minarets and spires of Atlanta are glittering in the sunlight before us, only 8 miles distant." Sherman and Thomas were both on the hilltop for a Pisgah view of the prize beyond the river, and though the Union-loyal Virginian took it calmly as always, to look at his deep-set eyes and massive brow, a newsman declared, made one feel as if he were gazing into the mouth of a cannon, and the cannon said nothing. The volatile Ohioan, as usual, let his exhilaration show. Stepping nervously about, his eyes sparkling and his face aglow, casting a single glance at Atlanta, another at the river, and a dozen at the surrounding valley, he seemed to the major to be studying the rebel dispositions in order to see where he could best cross the river, how best he could flank them. Clearly, this would take some doing. Johnston once more had chosen well. Faced with the problem of defending a stream whose low south bank was dominated by high ground on the side which a crossing would leave in enemy control, he had entrenched in advance a 6-mile line along the north bank, above and below the critical railroad span. With this and 5 other bridges at his back, a pair for each of his 3 corps, he could withdraw quickly in case of a breakthrough left or right, or counterattack without delay if the Federals were repulsed. His wagons were already over the river, parked in safety beyond a secondary line of South Bank works, pre-constructed for instant occupation if needed, and so was his cavalry, posted upstream and down to guard against probes in either direction. Sherman, after a look at these canny dispositions from the Vinings hilltop, wired Halleck that he would have to study the case a little before proceeding. He foresaw delays, and he wanted Washington braced for the disappointment they would bring. "I am now far ahead of my railroad and telegraph and want them to catch up," he explained. "I may be here some days. Atlanta is in plain view, 9 miles distant. The extent of the enemy's parallels already taken is wonderful, and much of the same sort confronts us yet and is seen beyond the Chattahoochee." Still, he was not long in deciding that he could easily practice on that ground to better advantage our former tactics of entrenching a moiety in Johnston's front, and with the rest of our army cross the river, above or below, and threaten either his rear or the city of Atlanta itself. Accordingly, while repair gangs were hard at work restoring the railroad down to Vinings, he confronted the North Bank rebel Tête du Pont, as he called it, with the forces of Thomas and McPherson, posted Schofield rearward in reserve, under instructions to be ready to march at a moment's notice, and sent a division of cavalry in each direction, upstream and down, in search of a likely point or points for crossing. Stoneman, who led the downriver column, found all the bridges destroyed and their sites covered by horse artillery on the opposite bank. Although Garrett, who rode all the way to Roswell, nearly 20 miles above, had no better luck with regard to bridges, in other respects he was fortunate indeed. Roswell was a manufacturing center, or it had been anyhow until Garrett's troopers put in a hard day's work with sledges and torches, wrecking and burning. One problem there was of a somewhat diplomatic nature, but not for long. He came upon a cotton mill running full tilt, still turning out gray cloth for the rebel armies. A French flag flew above it, and the Gallic owner claimed immunity from damage or interference on the grounds that he was not only not a Confederate, but was of foreign allegiance. Feeling rather beyond his depth in international waters, the cavalryman referred the claim to Sherman, who reacted with predictable indignation. "Such nonsense cannot deceive me," he wired Halleck, a specialist in such matters. "I take it a neutral is no better than one of our own citizens." And to Garrett went instructions to proceed against the foreign-owned mill as he had done against the others. As for the Frenchman himself, Sherman was specific as to how he might be dealt with. "Should you, under the impulse of natural anger, natural at contemplating such perfidy, hang the wretch," he told Garrett, "I approve the act beforehand." But there was neither a hanging nor another burning. Garrett let the Frenchman go and tore down his mill to provide material for rebuilding the nearby bridge, destroyed the week before. This took 3 days, which allowed plenty of time for one of McPherson's corps to arrive for a crossing on July 10th, dry-shod and without rebel opposition. Schofield, having crossed 2 days earlier, about midway between Roswell and the Confederate right at Pace's Ferry, and driven the butternut vedettes away from their picket posts on the south bank. Sherman thus had been quick to solve the Chattahoochee problem, and Johnston's stand with his back to the river was correspondingly brief. Much of the credit went to Stoneman, whose downriver excursion had drawn the enemy's attention in that direction, but most of it went to Schofield, who showed for the first time in the campaign what he could accomplish when left to his own devices. Ordered to carry out an upstream crossing, the New York-born West Pointer — he had been a school teacher and a surveyor on the Western Plains by the time he was 17, and even now, though balding fast, was 2 years less than twice that age — arrived at daylight July 8th, reconnoitered briefly, and decided to cross where Soap Creek emptied into the river, 7 miles below Roswell, the opposite bank being held at that point by a light force of gray cavalry, apparently not over-vigilant and equipped with only one gun. Silently, he brought up his batteries, screened by brush along the north bank, and loaded infantry assault teams into pontoon floats launched well back from the creek mouth. At the appointed time, he later reported, the artillery was pushed quickly into position and opened fire. A line of battle advanced, rapidly firing to the riverbank, while the bateaux loaded with men were pulled down the creek and across the river. The astonished rebels fired a single shot from their single gun, delivered a few random discharges of musketry, and fled, leaving their piece of artillery in our possession. The crossing was secured without the loss of a man. By dawn of July 9th, the pontoon bridge having been installed the night before, 2 divisions occupied a secure tête-de-pont a mile in depth, giving ample room for the débouché of the whole army. Johnston reacted to Schofield's upstream crossing as expected, and with all his accustomed stealth and skill, destroying or dismantling the 6 bridges in his wake, and incidentally provoking Sherman's one uncomplimentary post-war comment on the quality of his generalship throughout the long campaign. "I have always thought Johnston neglected his opportunity there, for he had lain comparatively idle while we got control of both banks of the river above him." He withdrew his main body across the Chattahoochee that night, and after temporarily occupying the South Bank works, prepared in advance for just such an emergency, continued the pullback the following day, July 10th, to a line in rear of Peachtree Creek, apparently prompted by concern that if he took up a position any closer to the river, the Federals might cut in behind him and seize the city. In any case, he now was less than 5 miles from the heart of Atlanta. Grateful though Sherman was for this development, which meant that he would be able to cross this last of North Georgia's 3 broad rivers without a battle that had seemed likely to prove costly, both in casualties and time, he once more found himself confronted with the problem that had loomed with every major gain: what now? Meaning, how? Should he swing left or right, upstream or down for the accustomed flanking effort, or bull straight ahead for an end-all strike at an opponent whose back was at last to the gates of the city in his charge, with little room for maneuver unless he chose to give it up without a fight? While the red-haired general pondered and pored over maps and reports, his troops moved up to the unguarded Chattahoochee, anticipating their first leisurely bath in 10 weeks. Admiration for their commander had grown with every tactical leap or sidestep, and now it reached a climax in which almost anything seemed possible. "Charlie," one dusty infantryman told a comrade as they approached this last natural barrier and saw smoke rising from the buildings along its banks, "I believe Sherman has set the river on fire." Nor was the wonder limited to wearers of the blue. A butternut prisoner, conducted rearward past exuberant Federals in their tens of thousands, was so impressed by their multitude that he said to his captors, "Sherman ought to get on a high hill and command, 'Attention, kingdoms by the right wheel.'" The general, in point of fact, was squatting naked in the Chattahoochee at the time, discussing the temperature of the water with a teamster who admired him from the bank, while all around them other soldiers lolled neck-deep in the river, soaking away the grime of more than 100 red clay miles of marching and fighting and the caked sweat of 70 days of exertion and fear, or else whooped and splashed in pure delight at having nothing else to do. But not for long. After the brief time out for his dip in the Chattahoochee, Sherman returned to his maps and reports, designing the next, and he hoped final move in the campaign to whip Joe Johnston and take Atlanta. With the 2-week-old repulse at Kennesaw fresh in mind, he quickly rejected the notion of mounting an all-out frontal attack on the Confederates dug in behind Peachtree Creek, attractive though that would be as a slam-bang finish if successful, and reverted instead to his accustomed practice of operating on or around one of the enemy flanks. Mostly before, he had moved by his right in a series of mirror images, so to speak, of Grant's leftward sidles in Virginia. But in this case, the choice was by no means simple. It was true a downstream crossing would not only give him ground that favored the offensive. The South Bank creeks below ran into the Chattahoochee at right angles, affording Johnston no perpendicular ridges to defend, but many to cross in changing position to meet the challenge, while permitting Sherman to advance on the city by moving up the ravines, unhindered in front and sheltered on the flanks. It would also place him in rear of his objective from the outset, within easy striking distance of the railroads leading southwest through Montgomery to Mobile and southeast through Macon to Savannah, without which Atlanta could not long survive a siege. An upstream crossing, on the other hand, would give the advantage of terrain to the defenders, for there the creeks ran more or less parallel to the Chattahoochee, presenting Sherman with ridges to cross while advancing and Johnston with ravines to shelter his army while shifting to meet the threat. Geography clearly favored a downriver flanking operation. Yet there was a good deal more to the problem than geography per se. For one thing, there was the risk of exposing the all-important Union supply line to depredations, and this would be a far greater danger if the crossing was made below the railroad bridge. Just above there, after receiving the waters of Peachtree Creek, the Chattahoochee swerved northward, on the map that is, the flow of course was south, and ran alongside the Western and Atlantic all the way beyond Vining Station, the newly established federal railhead and supply dump, which would be within easy reach not only of rebel cavalry but also of rebel infantry launched across the nearby river on a track-breaking sortie that could scarcely be blocked if most of the Blue Army moved below. This gave Sherman pause, as well it might, and so did something else. Recent dispatches from Grant indicated that their previous concern, lest Johnston reinforce Lee for a blow at Meade, was now reversed. Lee's current problem, Grant explained, was not how he could get more troops, but rather how he could feed the ones he had. And under such circumstances it was not unlikely that he might detach a sizable portion of them, for service in far-off Georgia, just as he had done the year before on the eve of Chickamauga. If he did so, they would come by rail, specifically by way of Augusta on the Georgia Railroad, the one line into Atlanta that would not be threatened, let alone broken, if Sherman crossed downriver to close in on the city from the west. Thus, to define the problem was to solve it, so far at least as the choice of directions was concerned. Sherman decided to break the pattern of his campaign and move by the left, crossing the river well upstream for a preliminary strike at the Georgia Railroad. Schofield, in fact, had already begun the movement 3 days ago when his improvised amphibious assault teams emerged from the mouth of Soap Creek to surprise the rebel pickets across the way, and Sherman had followed through by sending one of McPherson's corps to join Garrett at Roswell, 7 miles beyond Schofield. On July 13th, having reached a firm decision the night before, he continued the buildup by ordering McPherson to take his 2nd Corps upriver and reinforce the 1st, leaving the 3rd in position on Thomas's right to maintain the downstream feint until Stoneman got back from the ride designed to mislead Johnston still further into thinking that the Federals were about to cross below. "All is well," Sherman wired Halleck next day. "I have now accumulated stores at Allatoona and Marietta, both fortified and garrisoned points. Have also 3 places at which to cross the Chattahoochee in our possession and only await General Stoneman's return from a trip down the river to cross the army in force and move on Atlanta." Stoneman got back the following night, and McPherson's 3rd Corps set out for Roswell next morning, July 15th. Reunited, the Whiplash Army of the Tennessee would thus be on the rim of what Sherman described as a general right wheel, designed to roll down on the city from the north and east, with Schofield about midway out the 12-mile radius and Thomas holding the hub or pivot to confront and fix the Confederate main body in position for the crunch. McPherson would cross the river and march south to strike the railroad near Stone Mountain, 6 miles east of Decatur, Schofield's preliminary objective, about the same distance east of Atlanta. The 2 commands would then advance westward in tandem along the right-of-way, tearing up track as they went, and link up with Thomas for the final push that would assail Johnston along his front, outflank him on his right, and drive him back through the streets of the city in his rear. "Each army will form a unit and connect with its neighbor by a line of pickets," the warning order read. "Should the enemy assume the offensive at any point, which is not expected until we reach below Peachtree Creek, the neighboring army will at once assist the one attacked. A week's work after crossing the Chattahoochee should determine the first object aimed at, viz. The possession of the Georgia Railroad east of Decatur or of Atlanta itself." July 17th was the jump-off date, a Sunday, and everything went as ordered for all 3 armies involved in the Grand Wheel. Crossing with Schofield in the center, Sherman grew concerned, as usual, about what was happening out of sight, particularly in Thomas's direction, where the going was likely to be slow. "Field down strong to Peachtree and see what is there," he urged the Virginian. "A vigorous demonstration should be made, and caution your commanders not to exhibit any of the signs of a halt or pause." Next morning he rode over to check on the progress of the Cumberlanders and found them crossing Nancy's Creek on schedule to descend on Buckhead, a crossroads hamlet where Thomas would set up headquarters before sundown, within a mile of Peachtree Creek and its entrenched defenders. "I am fully aware of the necessity of making the most of time," Sherman wired Halleck, "and shall keep things moving." Accordingly, he kept prodding Thomas. "I would like you to get to Buckhead early today and then to field down strong on Atlanta. Meantime, fretting about McPherson's progress on the far left. I want that railroad as quick as possible, and the weather seems too good to be wasted." Informed after nightfall that both Schofield and McPherson had reached their objectives and would begin their wrecking marches westward along the railroad at daybreak, Sherman exulted. As well he might, having accomplished within 2 days what he had predicted would require a week's work after crossing the Chattahoochee. He had control of the Georgia Railroad from Stone Mountain through Decatur, and now, secure against reinforcements sped from Virginia by Lee, he was out to take Atlanta by bringing his combinations to bear on its outflanked defenders. The question was whether Johnston would stand as he had done at Kennesaw, or skedaddle as he had done everywhere else in the course of the 77-day campaign. Riding out to confer on the matter with Thomas next morning, July 19th, the red-haired Ohioan encountered an answer of sorts in a copy of yesterday's newspaper, brought out of the semi-beleaguered city by a spy. Johnston, it seemed, would neither stand nor skedaddle. At this critical moment, Sherman later put it, looking back, the Confederate government rendered us most valuable service. 4. In Atlanta, all this time, there had been growing consternation as Sherman's worse-than-vandal hordes bore down on the city, preceded by a stream of refugees in wagons and on foot, mostly old men and boys below or beyond the conscription limits of 17 and 52, and yellow-faced women and their daughters in long slatted sunbonnets and faded calico, who had fled their up-country farms and hamlets at the approach of the Blue Outriders. City parks were no longer parks. They bloomed instead with gray-white clusters of hospital tents, where the reek of disinfectants competed with the morbid stench of gangrene, and both combined to rival the predominant smell of horses. Trains chuffed into the station day and night loaded with sick and wounded soldiers, many of them dying, many dead before they got there. Embalming, free from odor of infection, signs proclaimed, soliciting business, and Bonefield's coffin shop on Lucky Street had more orders than it could fill. "Give us this day our daily bread," the Second Baptist minister had taken as his text the previous Sunday when news came that Marietta had been abandoned in still another retreat. And before the dawn of another Sabbath, so quickly did things move at this late stage of the campaign, word arrived that the Gray Army had retired across the Chattahoochee, burning in its rear the bridges spanning the last natural barrier between Atlanta and destruction. "Stay a few days longer," a member of Hardee's staff advised a family he joined in town that afternoon for Sunday dinner. "I think we will hold this place at least a week." They did not take the colonel's advice, but left next morning, scrambling with others like themselves for places on a southbound train. Places were hard to get now, for the military had commandeered most of the cars for removal of the wounded, along with all government stores and the vital machinery taken from outlying mills and factories. A salvage project assigned by Johnston to a high-ranking volunteer aide, Major General Mansfield Lovell, who presumably was experienced in such matters, having given up New Orleans 2 years back. Atlanta had not expected to share the fate of the Crescent City, but as the fighting grew nearer, week by week, the possibility seemed less and less remote, until finally even diehards had to admit that it had developed into a probability. Loyal admirers of Old Joe, including an editor who maintained even now that his reputation had grown with every backward step, were hard put to defend the general from charges that he intended to give up the city without a fight. For the most part, he retained the confidence and above all the devotion of his soldiers, but there were those who questioned his Fabian strategy, which they saw as leading only to one end, especially after he turned loose of Kennesaw and fell back to the Chattahoochee. There was not an officer or man in this army who ever dreamed of Johnston falling back this far, a young artillery lieutenant, whose home in Atlanta was then only 7 miles in his rear, wrote his mother from the north bank of that river, or ever doubted he would attack when the proper time came, but I think he has been woefully outgeneraled and has made a losing bargain. Official concern had been growing proportionately as the Union forces closed down on Atlanta. "This place is to the Confederacy as important as the heart is to the body. We must hold it," Joe Brown wrote Jefferson Davis in late June, appealing for strategic diversions and substantial reinforcements to help Johnston avert what seemed certain to happen without them. The governor was in touch with other prominent men throughout the South, and he urged them to use their influence on the president to this end. His chief hope was in a fellow Georgian, Senator Benjamin Hill, who occupied the unusual position of being the friend of both Davis and Johnston, a relationship they could scarcely be said to enjoy in reference to each other. Brown's hope was that Hill could serve as a go-between, if not to bring the two leaders together, then in any case to improve communications, particularly at the far end of the line, where Brown believed the messages were having the greater difficulty in getting through. He suggested that the senator write at once to the commander-in-chief, urging a more sympathetic response to the general's pleas now that the crisis was at hand. Hill said he would do better than that. Time is too precious and letters are too inadequate. He would go to Richmond and talk with Davis face to face. First, though, he thought it best to confer with Johnston for a clearer understanding of the hopes and plans he then would pass along. Accordingly, he rode up to the general's headquarters at Marietta next morning, July 1st, and had what he later called a free conversation along these lines with the Virginian. Reviewing the situation, Johnston declared that his principal aim up to now had been to defeat Sherman by obliging him to attack Confederate entrenchments. But after the limited effort which had been so decisively repulsed 4 days ago at Kennesaw, he doubted that his adversary could be persuaded to try the thing again. As for himself, he certainly had no intention of wasting his outnumbered veterans in any such attempt. All he could do with his present force, he said, was block the direct path to Atlanta, thus delaying another Union advance until such time as Sherman again compelled his retreat by ditching round his flank. Aside from the long odds chance that the enemy mass would expose itself to piecemeal destruction by dividing into segments he could leap at one by one, he saw but a single hope for reversing the blue tide, which even then was lapping the flanks of Kennesaw and would otherwise in time no doubt roll down to the Chattahoochee and beyond. This was that 5,000 cavalry be thrown without delay against Sherman's lifeline up in Tennessee, either by Forrest or John Morgan, in which case, Johnston said, the Federals would have to accept battle on his terms, that is, attack him in his entrenchments, or else retreat to avoid starvation. Asked why he did not use his own cavalry for such a profitable venture, the general replied that all his horsemen were needed where they were. Observing that I must go to Richmond and Morgan must go from Virginia or Forrest from Mississippi, and this will take some time, Hill expressed some doubt whether either body of gray cavalry could reach the Federal rear before the Federals reached Atlanta. "How long can you hold Sherman north of the Chattahoochee River?" he pointedly asked Johnston, who replied somewhat evasively that the Bluecoats had covered less than a dozen southward miles in the past month, shifting their ground from around New Hope Church to Kennesaw Mountain, where they had made no progress at all in the past 2 weeks. Hill could figure for himself, the general said, how long it would take them to reach the river at this rate. Hill calculated, accordingly, that the Confederates could remain north of the Chattahoochee at least 54 days and perhaps 60. Johnston assented, but not Hood, who, though present throughout the interview, had held his peace till now. He disagreed, saying, "Mr. Hill, when we leave our present line, we will, in my judgment, cross the Chattahoochee River very rapidly." Johnston turned on the tall blonde Texan, who was 24 years his junior in age as well as in length of service. "What makes you think that?" he asked, and Hood replied, "Because this line of Kennesaw is the strongest line we can get in this country. If we surrender this to Sherman, he can reconnoiter from its summit the whole country between here and Atlanta, and there is no such line of defense in the distance." Johnston demurred. "I differ with your conclusion," he said. "I admit this is a strong line of defense, but I have 2 more strong lines between this and the river, from which I can hold Sherman a long time." Hill took his leave, pleased to learn that 2 more stout positions had been prepared for the army to defend before it retired across the Chattahoochee, some 54 to 60 days in the future, according to his Johnston-approved calculations, or in any case a long time from now. Delayed by personal matters, he took a train for Virginia before the end of the following week, passing en route a group of public men proceeding by rail on a mission similar to his own, except that the two were headed in opposite directions toward diametric goals. Hill was going from Atlanta to Richmond in hope of impressing Johnston's views on Davis, while they were going from Richmond to Atlanta in hope of impressing Davis's views on Johnston. Congressmen all, they had been delegated by their colleagues as friends of the general to warn him that his conduct of the Georgia campaign was under heavy attack in the capital, and to urge him to disarm these rearward critics by taking aggressive action against the enemy in his front. Reaching Atlanta on the evening of July 8th, they proceeded next morning to Army headquarters for a conference with Johnston, who by then had fallen back through Smyrna, the first of his two stout positions south of Kennesaw, to his bridgehead on the north bank of the Chattahoochee, which was his second. The Virginian received them graciously, heard them out, and replied, alas, as if they had been dispatched for irksome purposes by the President himself. "You may tell Mr. Davis that it would be folly for me under the circumstances to risk a decisive engagement. My plan is to draw Sherman further and further from his base in the hope of weakening him and by cutting his army in two. That is my only hope of defeating him." There was silence at this until one delegate, a Missourian, remarked that what was required, both for the country's sake and the general's own, was for him to strike the Yankees a crushing blow, and then went on, tactlessly but apparently in hope of jogging Johnston into action, to say that lately he had heard the President quoted to the effect that if he were in your place, he could whip Sherman now. The general was jogged into action all right, but not of the kind intended. He bridled and did not try to hide his scorn. "Yes," he said icily, "I know Mr. Davis thinks he can do a great many things other men would hesitate to attempt. For instance, he tried to do what God failed to do. He tried to make a soldier of Braxton Bragg, and you know the result. It couldn't be done." This might have wound up the matter then and there to no one's satisfaction, but a courier arrived at that point with news of a development to which Johnston's response provided the conference with an upbeat ending. Schofield had effected a South Bank lodgment yesterday, 7 miles upriver, the courier reported, and this morning he had continued the crossing with what appeared to be most, if not all, of his command. If the general's visitors expected him to react with dismay to this information that he had been flanked, they were agreeably disappointed. Pointing out that Sherman had thus divided his army north and south of the deep-running Chattahoochee, Johnston declared that the time at last had come to strike and whip him in detail. The delegates returned to Atlanta, expecting to hear before nightfall the roar of guns that would signal the launching of the attack. It did not come, either then or the following morning, July 10th, when all that broke the Sabbath stillness was the peal of church bells, summoning the city's dwindling population to pray for a deliverance which Johnston himself seemed less and less willing to attempt. Bells were tolling that Sunday morning in Richmond, too, when Benjamin Hill stepped off the train from Georgia. He went straight to his hotel and stayed there only long enough to wash up before going to the White House for the appointment he had secured by wiring ahead. Having, as he said, repelled the idea that any influence with the President was needed if the facts were as General Johnston reported them, the senator was convinced that all the situation required was for him to relay the general's requests to Davis. I did not doubt he would act promptly. He was ushered without delay into the chief executive's residential office, and as he advanced across the white rug that was said to provoke temerity in the breasts of men who called in unscraped boots, the Mississippian rose to greet him with a geniality that matched the Virginia general's own 9 days ago in Marietta. Davis heard him out, his smile fading when Hill spoke of Morgan and Forrest as presumably lying more or less idle in southwest Virginia and north Mississippi. As for Morgan, he replied, it was true that he was where Johnston said he was, having just returned, sadly depleted from just such an expedition as Johnston recommended, whipped and in no condition for anything more than an attempt to pull his few survivors together for operations necessarily weeks in the future. Forrest, too, was unavailable, Davis said, although for different reasons. Having disposed of Sturgis at Bryce's Crossroads in mid-June, he now was engaged in opposing a 15,000-man Union force that had left Memphis 2 weeks ago under A.J. Smith, bound either for Georgia to reinforce Sherman in front or in rear of Atlanta, or for Mobile in conjunction with an even larger blue column, reported to be on the march from New Orleans under Canby. He not only could not be spared for the proposed raid into Middle Tennessee, but his superior, Polk's successor Stephen Lee, was protesting hotly, as Johnston had only recently been informed, that he needed his troops now with Johnston more than the latter can need Forrest. Hill's hopes, which had been so high on the ride east, declined rapidly while he listened to this double-barreled refutation of the facts behind them. But presently they took an even sharper drop when Davis paused and asked, "How long did you understand General Johnston to say he could hold Sherman north of the Chattahoochee River?" 54 to 60 days, the senator replied, whereupon Davis took up and read to him a telegraphic dispatch received just before his arrival. It was from Johnston, and it announced that a part of Sherman's army, having crossed upriver 2 days ago, several miles beyond his right, he had begun his withdrawal across the Chattahoochee last night and completed it this morning. Hill retired in some confusion, which was increased next day when the Secretary of War called on him to reduce my interview with General Johnston to writing for the use of the cabinet. He perceived now that his trip to Richmond, designed to help the Atlanta commander, had resulted instead in furnishing the general's Confederate foes with ammunition they could use in urging his removal from command. 3 days later, after taking a still closer look at the attitude of those in high positions at the Capitol, he wired Johnston by way of warning, "You must do the work with your present force. For God's sake, do it." Just as the pressure had been greater, so now was Johnston's time even shorter than Hill knew, unless, that is, the general was somehow able to follow his friend's advice and do the work. Atlanta, with its rolling mill and foundries, its munition plants and factories, its vital rail connections and vast store of military supplies, was the combined workshop and warehouse of the Confederate West. And as Sherman closed down upon it, Davis later wrote, the threat of its loss produced intense anxiety far and wide. From many quarters, including such as had most urged his assignment, came delegations, petitions, and letters, insisting that the present army commander be replaced by one who would fight to save the city, not abandon it to the fate which Johnston seemed to consider unavoidable without outside help. The clamor for his removal commenced immediately after it became known that the army had fallen back from Dalton, Davis added, and it gathered volume with each remove toward Atlanta. Nowhere was this clamor more vociferous than at meetings of the cabinet, not one of whose 6 members was by now in favor of keeping the Virginia general at his Georgia post. Some had advised against sending him there in the first place, including the Secretary of State, who afterwards told why. From a close observation of his career, the shrewd-minded Benjamin declared, I became persuaded that his nervous dread of losing a battle would prevent at all times his ability to cope with an enemy of nearly equal strength, and that opportunities would thus constantly be lost which under other commanders would open a plain path to victory. Still, those who had opposed his selection were not nearly so strident in their demands for his removal at this stage as were those who had been his supporters at the outset. The Secretary of War, for example, explained that having made a great mistake 7 months ago, he desired to do all he could, even at this late date, to atone for it. Davis resisted, now as in the case of that other Johnston, 2.5 years ago after Donelson and on the eve of Shiloh, both the public and the private clamor for the general's removal. Seddon later revealed that though the whole cabinet concurred in advising and even urging the change, the president moved toward a decision slowly and not without much hesitation, misgiving, and even to the last reluctance. His concern was for Atlanta, for what it contained and for what it represented, not only in the minds of his own people, but also in the minds of the people of the North, who would be voting in November whether to sustain their present hard war leader or replace him with one who might be willing, in the name of peace, to let the South depart in independence. A military professional, Davis knew only too well, as he put the case, how serious it was to change commanders in the presence of the enemy, and he told Senator Hill flatly in the course of their Sunday conference at the White House that he would not do it if he could have any assurance that General Johnston would not surrender Atlanta without a battle. In this connection, he had sent his chief military advisor, Braxton Bragg, to determine at first hand, if possible, what the intentions of the Western commander were. Bragg had left the previous day, July 9th, but before he reached Atlanta, a 3-day trip as it turned out, the War Department received from Johnston himself on July 11th a telegram which seemed to some to answer only too clearly the question as to the city's impending fate. I strongly recommend the distribution of the U.S. prisoners now at Andersonville immediately. Andersonville, a prisoner of war camp for enlisted personnel, established that spring near Americus, Georgia, and already badly crowded as a result of the Northern decision to discontinue the exchange of prisoners, was more than 100 miles due south of Atlanta. That distance, combined with the use of the word immediately, gave occasion for alarm. For though Davis knew that what mainly caused Johnston to recommend the camp's evacuation was fear that Sherman, finding it within present cavalry range, might send out a flying column to liberate its 30,000 federal captives, and thus create, as if by a sowing of dragon teeth, a ferocious new blue army deep in the Confederate rear. Still, following hard as it did on the heels of news that Atlanta's defenders had retired in haste across the Chattahoochee, the telegram was an alarming indication of the direction in which Johnston's mind had turned now that Sherman was about to leap the last natural barrier in his path. For the first time since the clamor for the Virginians' removal began 2 months ago, Davis agreed that his relief seemed necessary, and he said as much next day in a cipher telegram, asking R.E. Lee's advice in choosing a successor. General Johnston has failed, and there are strong indications that he will abandon Atlanta. It seems necessary to remove him at once. Who should succeed him? What think you of Hood for the position? Lee replied, also by wire and in cipher, I regret the facts stated. It is a bad time to relieve the commander of an army situated as that of Tennessee. We may lose Atlanta and the army too. Hood is a bold fighter. I am doubtful as to other qualities necessary. That evening he expanded these words of caution and regret in a follow-up letter. It is a grievous thing, he said of the impending change. Still, if necessary, it ought to be done. I know nothing of the necessity. I had hoped that Johnston was strong enough to deliver battle. As for the choice of his former Star Brigade and Division Chief as his old friend's successor out in Georgia, second thoughts had not diminished his reservations. Hood is a good commander, very industrious on the battlefield, careless off, and I have had no opportunity of judging his action when the whole responsibility rested upon him. I have a high opinion of his gallantry, earnestness, and zeal. Further than this, Lee would not go, either in praise or detraction, but he added suggestively, General Hardee has more experience in managing an army. May God give you wisdom to decide in this momentous matter. A series of telegrams and letters from Bragg, who reached Atlanta next morning, July 13th, confirmed the need for early action, either by Johnston or the government. Indications seemed to favor an entire evacuation of this place, he wired Davis on arrival, and followed with a second gloomy message a few hours later, still without having ridden out to the general's headquarters in the field. Our army is sadly depleted and now reports 10,000 less than the return of the 10th June. I find but little encouraging. 2 days later, he was able to report more fully on conditions, having paid 2 calls on Johnston in the meantime. He has not sought my advice, and it was not volunteered, Bragg wired. I cannot learn that he has any more planned for the future than he has had in the past. It is expected that he will await the enemy on a line some 3 miles from here, and the impression prevails that he is now more inclined to fight. The morale of our army is still reported good. In a letter sent by courier to Richmond that same day, he went more fully into this and other matters bearing on the issue. Johnston's apparent intention now, as always, Bragg declared, was to await the enemy's approach and be governed as heretofore by the development in our front. What was likely to follow could be predicted by reviewing what had happened under similar circumstances at Dalton, Resaca, Cassville, and Marietta, or indeed by observing what had happened in and around Atlanta just this week. All valuable stores and machinery have been removed, and most of the citizens able to go have left with their effects. Position, numbers, and morale are now with the enemy. Which said, Bragg moved on to the problem of choosing a successor to the general who had brought the army to this pass. Hardee had disqualified himself, not only because he had declined the post 7 months ago and thereby brought on Johnston, but also because he had generally favored the retiring policy of his chief. Alexander Stewart, who had been promoted to lieutenant general and given command of Polk's corps on the retreat to the Chattahoochee, was too green for larger duties yet, despite the commendable savagery he had displayed at New Hope Church. That left Hood, who had been in favor of giving battle all the way from Dalton, and who, in fact, aside, that is, from the peculiar circumstances that prevailed at Cassville, had done just that whenever he was on his own. By way of evidence that this was so, Bragg included a letter he had received from the young Texan the day before, expressing regret that the army had failed to give battle to the enemy many miles north of our present position. If any change is made, Bragg concluded, Lieutenant General Hood would give unlimited satisfaction. Then, as if aware of the misgiving Lee had expressed 3 days ago, he added, "Do not understand me as proposing him as a man of genius or a great general, but as far better in the present emergency than anyone we have available." Davis agreed that Hood was the man for the post, if its present occupant had to be replaced, but he would not act without giving Johnston one last chance to commit himself to a fight to save Atlanta, in which case he would keep him where he was. Accordingly, in a wire next day, July 16th, he put the case to the general in no uncertain terms. "I wish to hear from you as to present situation and your plan of operations so specifically as will enable me to anticipate events." Johnston felt no more alarm at this than he had done at Hill's "For God's sake do it" telegram received the day before. Busy with tactical matters, he did not take the time or trouble to outline for the commander-in-chief what he afterwards claimed was his plan for the overthrow of the Blue Host in his front, which, as he would set it forth some 10 years later after the guns had cooled but not the controversy, was to engage the enemy on terms of advantage while they were divided by Peachtree Creek. If this did not work, he planned to hold the entrenchments overlooking the creek with 5,000 state militia, lately sent him by Governor Brown, and leisurely fall back with the Confederate troops into the town, and, when the Federal Army approached, march out with the 3 corps against one of its flanks. If this was successful, the Bluecoats would be driven back against the unfordable Chattahoochee and cut to pieces before they could recross. If not, the Confederate Army had a near and secure place of refuge in Atlanta which it could hold forever and so win the campaign. So he later said, forever, but not now. Now he merely responded as before that he would have to be governed by circumstances. Circumstances which it was clear would be of Sherman's making. As the enemy has double our number, we must be on the defensive, he replied to Davis's request for specific information. My plan of operations must therefore depend on that of the enemy. It is mainly to watch for an opportunity to fight to advantage. We are trying to put Atlanta in condition to hold it for a day or two by the Georgia militia, that army movements may be freer and wider. On the defensive, a day or two, the Georgia militia, freer and wider movements. Johnston would later maintain that just as he was about to deliver the blow that would win the campaign and which he had had in mind all along, his sword was wrenched from his grasp by the Richmond authorities. But the fact was, he signed his own warrant of dismissal when he put his hand to this telegram declaring, more clearly than anything else it said, that he had no plan involving a battle to save Atlanta. Word came next morning, July 17th, another Sunday, that Sherman's whole army was over the Chattahoochee, apparently engaged in an outsized turning movement designed to close down on the city from the north and east. After nightfall, Johnston was at his headquarters 3 miles out the Marietta Road, conferring with his chief engineer about work on the Atlanta fortifications, when a message for him from Adjutant General Samuel Cooper clicked off the telegraph receiver. Lieutenant General J.B. Hood has been commissioned to the temporary rank of general under the late law of Congress. I am directed by the Secretary of War to inform you that as you have failed to arrest the advance of the enemy to the vicinity of Atlanta, far in the interior of Georgia, and express no confidence that you can defeat or repel him, you are hereby relieved from the command of the Army and Department of Tennessee, which you will immediately turn over to General Hood. Old Joe spent most of the rest of the night in the throes of composition, preparing first a farewell address in which he expressed his affection for the troops who had served under him, and then a response to his superiors in which he managed to vent a measure of the resentment aroused by the backhand slap they had taken at him in the order for his removal. I cannot leave this noble army, he told its members, without expressing my admiration of the high military qualities it has displayed. A long and arduous campaign has made conspicuous every soldierly virtue, endurance of toil, obedience to orders, brilliant courage. The enemy has never attacked but to be repulsed and severely punished. You soldiers have never argued but from your courage, and never counted your foes. No longer your leader, I will still watch your career and will rejoice in your victories. To one and all I offer assurances of my friendship and bid an affectionate farewell. The other document was briefer, if no less emotional, under its surface of ice. Your dispatch of yesterday received and obeyed, it began, and passed at once to a refutation of the charges made in the dismissal order. Sherman's army is much stronger compared with that of Tennessee than Grant's compared with that of northern Virginia. Yet the enemy has been compelled to advance much more slowly to the vicinity of Atlanta than to that of Richmond and Petersburg, and has penetrated deeper into Virginia than into Georgia. Then at the end came the stinger. Confident language by a military commander is not usually regarded as evidence of competency. J.E. Johnston. Hood, too, got little if any sleep after he received at 11 p.m. the War Department telegram which, he said, so astounded and overwhelmed him that he remained in deep thought throughout the night. He had, in fact, much to ponder, including a follow-up wire from Seddon. You are charged with a great trust. You will, I know, test to the utmost your capacities to discharge it. Be wary no less than bold. God be with you. His appointment was plainly an endorsement of the aggressive views he had been propounding all the way south from the Tennessee line, and he was clearly expected to translate them into action. But he perceived that to do so here on the flat terrain south of the Chattahoochee, with his back to the gates of the city in his care, was a far more difficult undertaking than it would have been in the rugged country Johnston had traversed in the course of his long retreat from Dalton. "We may lose Atlanta and the army too," Lee had warned Davis 5 days ago, and though Hood had not seen the message, he was altogether aware of the danger pointed out, as well as of his own shortcomings, which Lee had by no means listed in full. For one, there was his youth. He had just last month turned 33, the crucifixion age, which made him not only younger than any of his infantry corps or division commanders, but also a solid 10 years younger than the average among them. Then, too, there was his physical condition. Gettysburg had cost him the use of his left arm, paralyzed by a fragment of bursting shell as he charged the Devil's Den, and at Chickamauga his right leg had been amputated so close to the hip that from then on he had to be strapped in the saddle to ride a horse. Worst of all, though, was the timing of the change now ordered by the War Department. Sherman's final lunge at Atlanta was in full career, and only Johnston knew what plans had been made, if any, to meet and survive the shock. Certainly Hood knew nothing of them, except as they applied to the disposition of his corps on the Confederate right, astride the Georgia Railroad. Emerging at last from the brown study into which the telegram had plunged him, the blond Kentucky-born Texan came out of his tent before dawn, mounted his horse with the help of an orderly, and set out for Johnston's headquarters near the far end of the line. On the way there, about sunrise, he encountered Stewart on the way there too. Old Strait, who had led a division under Hood until his recent promotion to head the corps that had been temporarily under Loring, was also disturbed by the untimely change. He proposed that they unite with Hardee in an effort to prevail on General Johnston to withhold the order and retain command of the army until the impending battle has been fought. Hood readily agreed, and they rode on together. At headquarters, where a candle flickered atop a barrel with the telegram beside it, Johnston received them courteously, but when Hood appealed to him to pocket that dispatch, leave me in command of my corps, and fight the battle for Atlanta, the Virginian would have no part of such an irregular procedure. He was off the hook, and he intended to stay off. "Gentlemen, I am a soldier," he said. "A soldier's first duty is to obey." So that was that. Or perhaps not. Hardee having arrived by now, the 3 lieutenant generals dispatched a joint telegram to the president requesting that he postpone the transfer of command until the fate of Atlanta is decided. Davis's answer was not long in coming, and it was a flat no. A change of commanders under existing circumstances was regarded as so objectionable that I only accepted it as the alternative of continuing a policy which had proved so disastrous. The order has been executed, and I cannot suspend it without making the case worse than it was before the order was issued. Hood made one last try, returning to plead a second time for the good of the country that Johnston pocket the correspondence and remain in command, as Sherman was at the very gates of the city. Old Joe again declined, whereupon Hood launched into a personal appeal referring to the great embarrassment of the position in which I had been placed. Not only was he in the dark as to such plans as had been made for meeting the enemy now bearing down on Atlanta and its defenders, he did not even know where the other 2 corps of the army were posted. With all the earnestness of which man is capable, Hood later wrote, I besought him, if he would under no circumstances retain command and fight the battle for Atlanta, to at least remain with me and give me the benefit of his counsel whilst I determined the issue. Touched at last, and with tears of emotion gathering in his eyes, Johnston assured his young successor that after a necessary ride into Atlanta, he would return that evening and help him all he could. So he said. According to Hood, however, he not only failed to comply with his promise, but without a word of explanation or apology, left that evening for Macon, Georgia. There was some fear, according to a number of observers, that the men in the ranks would throw down their muskets and quit when they learned of the transfer of command. Not so much from distrust of Hood, who at this stage was little more than a damaged figurehead to most of them, as because of their love for and confidence in Johnston, who many said had been grievously wronged by his superiors in Richmond. A universal gloom seemed cast over the army, a lieutenant on Hood's own staff declared, and a Tennessee private, a veteran who remembered Bragg and the aftermath of Missionary Ridge, later told why the news was received with so much sorrow and resentment. Old Joe Johnston had taken command of the Army of Tennessee when it was crushed and broken, at a time when no other man on earth could have united it. He found it in rags and tatters, hungry and broken-hearted, the morale of the men gone, their manhood vanished to the winds, their pride a thing of the past. Through his instrumentality and skillful manipulation, all these had been restored. "Farewell, old fellow," he cried, breaking into an apostrophe of remembered grief as he approached the end of this saddest chapter of the war. "We privates loved you because you made us love ourselves." Not all who felt that way about the Virginia general had to say goodbye from such a distance, either of time or space. Between the reading of his farewell address that Monday morning and his actual departure from Macon that afternoon, several units passed his headquarters on their way up to the lines on Peachtree Creek, and thereby got the chance to demonstrate their affection in his presence. A Georgia regiment happened to march out the Marietta Road, for example, and the colonel left a record of how he and his men reacted to what they thought would be their last look at their former commander, who came out of the house and stood by the gate to watch them pass. "We lifted our hats. There was no cheering. We simply passed silently, our heads uncovered. Some of the officers broke ranks and grasped his hand as the tears poured down their cheeks." Higher up the ladder of rank, the reaction was scarcely less emotional. Hardee, upset at having someone more than a year his junior in grade promoted over his head, promptly asked to be relieved, complaining that the president, who in the end persuaded him to withdraw his application for a transfer, was attempting to create the impression that in declining the command 6 months ago at Dalton, I declined it for all future time. He doubted Hood's ability to fill the position to which he had been elevated, and others felt, as one of them put it, that the appointment was an egregious blunder. Sam French called at headquarters that evening to assure the new commander of his full cooperation, but did not fail to add with his usual forthrightness that he regretted the change. "Although he took my hand and thanked me," he later said of Hood, "I was ever afterwards impressed with the belief that he never forgave me for what I said." Still others, aware of the reason behind the shift, foresaw hard fighting and had mixed opinions concerning the fate of Atlanta, as well as their own. Undoubtedly, Hood being Hood, they were about to go over to the offensive. Pat Claiborne, for one, believed that this was likely to take them far, in miles at any rate. "We are going to carry the war to Africa," he predicted, "but I fear we will not be as successful as Scipio was." Across the way, on the far side of Peachtree Creek and eastward out the Georgia Railroad, the reaction among Federals of rank was not dissimilar so far as expectation of a step up in the scale of fighting went, when it became known next day that the Confederates, in Lincoln's current campaign phrase, had swapped horses in midstream. McPherson and Schofield had been West Point classmates of Hood's, standing 1st and 7th respectively in a class of 52, while he stood 44th, 10 places below even Sheridan, who had been held back a year for misconduct. Schofield, in fact, had been his roommate, and by coaching him in mathematics, which gave the Kentucky cadet a great deal of trouble, had managed to keep his military career from ending in academic failure and dismissal. "I came very near thinking once or twice that perhaps I had made a mistake," the Illinois general would remark in later years, though for the present he simply warned his chief, "He'll hit you like hell now before you know it." McPherson agreed, and so did Thomas, under whom Hood had served 5 years ago in Texas. But perhaps the most convincing testimony as to this new opponent's boldness came from a Union-loyal fellow Kentuckian who had watched him play old Army poker. "I seed Hood bet $2,500, this witness declared, with nary a pair in his hand." Warned from all sides that his adversary was bold even to rashness and courageous in the extreme, Sherman took the precaution of advising his unit commanders to keep their troops always prepared for battle in any shape. Not that he regretted the predicted shift in rebel tactics. His casualties would undoubtedly mount, but there was plenty of room for taking up the slack that was evident from a comparison of Union losses, east and west. In the 11 weeks of his campaign against Johnston and Atlanta, he had lost fewer men than Meade had lost in the 2-day wilderness battle that opened his drive on Lee and Richmond. Besides, as Sherman saw it, the heavier the casualties were, provided, of course, that they could be kept in ratio, Federal and Confederate, the sooner the fighting would end with him in occupation of his goal. That was what he meant in part when he wrote home the following week, "I confess I was pleased at the change."